to the mashup.
Tell me whether I'm wrong or right. East or west, up or down, side to side. I sit to stand and fall to fly. Of all of my impulsive plans, poppin', locking, salsa dances on demand. I follow leading off the map and stop the chatter, scream happily.
Welcome to the mashup.
Welcome to the mashup. Welcome to the mashup. Welcome to the mashup.
Welcome to the mashup.
No twos rant today, okay? Man, I love the guy, folks, but he calls me 11:30 this morning. Welcome, everybody, to this live edition of a Mashup special here. He calls me at 11:30 this morning while I'm on the bench coaching my daughter's team, helping coach my daughter's team. He's like, hey, we should do a live show. And, you know, I want to be really annoyed with him, which I am. But at the same time, I'm also like, he's right. And actually, it's his missus who's right. It isn't twos. So twos, don't you hear me right now saying you're right. Your missus is right. Mrs. Twos, wherever you're at, shout out to you for giving the push to do this. But the last like 2.5 hours has been an absolute frantic sprint to the start line. Not the finish line, the start line, because the next little bit here is going to be all out guests hopping on to discuss the liberal leadership race results and next prime minister. Twos, this isn't you being right.
No,
you know this is Mrs. Twos being right.
Literally, Mrs. Twos, first thing this morning, she was like, I don't understand you. I don't get you. I'm like, okay, well, that's pretty normal.
That's me on every single Friday.
What are we talking about this morning? She's like, why aren't you on the phone with Sean right now trying to put together a live stream for the leadership thing tonight? And I said, well, because they're all virtually identical and nobody gives a shit. And she's like, you covered the Ontario provincial election? And you think that is somehow more relevant than this one?
And we did cover that. And arguably we had a ton of great feedback. That's why when you said it, I didn't argue with you. I may have said some choice words, and I may be in a bit of the doghouse with the my missus. Shout out to Mel. She is the best. But she was like, you know, you're going to just go do it. So just go do it. I'm like, then I stood in this like phone booth of like a 2x2. I didn't move from my phone. I just sat there texting. So we got two guys sitting in the background. We're going to bring them in here in 10 seconds, but we got a whole lineup today coming in as we learn more about who wins the Liberal leadership race and, you know, gets coronated with the Prime Minister of Canada title here.
Spoiler alert, it's Mark Carney.
Yeah, I think so. But we're going to bring in Vesper and Drew Weatherhead. So boys, welcome in. Thanks for answering the call in a short notice. Not only was it short notice for me, it was short notice for everyone who got the text. And appreciate you hopping on.
Hey, happy to be here.
Welcome, gentlemen.
Hey, man. What's up, guys?
Now, before we discuss anything, I just want to, for the person watching, make sure to, if you're on X, retweet it, share it, everything else. Appreciate you guys hopping on a impromptu live stream. We got a whole list of people. Corey Morgan, Marty up north, going to be joining us later this hour. And then we got everybody from Leighton Gray and Brian Lilly, Grant Abraham, on and on and on and on the list goes. And we're going to have some fun today. Hopefully. Yeah. I mean, it's going to be, I don't know. One way or another, we're going to know. Isn't this kind of the pain is in not knowing? At least now we're going to know at some point here today. Thoughts, gentlemen?
The pain is not in not knowing. The pain is in the fact that they're still fucking in charge. But continue.
I've got a lot of thoughts because I'm down here in the U.S. right now and trying to figure out what the hell is going on with Canada. And I still can't figure out what the hell is going on with Canada. It seems like, you know, we left the last time we came down here around October with Trudeau in charge. And then there was this proroguing of governments, and Singh was saying, once it comes back, we're going to boot him out no matter what. And then we come back and he's not going to boot him out. And it turns out that we're going to have like some sort of Survivor Island version for the next prime minister that's internal to the party nobody wants. And we're going to get some guy that everybody hates. That's some like a technocratic billionaire. And nobody really voted for this. This is worse than the Kamala switch down in the US, in that it's not just some guy nobody asked for that's taking the lead. He's actually taking the lead. He doesn't even have to be voted for.
Well, so basically everything fell apart when you left.
I'm not so sure. I'm not so sure about him.
Okay, what's that?
I'm not so sure he's taking any lead, dude. the Ipsos poll, I don't know if Drew knows this. The guy that's in charge of Ipsos, like on X, was publicly saying, like, we're not gonna let Pierre Poilievre win. Like, there's a lot of skews with polls.
Oh, that
and
was
you, and
Ecos.
or Ecos or whatever. Sorry, but the point is, like, I had uncles worrying. My uncles in like Jersey, New York. Hey, you think Kamala's gonna win? I'm like, are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? You're following polls on Kamala Harris? Come on, like it's a joke. And you know what? After he completely took it, at the end of the day, it's voters. At the end of the day, it's voters. In fact, I'd even say, and I don't know if Drew would agree and the rest of you, Trump should have won that second term. I think it was completely rigged. And so, in my mind, these polling things don't mean squat to me. At the end of the day, what matters is the voters. And you know what? If we go to the lowest resolution, it's actually really simple. Hey, things cost more. Hey, these are the liberals that are in government. Liberals cost more. Liberals cost more. I don't want liberals. If you went down to the lowest IQ, this is how people perceive things, because we are in a space that is a bit of an echo chamber, whether it be X or YouTube, but the vast majority of people, like, I don't know if you know this, only 24% of Canadians even heard of Mark Carney and don't even know what he stands for. So I'm not worried about polls. I really do think we're going to have an America moment.
This to me is why this internal leadership party was so valuable as a strategic move for the Liberals, because nobody knew anybody but Trudeau and didn't want anybody, you know, they weren't going to vote for somebody on name value. So now they got some name value because they're doing this sort of internal survivor reality show where nobody knew who this guy was. And now everybody not only knows his name, but knows his face. And now they're going to have like somebody that they'll recognize on the ballot. And maybe they push that ballot as far as they possibly can. I heard sort of some sneaky whisperings about enactment of the Emergencies Act that could push into 2026 and just keep the celebrity train rolling on this guy. Do you know anything about that?
He's not gonna do it because il est pas Québécois. And the Québécois will not let that happen, because for you to do the pipeline to fight with Quebec, you're going to create a big problem. He came to Quebec. I mean, Sean and Steve, you know this. He no. We will not do the pipeline. Like, to do this with Quebec, you are essentially bringing down a hailstorm on your entire thing. And besides, I don't know if you guys saw the latest tally of votes. Did you guys see how many people voted for Mark Carney?
Not very many. Lots of people had
150,000 out of 400,000.
And 300,000 people became liberals in that last little window.
Right.
So only
we're talking about 0.003% of the entire population voted for this dude. And that should tell you more than we need to know. Besides, polling is at an all-time, has been on a downward trend in Canada anyways. And the fact that this guy is basically, I mean, I want people to know this. I don't know if you, because Twos and Sean, you know my thoughts on BlackRock. We've been talking the last few days. Did you know after he stepped down from the Bank of England that he headed the vice chair for BlackRock on energy investment? Did you guys know that?
No, but that's perfect. That's on brand. That's exactly the kind of person I want to see running the Liberal Party.
Right. His focus, sustainability, climate advocacy. And there was a massive controversy because how can you be heading this and not have conflicts of interest, Carney? This is ridiculous. Everything you're pushing is climate. All your portfolio is climate, and you're head of BlackRock's particular department on energy and climate.
Well, no wonder he got the endorsement from Stephen Gayballs. Okay, I kind of want to just pick your brain on this pipeline thing for a little bit. So I get the fact that the Quebec politicians, you got Blanchette and what's his fat face, the provincial guy, who've been Legault is basically been saying these pipelines will not go through Quebec.
Right.
And you're saying that it would be political suicide for Carney to force them through. But right. Does that mean that the politicians in Quebec are aligned with the will of the people?
For the most part, Quebec is very, like, in terms of leadership, people forget that Legault had deep ties to the Separatist Party of Quebec, right? And you got to keep in mind, Quebec has something that I don't know if the rest of you know. We have an energy infrastructure here called Hydro-Quebec. I'm sure you guys have heard of that, right?
As somebody who's a big fan of equalization, yes, I have.
Right. So can you imagine our dependence on hydroelectricity, and now suddenly we're going to run a pipe through here, and what that would do in terms of business? Quebec, for the most part, is one big racket on every industry. If there's a monopoly for the province on something, whether it be cigarettes, beer, whatever, they're always going to make sure that they're going to get the top dogs in whoever it is that's running all these things. They're not just going to let the rest of Canada make money off of this. No, what do we get out of it? And it's negligible to them. And actually, they would lose money if we had a pipeline running through here. And they'll quote things like, "Oh, we had an oil spill. The cost benefit analysis is not worth it. It doesn't make any sense for us to run a pipeline." So yes, in short, to answer your question, yes, their interests lie not in the rest of Canada. Yves Blanchette came out, and you could see this on my X. I literally have him on video saying, "We are not interested in a big, beautiful Canada. We are interested in Quebec."
That sounds very Quebecois. It doesn't sound like anything you wouldn't expect.
Yep, that's totally on brand for them. It is legitimately interesting though, because I don't know. I feel like maybe it's just a Western Canadian thing, but it really feels like a lot of the time our politicians are completely out of sync with what the regular people want. And then to have it actually line up nicely for you guys. Wow,
Look,
I'm a little bit jealous.
Before you say "you guys," Quebec is not
You
exactly
people.
Well, you people, you guys. People have to understand Quebec itself. Like it's probably the most European. It used to be the most European feeling with the entire fascism on language. Right? You can't come here without changing the name of your company to French. That's why so many companies are flexing out of Quebec. But that's not even the issue. Carney is going to contend not with the Quebecois people. There are major investment firms that will not allow him to do the things he thinks he wants. People forget Legault went to Blanchette, the guy who's, I don't even know how the Parti Québécois has status in the House, to be honest with you, but told him, we need to get Trudeau out. If Legault wanted Trudeau out, what do you think he's going to do with Trudeau 2.0? The same thing. We don't want this person, his immigration. The whole thing was immigration. People forget Carney was part of this whole thing. He's advocated this in Europe as well, was pro-immigration, pro-climate, pro-ESG, pro-DEI. And now that I've just told you, please look it up. In 2020, he was part of BlackRock, who pushed all of this stuff, right? And so for all the Canadians watching, West, East, it don't matter. You're electing a technocratic elitist who's completely out of touch. And this whole carbon tax thing, Drew, I don't know if you heard about it, how he's doing a David Blaine magic trick, right? He's taking it from here.
Shadow tax. Tax.
Right. He's doing like that whole card trick where I'm like going to drop it in here and you can't see it, but it's actually still here. I'm going to put it into the companies, but it's going to come back.
2-year-olds love that trick.
A shadow tax actually would be a perfect thing for the Liberals to institute, right? Because like it would never affect them because they're all a bunch of fucking blood-sucking vampires.
Yeah, I got a question for you guys. Question for you guys. So whenever this election, the real election, not this internal one happens, whenever the actual election for the people to actually make a vote on the leadership happens, what do you think Carney's, let's just assume that he gets in today. Let's just ask, I want to know from you.
Assume?
Canada.
Did you say assume?
Yeah, assume.
Okay.
We're going to assume for the sake of argument, he gets in. What is the chance that he can actually beat a Pierre Poilievre? Because I would have put whoever was on the Liberal Party at a 0 before this whole shenanigans with proroguing and the new leadership happened. And now I'm starting to hear noises coming out of Canada like it's like a coin toss. And I'm looking at people who are into like the NPC, CBC mentality, and they think like, oh, this is our guy. We've got a guy now. And I'm wondering, like, to what degree is there a possibility that not only do we have a Carney, but that the Canadians want it?
Drew, just flip it on Kamala and Trump. How is it that Americans even thought Kamala had a chance?
Sorry, can you say that again? You broke up, or maybe I broke up.
Just explain in America how Americans thought Kamala even had a chance.
I missed it again. You just continue your
He
thought.
was
I'll catch
wondering.
up.
He was wondering how Americans thought that Kamala even had a chance to win.
Oh, I think you're back now. Go for it.
Yeah, no,
Well,
I
this
just
is
want.
awkward.
I'm wondering how did Americans even think Kamala had a chance? That will answer.
Oh, well, this
your
is what
question.
I'm worried about, is that there's a synthetic reality that's going to play against actual reality. But I feel like the Canadians have been much more susceptible to it. I'm watching them boo the American anthem from down south and cheering themselves on and wrapping themselves in the Canadian flag like they're patriots all of a sudden. Like they just got programmed. And if they're that easily programmed over something so stupid, then like the leadership is going to have the maximum amount of propaganda.
No, hold up. Cut that bullshit. We all of a sudden patriotic. Did you hear the Freedom Convoy?
What
Come
about
on,
that?
dude. We've been patriotic since what 4 or 5 years ago?
Yeah. Well, if I'm understanding correctly, he's not talking about Freedom Convoy
we don't
people.
hate Americans.
He's talking about the latte sipping douchebags who work 33 hours a week for the government, who suddenly decided that they want to stand on guard for thee.
Yeah, but all this is smoke and mirrors, man.
Well, that's the point.
Yeah, but the synthetic reality, Americans didn't fall for it. Why would Canadians fall for it? Because we booed
Because they're dumber.
Dude. And no disrespect.
Oklahoma excluded.
My entire fam is in the States. I got fam in Louisiana, California, New York, New Jersey. Heck, my accent sounds more American than it does Canadian. I'm telling you, none of this matters. This is all bluster. It's like you said, synthetic, Drew. The whole problem is that we've been patriotic, and at the end of the day, the liberals don't stand a chance, not even a little bit. I don't know if you remember John Turner versus Mulroney, Drew. Do you remember that time, the 1984 election?
I was born in 83, so not very well.
Northern Perspective, Ryan, shout out to Ryan Tanya at Northern Perspective, did a whole thing on this that John Turner took over. By the way, Pierre Trudeau, the beauty in all this is astounding, and the irony and how history repeats itself, got booted out. People think he stepped down. No. He got ousted. You could watch the video. He got ousted, and everybody told him, we need John Turner back, right? Who had a small stint as an MP. The polls were through the roof that the liberals were going to win, that after Pierre Trudeau's gone and he's going to just wait until the new leader comes in. Same thing, same game plan. Comes in, Brian Mulroney wrecks him with a majority. It's going to happen again. There's no, like I said, on its lowest level, and I'll land on this, on its lowest level, all Canadians are seeing, even the people that are not on social media, X, YouTube, whatever, the price of housing, the price of everything is up, and they're going to make a cognitive association to the government that is of the day. It's that simple. And like
I hope
once
that's
said, right?
the case. The big difference between now and 1984 is the fact that there is social media, and that's highly gate-kept, and that we're the minority voice on that. And a lot of the people in Canada can't even see their own goddamn news. Like it's so bad in Canada, and I forget just how bad it is till I get down to the States and look back up. But like I would love to believe that there's a 10% chance or a 1% chance that Carney's in, but just hearing other people say that it could be a coin toss really makes me not want to come back.
Do you watch Patrick Bet-David, the PBD
Yes.
podcast? Okay, so PBD like went off on him the other day, right?
Yes.
He then did a vote on X, got 54,000 people to vote because he had Maxime Bernier on, and was like, "Who do you think should lead Canada?" Go look at the vote, and I pasted it, and I could show it to you on the PBD podcast. You could literally go see it. 54,000, 51% said Pierre Poilievre.
Well,
So
even though
even
he's
his
got like a
words
highly
against-
highly right-leaning audience too. So you're
It-
taking
yeah,
it from
even
the
within
echo
Twitter.
chamber.
Yeah, but it
Like,
doesn't
you
matter.
gotta
He
realize that-
criticized them.
Even Twitter at large, let alone in conservative circles in Twitter, but Twitter at large is an echo chamber of the far extreme right, which is basically everybody who thinks that the workers should not own the means of production.
Yeah, but Nick Nanos did a poll 3 months ago. most
that
liberal.
that was a million years ago in politics.
No. He did another poll 3 months ago, and there's still 25% of liberal voters that don't like any of the people that they're picking. So what does that tell you?
Well,
So
Maybe
I don't
that's
care
the
if
best
Carney
chance is that
wins.
they just don't come out to vote. That would be the
Like,
best.
Didn't we just
opportunity.
do a live election stream on Ontario where nobody liked Doug Ford and he won a slamming majority? I don't give
Right?
two craps. What
Okay.
Yeah.
the liberals are gonna.
let's
you know,
look-
it's like we got nobody, but we're still liberal.
Let's look at the 4 candidates here real quick, okay? You've got Chrystia Freeland, who committed the one unforgivable sin of a cult, which is to denounce the leader. So she's fucked. You've got Karina Gold, who's a fucking idiot. You've got Frank Bayless, who is the least black person ever, even though he was the front of the first black cabinet. And then you've got Mark Carney, who is just classic Rolls-Royce Grey Poupon fucking elitist idiot. And then you've got the two the brown dude who got kicked out and Ruby Dalla who got kicked out. So classic liberal that they think they're just like bananas where you got to toss all the brown ones.
I mean, are you asking Drew and I?
Are you asking a question there too?
Okay, all right. Well, the question is when you look at this resounding top level selection of the talent and acumen in the liberal circle, you look at that and you're like, of course there's lots of people who don't like any of them. They all verifiably suck.
Well, I mean, look, let's start with Friesland. Friesland's grandfather is Mikhailo Chomyak. Oh, he's a Nazi, worked in Ukraine as a propagandist Nazi. Oh, but wait, that's her grandfather. No, then she did and edited a paper on her grandfather. And then denied that he was part of the SS. So there's Nazism in that family tree. Great. Then Karina Gold, right? The genius of all geniuses across Canada says, hey, I know who we should invite. We should invite this Ukrainian patriot. And then we're going to have him stand there. We're all going to clap. We're not telling anyone. We're just going to spring this on everybody. And everyone's going to think he's just a Ukrainian patriot. Turns out to be a Nazi. What is it with this party?
I love the intro. It was like this guy fought the Russians in World War II. Everybody
Remember when
stand
Rhoda
up
was
and
reading
clap.
that, Steve?
And then Rhoda reads it and he's like, that fought the Russians in World
Oh
War
no.
II.
I'm
No,
about
no,
to
no.
be removed.
And then Drew, did you know this? Karina, what did she do? Karina, after all this happened,
Did a
what
bunch
did
of
she
pictures
want?
with them.
No. After that, we want to strike from the record that this ever happened. Right? Wow. You're saying this publicly that you brought him. And what was the cherry on top of all this is Zelensky was right there clapping for a Nazi next to Trudeau.
I think this is but isn't this what Drew's pointing out is like all this has been going on. And so while we go, well, I agree with you, Vesper, on Kamala Harris. Sitting here in Canada watching it, it's like, there's just no way. But the Americans have been through it once before with Biden. And, you know, I'm sure we have all sorts of views watching us today and whether or not they think 2020 was stolen or not. You could just go look at the numbers and start to go, something's a little fishy. And so the second go around, Americans were not having it. And you wonder how much that played into it. Canadians, on the other hand, are like, oh, that didn't half of our population, more than that. Oh, that didn't happen. And, you know, the thing that unnerved me the other day, sitting in the most conservative part of this entire nation in Lloydminster. And I had a guy go, yeah, I saw this Mark Carney guy. He seems like he's okay. And I almost fell over backwards. I was like, what? In Lloydminster? Like, how does that even get here? And I think that's what Drew's talking about with the PSYOP as it is thick in Canada, and Canadians are Canadians. And yes, we do have the Freedom Convoy. Yes, we are patriotic. Yes, we have that group of people. But over the course of the Liberal leadership reign, they've really made a mess of things and are pulling all the strings to try and stay in power.
That's my
Just so that-
concern, is that they're the only ones with the leash on the Overton window, as far as Canadians can see through their little porthole out into social media land or the newspaper or the news in general. It's all going to be whatever they want them to parrot. And so we're going to have to rest
It's
our
an
laurels
Overton
on.
pinhole.
Yeah, it is. Yeah. We're going to have to rest our hopes and laurels on the facts or the hopes that reality can actually shine through instead of the synthetic reality that we seem to be mired underneath.
I mean, look, if Drew, can I say something real quick? Harper,
That's what you're here for.
lost. Harper lost. Man, one day, Steve, one day. Just
I
one day.
want to have a prize boxing match of you two. I think it'd be great. Alberta versus Quebec.
I'm gonna reach for him so bad the day he meets me. Okay. All right. What I'm trying to say is this: Stephen Harper, right, the guy that led before Trudeau, was voted out basically because Canadians were bored.
Yeah.
Literally. Okay.
Yep.
You have SNC-Lavalin, ArriveCan, you have SDTC scandal, numerous ethics violations, pricing
Green
of
slush
housing,
fund,
doubling.
We Charity,
Keep going, Steve. Name all of them.
Agacon,
Just keep going. You think that
the
the
fisheries in
Canadians,
Newfoundland,
Yeah.
The
Amanda
pipeline.
Alvaro.
Convoy, the Emergencies Act. Yeah.
keep going. This whole thing now with foreign interference. Dear God,
Yeah,
no,
we've got
foreign agent
100% tariffs coming from China. Everybody's worried as hell about these American tariffs, and the Chinese come out with 100% tariffs on China, on Canada, on canola oil, rape meal, and rapeseed, and those are the Liberals' favorite kinds of meal and seed.
Yeah. And you know, one of the important things, and I'm going to talk about Westerners. I'm an Easterner, and I hope you Easterners allow me to mention your name because I know you hate Quebec so bad, but believe me, I feel your pain and I agree with you. I want you to know, I don't blame you for wanting to flex up out of Canada and joining the US. I get it. Why wouldn't you want to get out of here? Look at all the stuff that's been happening, but we need to delineate between what the government of Canada is doing and what Canada believes. And I think the fact that there's a disparity in the way things are traded between East and West, Albertans, what they really need is somebody to lead and listen to what they want. People in BC want that. Everyone wants something, right? In the end of the day, the Liberals have not delivered for anyone but Quebec. If you really boil it down, they've delivered only for Quebec. And everybody else
Ottawa.
stay in line, right?
Ottawa,
Ottawa is Quebec. No, hold on. Ottawa is Quebec.
Okay. And then also the Maritimes, I would say.
Maybe. But the whole point is this. If we're going to vote for a new party, a lot of people that come at me on X, they're always like, it's a uniparty. It's the same party. I'm like, here's the thing. You may be right that there's going to be some compromises, but there is compromises I'm okay with, and there's compromises I'm not okay with. And if you're going to come in and tell Japan, yeah, we're not selling you LNG. Germany, yeah, we're not selling you LNG. We don't want more business, basically. We're going to basically DEI the entire country and ESG the entire country into oblivion. And then you have a person that's soon to be prime minister coming in saying, yeah, we're going to cut all of that on day one. People should understand that in the next week to a month or two, reality, like Drew said, that synthetic reality that's being painted right now, once that evaporates the way it did with the US when Trump won, there's going to be a reinvigoration of patriotism in Canada once we see things immediately get pushed through. And that's where I'm hoping. That's what I'm banking on at this point. Because to me, Carney is not going to do nothing. And as far as I'm concerned, if you ever watched a Carney Pierre Poilievre debate, he chews him up like a bulldog. He chews him up. Wait till the debate. He's going to get chewed out. This man has no political experience. He's a nerd that crunches numbers that helps you launder money. That's it. Goldman Sachs, BlackRock, all this stuff.
Perfect for the leader. Of the Liberal Party.
We got two more guys sitting in the back, boys, and this is gonna be the fun thing about today. Sean texted the world. We're gonna make sure that all Canadians get a voice on here. Marty up north hopping in. Marty, thanks for joining us, and Corey Morgan from the Western Standard. Boys, thanks for hopping in. Now,
we're missing the event next door, right? Have you guys been watching what's going on in at the convention? All the speeches. It's precious.
I've got it live streaming right now. It doesn't appear to be anything interesting.
She's boring. You missed all the speeches. You literally just missed Karina Gould screaming, "We're the party of the charter." Like,
Gould.
Wow.
Wow.
Yeah. Wow. We're the party of the charter. Okay, sure. While Parliament is prorogued, sure. Yeah, you're the party of the charter.
Corey, you've been around this for a long time. I always say that when you come on. What are your thoughts? Any well, I don't know. Just on Carney, we assume is going to be. We all think he's getting coronated today. Any thoughts that would go against that? And then whether or not he, the discussion is going around on whether he can win the actual election against Pierre.
Yeah, well, I came in a little earlier. I could hear it. I think I'm probably on the same page of a lot of you already. It's going to be a coronation. The thing that's going to be interesting, I've been seeing other people, some people signed up for liberal memberships and they were worth exactly, what they paid. They're free. And a lot of people are having trouble, though, getting verified and getting through to vote. So it sounds like their system's been having problems. Plus, a lot of people signed up for 2 candidates who ended up getting disqualified. So they probably won't come out to vote. So what's going to be really interesting in an exposure of just how messed up Canada's system is that this man is going to become the prime minister with a tiny, tiny fraction of Canadians actually having cast a ballot for him. So he's going to be very illegitimate coming into this right off the hop. And I would hope they recognize that, I guess. And the only question is, how long are they going to go before they call a general election? That's their only hope to have legitimacy. I mean, I know they don't seem to care. If they think they can hold on to power, they don't need legitimacy. But still, they'll get back down to Trudeau-esque type of support numbers, I think, if they try to drag this out much further after the leadership. So the only questions now, like everybody else I think is kind of saying, is how much is he going to win by? And, what is their strategy going to be going into a general election? I don't think he's going to do well in a general election. As somebody was just mentioning earlier, he's not a skilled politician. He's not a good communicator on his feet. I mean, he's not a fool, but his skill set was not trained for this sort of arena. And this hasn't given him a lot of time to prepare for it. I'm sure they're training him like crazy right now, but that's not enough time to enter a general election with, I mean, a guy who is a political animal like Pierre Poilievre. People shoot at him saying because he's a lifetime politician. Well, that's true, but it also means he's a very skilled and experienced one, and he's really going to chew on those liberals hard.
Yeah, Carney can go on a stage at a business conference in New York, talk in front of a bunch of bankers and business people, and he'll talk gobbledygook, right? Like he'll just use big words, and everybody applauds him. You're right. He won't have a chance in the House of Commons, and it's going to be hilarious because if he is selected, he'll be watching the proceedings of the House of Commons from the spectators gallery. So just on your one bit there, Corey. So Carney in his speech about 20 minutes ago bragged about the fact that they brought in 300,000 new members. At one point they said 400, but I have a feeling they eliminated 100,000 who didn't qualify. Their latest press release said about 159,000 voted. So they had even when I was at the Carney event on Tuesday live, people were mumbling about that. He mentioned, he at one point he says, I'm here to fix things, and everybody yelled out, "Fix the voting!" Like it's not nice. Going well for him. Yeah, and I don't think it'll be a total coronation. I think Freeland put up a good fight. And if he comes out like 80% victorious, which I doubt, somebody like Freeland might protest that. So I think it's in their best interest to make it a 55-45 kind of victory, so that to avoid any serious, calls for audits.
Yeah, Mein Freudeline did do a very good job at getting all the votes. Very nice. Very good of you, Freudeline.
Marty, were you actually able to vote eventually?
I was.
Okay.
I was able to vote, and I voted for Freeland. So at least, so if she doesn't get one vote, we'll know there's been some cheating going on. It was a complicated nightmare to vote, by the way, and and I did go to the Carney event.
Oh wow.
Well, it's pretty telling. I mean, you went to the Carney event. We sent a couple of reporters to Carney events, and of course, we get turned away and kicked out at every one of them. They won't let us anywhere near him. They sort of embarrassed themselves because they sent an invitation to the Western Standard. We had letters that said, "Hey, come on out, cover our event." So, of course, we did, and we showed up, and our reporters were turned away at the door by a poor, nervous 20-year-old volunteer. But I mean, it says a lot about your candidate when your best strategy is to shield him from critical media whenever possible. That means that they're afraid of him being able to answer questions on his feet. And they can do that in a leadership race. They're not going to be able to get away with that in a general election.
He had too many what I call bozo eruptions, right? Which is a Canadian term. A bozo eruption is when a candidate actually accidentally tells the truth on the campaign trail. And he was prone to telling the truth. And in strong comparison, like, who here has been to a Poilievre event with 2,000 people where he stands by the stage till he'll let hundreds of people walk by him and take questions from everyone. It's a stark contrast between the two.
Also, Corey, did you notice that Warren Kinsella got a massive like review on his post when he said exactly what happened to you on X? Bad look, Carney. Very bad look. And that's Warren Kinsella who's backing him like to the brim.
Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, part of it, too, is I suspect Warren would very much like to get a job in the Carney war room, even if it's only going to last till the end of the next general election. I mean, he's been nothing but a commentator since the Chrétien days. And hey, he was an effective strategist with Chrétien. It's undeniable. Kinsella, as maddening as he is actually a pretty effective war room operator. I think he wants a job. So it's in his interest to say, hey, your room is full of strategic fools right now. If you pay me the right fee, though, I'll pop on and help you out in this next 40, 50 days.
Warren, also I can stop being mean to you on social media if I'm working for you.
Warren is so good as a strategist. I think Danielle Smith should actually hire him. That's how good I think he is.
Well, she could use some help too, but that's a different
Did you guys see the latest polls from 338 Canada? So I mean, polls have been collected all week long. Like we're in hyperdrive when it comes to polls. Everybody's commissioning them, but 338 aggregates them, and so they just published the aggregate today, and it's already flattening. So we're if according to 338 Canada, if there was an election tomorrow, we'd be scroll down a little bit there, Sean, just to you're on the wrong page. You have to go to the select your region, go right to the top, and then choose your region.
All federal.
Yeah, further up. No, choose. Okay, that's fine.
Okay, Canada federal.
Yeah, there you go. And then now scroll down and go to, let's say, popular vote. Well, actually, this page is interesting. First of all, right there. Okay, that's popular vote. So you can see how it's flattening, right? So the Conservatives in blue at the top are the same as last week. So that gap isn't narrowing as much as it was last week. I for one, think the polls have some truth to them. I mean, you can look at them individually. They definitely have some bias depending on who commissioned them. The polls on there, they show who commissioned them, whether it's the National Post or whether it's Global or whatever. And but there is some truth to them. I think 6 months ago, everybody, if you got a call 6 months ago, you were completely fed up with Trudeau and you weren't going to select him. But Canadians normally are a very progressive liberal nation, and Carney has given us given Canadians an excuse to choose liberals again. But I agree with all the comments. I think if Carney misreads these polls and does something silly like call a snap election, hoping to take advantage of Trump deranged syndrome, I think that'll backfire on him.
Well, I think Jagmeet Singh is planning on a snap election as well, because I mean he just spent $500,000 on that boxing video, and that boxing video becomes completely irrelevant if the Trump man bad situation goes away with the tariffs.
Yes.
So he literally bet the entire future of his political party on this remaining an issue, which tells me, one, they're not interested in solving it, and B, that there's probably going to be an election soon, because you don't spend twice as much money as you currently have in liquid assets as a party on one ad
Wait a minute.
I think he
I'll
went
be
in.
pretty damn
I think
sure
he went
there's
in
gonna be an
debt
election.
making that video. He went in
He did.
debt. Like
He did.
Yeah,
So
for sure.
they had less than $300,000 in liquid assets. They had $300,000 a few months ago, and then they had to pay about 10% of that to Kaylin Ford because the NDP in Alberta don't legally exist. And so the federal NDP had to cover her court costs in the defamation lawsuit that she's bringing to the Alberta NDP. And so now they're down to about 270, and they spent $500,000 on that ad. And you don't do that unless you're expecting an election to happen.
Hold on. So I don't know how many of you play insurgency with Canada. 2 years ago, I signed up to all the parties, and I'm on all their mailing lists. I'm getting emails about like, get these signs printed, get these things going from each of the parties. Are you guys not seeing this? Are you not getting the emails? Like
No,
there's
I'm
preparation. They're literally sending us the pictures and PDFs of what to print out.
I did see something with Polyev saying something about election signs.
No. But it literally gives you the cutout, and it tells you that if you want to print it, this is where you go. These are the dimensions. I get from the Liberals. I got from the NDP.
I'm only a member of the Liberal Party. Wink, wink.
I mean, I'm not a member of any of the parties, but I get all the press releases because I'm at the Standard and I'm on all those lists. And I mean, it's always been busy, but it's going into hyperdrive. I was cynical before and thinking maybe Singh is going to cut a deal with Carney and try and stretch this out, for the sake of an emergency. But as I said, if he spent that much on advertising with the little amount of money they've got, plus the parties are getting the wheels turning now, it's pretty clear there's going to be an election coming pretty soon. And once that starts going in motion, they're going to go for it.
Yeah, I've had people text me, tell me that pilots have been put on standby at the charter branch of Air Canada. Offices for campaign offices have been rented, things like that. And I could say, I mean, it's kind of like getting ready for wedding season. You book it just in case, but I think the noise is increasing, and I think there's definitely preparation. Well, actually, for the Liberal Party, one of the things I'm getting is emails on getting ready to campaign. Like they put on these campaign 101 classes, and they're inviting us $35 to go to a campaign 101 class. Like they want us to pay to learn how to campaign.
Pyramid scheme, Liberal Party. Pyramid scheme, Liberal Party.
Yeah.
So I mean, technically, you're not a volunteer at that point. You're paying them to go knock on their doors.
Basically, yeah.
Damn. Hey, I got a question for you guys,
strategy.
because we got a really great group. Thanks to Sean for bringing all these people, not including me, into this conversation, who are like really, really in the know about what's going on politically in Canada. And it sounds to me, I'm feeling actually quite hardened that the nuancical conversation is that Carney's probably going to get in, but he doesn't have a chance at getting the actual leadership once there's a general election. Although when I talk to other Canadians that are not in the know, that aren't nuancically following political goings on in Canada, they feel all of a sudden like Carney might be a shoo-in, or at least like a coin toss. To what degree do you think, if you were to lower things to the lowest common denominator, that there is a possibility that there is a Carney, or is it just like this is all smoke and mirrors?
I'll take a quick crack at this one. Carney's a one-trick pony.
I think we all want to.
Yeah, he's the one-trick pony right now. I mean, like with Trump threatening a trade war, then they can bring out Carney and go, look at his resume. He worked for the Bank of Canada and the Bank of England. He's a one-trick pony. If on other issues like healthcare, the Constitution, building up the military, woke policies, you name it, he's got nothing. He's got nothing. So that's why they didn't want him around. He couldn't answer those questions. So that's my thoughts. One trick pony.
I'm going to jump in speaking for Quebec, and the only French-speaking person on this panel is probably Marty. So the Quebecois here, I went around downtown Montreal. And I went to downtown Montreal, and I was asking people, like, do you know who this person is? They're like, non, je ne sais pas. Like, they don't even know who this guy is in Quebec. They've heard of Pierre. They've heard of Justin. They've even heard some of them of Freeland. I walked around downtown St. Catherine just asking people these questions. They don't even know who this person is. So they're either going to be voting for a party, but they're not going to be voting for a particular incumbent. It's too soon. It's too quick. It's the Kamala effect of it being shoved in too quickly. You're not going to make up for, let's say, the last 5 years of scandal after scandal, economic policy deterioration, immigration, all that. You're not going to make up for it in 3 months with a guy in a suit. You're just not going to do it. At this point, Forrest Gump has a better chance of winning against Pierre Poilievre.
His French is absolutely brutal, right? I mean, mine's kind of brutal, but I've been here. I have an excuse. I haven't used it, for a few years.
Did you watch that interview, Marty, when he was talking French?
Like they brought him out on talk shows, and they brought him out on one talk show about a month ago, and I swear to God, the crowd looked like the crowd was like, "Wow, I paid for this. Like, why am I here?" Like they were disappointed. And if I was Pierre. And Carney does get into the House of Commons, I would never go to English. I would ask him every single question in French. It would annoy me as a Canadian, but I would do that.
So, yeah, I mean, everything you guys are saying is right. But here's the thing about Carney is that this guy lives in a completely different world than us. When
he's in a different country than us.
That's also fair. That's also fair. So this is a guy who it was documented in the British news that his wife was just astoundingly mad because their living allowance was only £30,000 a month when he was leader of the Bank of Canada or Bank of England. This guy is going to be perfect because he's going to get so many chances to screw up because they need to get him as a known figure. And so they're going to be putting him in front of a microphone as much as possible. And he's not even going to realize that he's fucking up. He's going to be like, well, yeah, times are tough in Canada.
Don't you eat caviar? Yeah. Don't you
eat
caviar?
That's exactly it. And so maybe instead of getting bluefin, you go to mahi-mahi for a little while. I know I had to cut back on things. When I was sailing around the Iberian Peninsula this year, I had to get a 2-star Michelin chef instead of a 3-star. He's going to say stupid shit like that, and it's going to explode, and I'm going to laugh my ass off.
Well, you know what? Something I want to add to that.
At one of the leadership debates, in the one in Montreal, I think that was a question. Like they asked all 4 candidates what a basket of groceries was, and Carney dodged that one. He's like, I don't do groceries. I'm like, yeah. So what you're saying, Sean, is he doesn't do groceries. His wife don't do groceries. Probably his butler doesn't do groceries, right? Somebody down the scale does the groceries for him.
Well, yeah, I talked about this.
Can I ask Corey a question?
Just real quick. To be fair, though, Mark Carney is one of the only people in this country who can afford a basket of groceries at this point in time.
I'd like to ask Corey a question real quick. Corey, 2012, you were on top, I'm sure, of like the politics. I wasn't even around. I was probably doing something like ice fishing or something. But didn't they want him in 2012 to run instead of Trudeau? That there was this like idea that there was going to either be Carney or Trudeau, and then he turned it down to take the job at the Bank of England. Am I wrong in saying that? Because what I read, the guy made off with over $10 million as the governor of the Bank of England. And then once that pot dried out, he went to BlackRock. And then after BlackRock, now suddenly he's coming to Canada to become prime minister, or he's been shadow advising Trudeau while doing all this for climate agendas, which is what BlackRock was pushing. So that means that he was both at BlackRock and advising Justin Trudeau. Am I wrong? Didn't they want him in 2012 and he turned it down for a higher salary?
Well, I mean, my memory is only so clear from back then. I know he was one of the names. Back in 2012, they were throwing names like spaghetti at the wall, though they were desperate to try and unseat Harper. Carney was well, as far as you would go in political insiders, an established person to consider. When they went with Ignatieff, which is very similar, though. I mean, an intellectual type of person who wasn't directly involved, at least in the party politics for years. They thought that fresh face would help them, and it slaughtered them because the problem is, anyways, that Ignatieff was from outside of the country, and they campaigned effectively saying only visiting. You just came back as the opportunity presented. And now that Carney did take off to the Bank of England, that he does spend all his time in New York and has done those things, it puts him at a really bad disadvantage that they're going to twist at right now. But I don't remember specifically from back then.
Yeah, I wouldn't call it twisting it. I'd call it accurately speaking to it.
Oh, yeah.
Marty, go ahead. They couldn't bring out Carney because, I mean, throughout let's say 2011, 12, like right up until the end, I mean, Carney was right on stage with Flaherty. What was Flaherty's first name? Our Minister of Finance.
Jim Flaherty.
He was on stage with Jim Flaherty. He had been appointed to the directorship of the bank by Harper himself. So I mean, the Liberals couldn't have paraded him because he was back then he was considered a conservative. So
by the way, Marty, did you see how he took credit for Jim Flaherty's work? And
and then Harper was like,
him?
"Yep." Harper spoke up and basically said, "You're taking credit for a dead guy's work," which, I mean, there's very few politicians that haven't done that. I mean, the NDP guy, he did that on his deathbed.
Yeah, and that triggered the whole Carney meme series last week. I mean, you know, Carney's the greatest man, or what's the Dos Equis guy? What was he called? He
most
gave
interesting man in the world.
Yeah. Carney gave him a run for his money. So
yeah, he beat up Chuck Norris.
Mockery, but that exposed something else about Carney that shows a bad political understanding on his part. And I think it probably didn't resonate with the average public member who doesn't follow politics closely, but they got to understand the head of the Bank of Canada isn't supposed to be fucking around with any policy issues while they're in there anyway. So he shouldn't have been doing, even if he was doing it, you're not supposed to be doing what Flaherty was doing. You're not supposed to be doing anything with the budget. You're there to manage the Bank of Canada and nothing else. It's supposed to be the most apolitical position in the country almost. You know, you focus on that. And for him to suddenly say, oh yeah, I was deep within the Harper government on finance. Well, what the hell were you doing there? Because you're not supposed to be in that role. And that's lost on a lot of Canadians. And I don't think it'll be a big political point to throw against them because most Canadians don't understand that system. But it also shows that Carney doesn't understand that separation very well either when he could try to take that credit. And there's a lot of room for mistakes.
You guys made me think of a question. It's a question I've asked a few times, and I haven't had a good answer to it. Why is Carney running? Because he got.
I've asked that too.
But why is he running? What's in it for him? Because as far as I'm concerned, he's a guy who's probably got a net worth of what, $30-40 million, and this could just really go sideways for him. I mean, he's going to have to put his assets in a blind trust, and he's going to expose his family to this. Like how much money is he looking to make? Why would he jump in like this?
Can I answer that first? Number one, if you look at Carney's portfolio, Brookfield has investments from Vanguard and BlackRock. Okay. There are globalist international players here that could stand to profit. But here's the irony in all this. And I mentioned this the other day to Steve and to Sean, the Panama Canal acquisition by BlackRock that Donald Trump did. Even these companies now are pulling out of this whole ESG climate agenda, whatever, but they are also very heavily invested. And I wonder if it's not so much Carney, but basically his investors that need him to be in a position to curtail basically the narrative in Canada. And that would be my only guess for him to put it all on the line, is that it helps his bottom line, and he could care less what you think of him. All of these people just care about the money, and I've always said that. For them, why do I care if Canadian? I didn't care about them for a decade. Now I'm supposed to care about them? No, I care about my portfolio, my bottom line.
Hey, sorry to hop in, boys.
Hey, Sean, do you want to shift over to?
Trudeau's speaking right now? Is he not?
Yep, he's speaking right now. So you should shift over to that for a few minutes and see what he's got to say.
Yeah. Turn on the. There you
go. Ooh.
He basically just finished speaking, it looks like.
Oh, he did? Bummer.
Yeah.
They're keeping all the speeches short and sweet, right? They're
This reminds me of when like, did you guys see the stage? It reminded me when like Biden drew. Remember when Biden came out and was like doing this? Like everything was red. And he looked like a fascist.
Like a scene from Star Wars and the Empire.
When they scan the crowd, they got a bunch of red lights shining down on them too.
But like you would think that the marketers and the PR team would understand that even though we're red, maybe we shouldn't make it look like a socialist, fascist, Nazi thing. Like, can you imagine just turning that liberal logo black? It would have just been like copy.
So now they've got John Chrétien.
Yeah, bring him up too.
All right. An interesting thing about John Chrétien, you can always tell when he's lying because he talks out the side of his mouth.
Yeah.
Monsieur le Premier Ministre Trudeau, candidate.
Do we want to listen to the French?
Du parti.
Anybody?
Ministre,
I could translate if you want.
Cher compatriote, bonsoir.
Dear Patriots.
C'est une occasion exceptionnelle d'être avec vous ce soir.
It's an exceptional time to be with you tonight.
De ma 9e convention du Parti libéral à laquelle je participe.
This is the 9th convention that I participated in.
Et c'est la 7e fois que je m'avance au podium.
It's the 7th time I've come to the podium.
Je n'aurais jamais cru que je pourrais le faire à l'âge de 91 ans.
I didn't think I'd ever be able to do it at 91.
Et toujours
91.
It's great to see so many young people in
It's
the
great
room
to see so
today.
many young people. Just kidding. Just kidding.
Reminds me of my first Liberal convention when I was the president of the Young Liberals at Laval University.
I'm in Laval.
In
Nobody likes him.
1958, when Lester Pearson was elected Liberal leader. In 1958, not
See, they
many
got to go back to their
people
glory
born.
days, right, the 1950s, because they got nothing to go back on
Then
recently.
he became a very good prime minister. I have kept coming to Liberal Convention for 68 years. I have kept coming back to Liberal Convention because of what the Liberal Party stand for. I have kept coming back because of what the Liberal Party has delivered to make the lives of Canadians better. And
Which
I am
Canadians?
here today because it is the Liberal Party that can best deliver the better lives for Canadians in the days,
He can't even spit it out.
months, and years ahead.
Like they got nobody better to roll out than this guy. Like,
Yikes.
Well, I mean, they had
It
Trudeau up
is the
there,
Liberal
and then
Party
they had
that has given
his daughter
Canadians
for a
the
little
Canadian
while.
pension plan and Medicare. The Charter of Rights and Freedom. The two
I thought the
official
NDP
languages
got Canada healthcare.
that put the indigenous rights into the Canadian Constitution. Brought in tough gun control laws.
They're tough on
Affirmative
hundred-
action.
The guns they banned are older than that.
We
Fuck.
have always supported women's right to choose.
like man, they're really
We are
going
the
back.
party who led the way to permit the second party in the country in the world is to permit same-sex marriage.
I like he cares about that.
Yeah, the party that gave women the right to
party
vote. Might as well go
Is the
that far,
party
Sean,
of
while you're at it.
diversity, equality, tolerance, openness, and inclusiveness.
Tell that to the truckers.
We liberals call it the very essence of Canada. And it is the Liberal Party that gave us the red maple leaf flag.
They really did
Maple
take it
leaf
back.
that doesn't grow west of Ontario.
Which flew so proudly in homes across the country on the 14th of February to demonstrate our patriotism and love for Canada.
Hey, wasn't it the Liberals that were shitting on the flag during
want-
the convoy?
Yeah, let's talk about the 14th of February, 2022. What happened then?
Former Prime Ministers Joe Clark, Harper, Martin, Campbell for coming together with me to rally Canadians across the land to show the Canadian flag with pride, with a lot of pride.
Pet Brett says in the comments that Chrétien remembers when popcorn was invented. I would argue that
Yeah, but
Chrétien remembers
popcorn
when
was
corn
invented
was
by-
invented.
Popcorn was invented by Mark Carney, though. So yeah.
Yeah. This
But
is
tonight, I want to pay tribute to Justin Trudeau.
all right. We're good.
I want
We're good.
to
We'll
be-
come
I
back.
think
Nice.
this could be
Seriously.
nauseating.
Okay, we'll come back to this.
You know, somebody is going to take advantage of the possibility, the chance that Chrétien gave them right there, where he kept saying, "I kept coming, I kept coming." And they're
I
gonna
know,
do
like,
they're
say
gonna
it
do the
one more
Donald Trump
time.
thing. It's like, "Do not come, do not come." I'm gonna come. Somebody's gonna do this with him. I can see it happening already.
Well, Vesper can do it.
you
If
guys-
anybody can do it, Vesper's got the technology to do it, or RPN can do it as well.
You know what I'm doing? I'm actually working on a meme now of John Wick. That scene where the father's talking to the son about like John's coming for you, and there is not a thing you can do about it. But I'm going to replace the face of
he calls him.
right. I'm going to Vigo. I'm going to
Yeah.
replace the face of the father with Justin, and Carney's face is the son, and he's telling him with his ear like there's nothing you're going to do to stop him. It's unfortunate. And look, let's be honest, and I'm sure all the panel is going to agree. It's not just that the conservatives might win on some of the things on their platform. It's theirs to take because the liberals have just completely destroyed it. So it's not so much that they're winning, is that the liberals are also losing.
They had an open net 3.5 years ago, and look how that went.
The media was against us, right? I mean, they had an open net in 21 and 19. I even dare say the net was pretty open in 2019. Yeah.
But a lot of things in 2019 came up about the election. I don't know if Corey knows more about this for the Western Standard, but apparently there was a lot of tampering that happened with the election on that election between foreign interference. Was it just 2019 or 2021 also?
Both, actually. There was evidence of it. I mean, most of it seems like they were messing around in the nominations, I think, where they were most effective, but that's still frightening. I mean, if you've got a constituency where you know that, you know, a liberal is going to be elected, even if they nominate a dog, then it says quite a bit when the Chinese have managed to rig the nomination. That is the election at that point. And it's interesting to bring that up because I looked at a recent bunch of polling as well about what the top issues are for Canadians right now. And unfortunately, the foreign interference is way down in the toilet. The Liberals ragged the puck long enough. They actually pulled it off. Most Canadians got tired of it. They stopped thinking about it. They stopped talking about it, even though it should be a top of mind bloody issue as we're going into an election. And it's way down the list right now. And that's really, really unfortunate because that's kind of was the beginning of the end of the Liberal strength. I mean, that's where the scandals finally caught up to them. You know, the WE scandal wasn't enough. SNC wasn't enough. But the foreign interference was finally dogging Trudeau, getting on him. But they dragged it out so bloody long, it lost its power, and it really should be a head.
Never mind the RFK files or the JFK files or the Elvis files. I want Trump to leak out the Canadian foreign interference files. Wouldn't that just be awesome?
Well, you know, you guys know that, and I'm sure you do, that Justin Trudeau is now being sued in a Superior Court of Ontario over the invocation of the SNC meddling with Jody Wilson-Raybould. Did you guys know about that?
Yeah, the RCMP is doing an investigation into it.
No, but now they've taken it out of federal court. They're going into another court, like a
civil action.
Right. And I think these can be resurfaced. And I try to push back on people that come against the conservatives. Listen, if you play chess, you don't show your moves. I think people need to understand you need to get into power and then rain hell on your opponents. So a lot of people that want things I agree with. I don't think you can do that because it comes off like you're going to persecute your political opponents. What you need to do is you need to play as close to the line on your issues. And once you get into power, I wouldn't be shocked if Brock, I mean, if you guys have watched committees, Brock, Cooper, Barrett, these guys want answers on everything dating back to SNC and WE and all this stuff that they were never able to do. Let's not forget the conservatives are not in power. All they can do is ask questions.
Brock, Brock, Cooper, and John WE have been probably, I would say, the three most effective members of Parliament out of all 338, which isn't really saying much because we don't really pick our best and brightest to go to Ottawa for us. But those three in particular have been doing a pretty solid job.
We just passed the hour mark, so I want to remind anyone watching to give us a retweet, share it. We got over 3,300 people at this point watching live, so kudos to everybody tuning in. And if you got time and are enjoying the show, make sure to retweet it. We are not exactly funded by the Liberal government, are we, Twos? And
If we
I don't know if
are,
Marty's on
if
the
we
panel,
are,
he
I
voted
feel like
for
I
them.
should know about it.
Marty's team Carney or Freeland.
I'm looking for my bags of cash, but I don't see them. They might have been late delivering them today, but they're coming.
Drew, I wanna be respectful of your time. You were the first guy in. Any final thoughts before we let you out of here?
No, to be honest, I'd love to hear the rest of this conversation. I'll definitely check it out after you've posted it later. But I'd appreciate all of the
It's
insights of you
posted
guys
now.
because, well, I mean, yeah, I'll listen to it after the fact is what I'm saying.
Okay.
I'm happy to hear from other people that are in the know in Canada because I've been getting like really disheartening tastes of what general Canadians are feeling right now I think they're just plugged too much into the NPC CBC mindset right now. There's a lot of what's our next programming thing to do, and it makes me worry that we're going to get an incoming election and everybody is just sort of tied to their propaganda machine and are going to say the current thing and get another idiot into power, and who knows where that goes. In fact, what I think it'll do is there's going to be a mass exodus out of Canada if there hasn't been up to this point. It's really going to happen after that because it just proves we're a banana republic. Because all signs in the wind should point towards this is an obvious Pierre win, and it has been for years at this point. We just need to get the damn thing done. So I'm hopeful, and through your guys' help, I believe that that's going to get done this time. I re-believe, because I believed it up to this point until all this Carney bullshit's been going on. People start to question it now. But I just say the sooner the better. Get it over with. Let's get our Pierre in there and see how he can do with what he's going to do.
He's not my Pierre. But yes,
he's not really mine either, but he's not a Carney. You know what I mean? Like it is kind of a protest vote in a weird way.
I appreciate you hopping on, Drew, and sharing your thoughts. Tuning in, coming in from down south. Right? You're
Yep.
south of the border right now.
Yep.
Yeah. Proud Albertan who left during COVID. If you want to go hear those stories, you can find Drew all over the place, and of course on the podcast as well. But either way, Drew, thanks for hopping on.
All right, appreciate it. See you guys.
Thanks, Drew. Always
Cheers,
good seeing you.
There you go. We're waiting on a few different people, and as they come, Corey, I told you like half an hour. If you want to hop off, this would be the time. I can also wait until the next guest comes. If you got any final thoughts, or if you got a little bit of time, you're more than welcome to stay for a few extra minutes.
Yeah, I do. I'm afraid I actually do have to bolt, but maybe I'll just a couple of thoughts before I go.
Sure.
I appreciate coming on. I love this discussion. I mean, for some, it beats the hell out of watching that love in of liberals sitting together. It's better just to speculate on what they're actually going to extrude from themselves in this race. Just following on kind of Drew on the way out too, though, something that I have been worried about and frustrated with, an attitude I'm seeing more and more of is cynicism and people giving up and tuning out and shrugging and saying nothing's going to make a difference. It doesn't freaking matter if I vote or if I don't or if I participate. And I hate seeing it because, I know I hate ramming my face against a wall, but your chances of breaking the wall are zero if you don't try. And you got to try and mitigate the damage, even if it's not perfect. If you check out, unfortunately, the worst elements will have an even easier time. They still might win if you try. I don't know. But it really worries me when people completely tune out of the process. It's bad for all of us. The Liberals have really instilled that, I think, by dragging this out, fighting democracy, shutting down Parliament. I mean, all the way back to the truckers' convoy, of course. So maybe in this election, I hope to see some people, just feeling a bit of enthusiasm and participating in the process.
Well, we appreciate you giving us some time today, Corey. As always,
Yeah,
we always enjoy
always
having your thoughts on. Me and Two's been doing a lot of lives, and the Mashup has been bringing a ton of guests on. So we've been getting to hear a few more of your voices a little more regularly on the show and on the live stream. So appreciate you coming on short notice and giving us some of your thoughts today.
Oh, always happy to when I can. I appreciate it. Thanks, guys.
I'll come for a visit soon, Corey. I want some of that honey of yours. I know you don't like honey, so I'll take it off your hands.
Right on, Marty. I can fix you up.
I just want to follow up with what Corey was saying. It is easy, like giving up in social media circles is called getting blackpilled, right? Where you finally start to believe that you have no control and whatever happens. And And that's why I try to encourage Canadians to do the silly things that I've been doing, that the Twos has been doing. Like you and I, we went to NDP town halls this year. Somebody said like, you're not a liberal, you can't get a liberal membership. Bullshit. I'm not going to sit back and not participate in democracy. And they threatened me like, they make you check off the box saying, you agree that you believe in the party's whatever policies, and if we find you in contempt, we could fine you $10,000. Good luck with that idea. And that's why I went to the Carney event. That's why I got my this summer I have my Gil McCowan and my Naheed Nenshi or Sarah Hoffman. I was a Sarah Hoffman fan for a while.
Gil McCowan, can you imagine them looking for Marty when he's out like in the wilderness? Like we're gonna sue him. Good luck finding him. This guy is completely off the grid. This is Solid Snake. He's completely somewhere we can't find.
Yeah, they're gonna have some guy sitting on the top of a mountain in the middle of nowhere waiting to hand you fucking papers.
Well, and I can't believe poor Corey. I mean, his team couldn't get into the Carney event,
despite the fact that they were invited. And then the other thing was that I can't remember if Corey talked about this or not. It's already been a long day, but Carney lied about it afterwards. He said that they invited local media.
Yeah, I mean, dude, I was wearing Carhartt pants, a blue hoodie. I got my beard. I think I had running shoes. I mean, I was not the quintessential liberal at that event, and they let me in. But I ruined a lot of their photo shots. In hindsight, I saw they managed to do a little bit of campaign material from the Calgary event, and they got like the drone flying and looking at the crowd. I was like, oh, better turn that way. Like as soon as they got to me afterwards, when they're reviewing their footage, everywhere where I should have appeared, they canceled me. So.
Nice. For anybody interested, as far as what's happening with the live results, John Chrétien is still fucking talking.
Still talking.
Honestly, like you're really rolling the dice, Liberal Party. You're gonna get a 91-year-old man up there, and you're gonna have him talking for that long. There is a non-zero chance that he shits himself in front of that podium.
Curious.
John Chrétien and Joe Biden having a conversation. Who wins?
Nobody.
Curious. All three of your thoughts. Not to go down conspiracy rabbit hole, but I am curious, right? Because as far as I can understand from this conversation, everyone's like, Pierre's winning. Don't believe the polls, and let's just.
I'm not.
I'm curious, like
you're crazy, and ain't nobody listening to your craziness. Come on.
when I look at it, I'm like, well, do you think they took it in 2020 down in the States?
I would say 100%.
Yes, 100%.
Okay, so everybody's gonna say yes. That's sitting here. Okay, and when nobody can figure out why Mark Carney's doing this, and he's tied to probably the worst group under the sun.
He was sent to finish the job. I mean, we've all seen the Klaus Schwab videos of like we've infiltrated the cabinet.
Right.
But so he's finishing the job that Trudeau couldn't finish.
Okay. Wait. Let me finish, Tooth.
All right. So you want thoughts, but you don't. Continue.
No. Yeah. I'm laying something out here. I'm just trying to get to it. Okay. So we don't know why Carney's running. We all agree 2020 stolen. Okay. Check. And then we don't know why Carney's running, and he's tied to the worst human beings under the sun. And we are not the Americans. So we all go, oh no, this is a slam dunk. But it seems like aren't we missing the point where possibly they can steal this on us? Or is that not possible in Canada?
They totally can. I just don't want to believe it because I've said if they steal this one, I'm black-pilled and I'm out of here. Like that's like I'm trying to. That's the best theory. I mean, that's the world I live in. What's the best theory? Why is Carney here? What's happening? That's the best theory. We're fighting hard against that because that is what's happening, but we have the ability to fight it and with our votes and things like that.
Sure.
Okay, here's the one thing that nobody else has put forth as far as the why. Because I've been thinking about this too, Marty. Excuse me for a sec. Do you guys remember that classic Plutarch quote where, and then Alexander wept for there were no more worlds to conquer? You've got a guy whose net worth is somewhere in the tens of millions. He's got more money than everybody in his lineage is ever going to fucking spend. Okay? This guy has no more boxes to check. He's got nothing left to accomplish. Where the fuck do you go from here? How do you get any excitement out of life? Well, hey, you know what? I could show up, and in the spare money I have in the ashtray in my car, I could pay the $350,000 entrance fee for the Liberal thing, and I'd be a shoo-in, and fuck it, I'll be prime minister for a few weeks. That'd be kind of fun.
Yeah, I don't think it's enough. I mean, I don't think he's simply chasing another.
I just don't do things for. I don't know.
No, it's not.
What do you think?
Listen. It's really simple. This is not linear. This is not this guy coming in because he's bored, whatever. There are people behind this person that have a stake in this, and he's leading the charge. It's that simple.
The thing you're failing to take into account is that investment has completely left this country.
No, we're not talking
about all this globalism.
Allow me to finish. You got to let your guest finish, Tooz. If you come on my show, I'm going to keep cutting your ass off. Let me finish.
What's going on here?
All right.
I'm going to start muting them for you, Vesper.
Yeah,
I'm curious your thoughts.
All I'm saying is I'm with Marty. I'm going to be completely black-pilled. The only way this party wins is you rig all this.
Yes.
You buy votes. You do all that. That's the only way they win, because think about it. I said it before. We voted Harper out with none of this bluster. We were just bored. We wanted a new guy with Vidal Sassoon hair who had the name Trudeau. Sorry. After all of this, you really think Canadians aren't seeing the price of chicken and lettuce and all this BS, and they're going to say, yeah, let's keep voting them in? They don't know who Carney is. Carney has one agenda. When they ask him about the carbon stuff, he has not canceled it. Guys, you know this. You've been watching him. He wants to reappropriate it to the companies and hide this, thinking the Canadians are stupid and they don't understand how business works. Now, some Canadians are stupid and don't understand, but for the smart ones, I mean, they're going to pass the price back down to you. That's just me hiding the thing and restructuring it. His bottom line is still this green energy BS, despite all the companies that are pulling out of it in the States. Banks are pulling out of it in the States. Everyone's pulling out of it. He's got to make money. Bottom line, he's got to secure not only his investments, but the people that he works with that he's still tied with, whether it be Goldman Sachs, whether it be BlackRock, whether it be any of the people that are invested in this whole thing. Dude, a lot of money was laid in the last 2 years on green energy. Let's face it.
And we are, think about this. We still are a G10 country. Like we are one of the top 10 economies in the world, despite the fact that we only have 40 million people and we're completely inefficient. So what is Canada worth? It's worth a shit ton of money. And it's one of the easiest countries in the world to take control of. Like, you can take control of all of this by just infiltrating a couple of guys. And then think of all the money that's been, I mean, I always say this, like the Canadian federal government budget last year had a category in the bottom left corner called miscellaneous transfers worth $91 billion. That still buys a lot of corruption, man. $91 billion. If I'm Charles Schwab or anybody else, I don't care who, if I'm some evil dude somewhere in the world and I can, and I look at that, I go, what? All I got to do is find a good looking guy and get him elected. And then all of a sudden I have my hands on this pot of gold. Like, that's what they've been doing, man. It's like, it's insane the amount of money that is
Marty's completely right.
for. And like I've done that reconciliation so many times. I go, like, I don't even know how we can spend $500 billion in this country in an annual budget. It's disgusting how, like, you do the math, you go, like, it's $40,000 per person. Where's it all going? So they're in here for that.
Canada is the most gameable country until the conservatives come in. And if you come in and watch what, like Pierre said about like cutting all the stuff up. Now, again, it remains to be seen if he's going to be full of shit or not. I'm banking that he's not. But after that, I'm with Marty. Like, if you don't do the reforms that he says.
And it's not just the Liberals that have done this to us. Every government's done this to us. They take their turns at the trough, like getting their people in and then just enriching themselves. We're a naive country, easy to take over. people go, oh, okay, I voted, but yeah, I guess the Liberals won a third time. Okay, so be it. And then we go back.
But I disagree on one thing, Marty. I think the landscape in the last 4 years post-COVID and the attunement of the average Canadian to politics. I have never seen this in my 40 years of being here in Canada. I didn't care, and I know nobody cared. Now, the people around me in my inner circles, even in Quebec, like they talk nothing but politics. And they're not talking the Habs. They're not talking basketball. They're not talking they're constantly talking about the political situation that's happening in Canada. And I think we need to factor that in. I'm not disagreeing with you, but we need to factor in the idea that people are a little bit more in tune with what's happening in the country.
Well, let me interject here, gents. We got Brian Lilly in the background. We're going to bring him in. He's in for a quick 10 minutes here, and then we're going to let him go until after the results come in. So, Brian Lilly, welcome back to the show.
Hey, good to be with you. You're missing out on Jean Chrétien, waxing poetic. At least he puts on a good show. He makes you laugh, right?
Brian, is everybody else getting it really loud?
Yeah, it was loud. Your microphone is
turned way up.
Okay, let's see. How's this?
Still the same.
Still the same.
It's distorted, like loud distortion.
All right, let me just go into the settings here because see if I can sort this out. I'll just take it down, and how's that?
Very good.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm gonna add in. We got Leighton Gray too. Leighton, you're in too. But we're gonna. Thanks for hopping on, Leighton. We're gonna start with Brian. He's here for a few minutes, and then he's got to run again. Brian, sorry. What have you been seeing of today? We still got Chrétien on stage currently.
Still?
What can you bring us up to speed with when it comes to the Liberal leadership race in the next Prime Minister of Canada?
Well, it's weird that you've got the old Prime Minister and the outgoing Prime Minister sharing the stage with the people who are going to, or the person, only one of them will win, who's going to take over. You don't normally do that in a political convention because you want some separation. That's not happening here. Trudeau gave a speech that the audience absolutely loved. It reminded me of why I've always thought he should have stayed as a motivational speaker. He's very good at giving a speech. He's bad at governing, and he has very bad policies. But he can deliver a speech and make people feel good things. Stick to that, please. Stay out of politics from now on. It seems like a coronation of Carney. As I've watched the TV coverage of it, and it's good that you guys are doing this because the TV coverage, regardless of where I looked, was all the same. Repeating the lines that essentially making it sound like Mark Carney and the Liberals are now in the lead. They're not, unless you look at Eco's polls, which I don't for very good reasons, based on Frank Graves' own words. There is a push to get the narrative out there that Carney and the Liberals are about to do a cakewalk over Pierre and the Conservatives. I don't know if you saw, but in London, Ontario today, Pierre had a huge rally, 3,000 people out, at least, lined up around the block to see him. On a cold Sunday in Ontario, why are folks doing that if he still doesn't have momentum? So I think the desire for change is still there. And this election, which could come as early as an election call next Sunday, it'll be around two questions. Who can deliver change? Is Mark Carney enough change, or do you have to go to Pierre Poilievre? And of course, for many Canadians, it will be who can handle Donald Trump and what's happening out of Washington.
You were the one giving me specific times. Just curious if you can update the listener when you think we're actually going to hear results on who the next leader is going to be, what you're hearing in your circles.
So so Chrétien's just leaving stage now, and I believe we're supposed to hear from all of the other candidates. And of course, the timeline I was given was 6:45. It's 6:23 at the moment. Are you going to get four politicians up on stage and off the stage? Because they're all supposed to give a quick spiel, I'm told.
They were on stage already, Brian. They were all on stage already.
At the very start.
Okay, good. I thankfully missed that.
Didn't miss much.
So they're supposed to get results by 6:45. These things are notoriously late, so they might not come in at 6:45. And then throughout the week, I'm told Mark Carney and his cabinet sworn in Tuesday or Wednesday, and possible election call March 16th for April 22nd voting day, or March 23rd, an election call for April 28th voting day.
So two big chances of a snap election. Brian, you mentioned that one of the big things on voters' minds is going to be who they feel is best equipped to deal with what's happening coming out of the States.
Yeah.
Have you seen much in terms of a response to what's been called out of China?
No, and in fairness, that came late Friday, and it was retaliatory tariffs on us.
Yeah.
Now, I've seen people yelling at me on X saying, "You're demanding Doug Ford take all the Chinese liquor off." Okay, there's 85 brands from China sold in very few shops, and there's 3,600 brands from the United States sold, and it's about $1 billion versus maybe a couple $100,000. The Chinese tariffs, we knew they were going to do something. They regularly pick on canola and pea. I'm shocked why they don't pick on our pork producers, because we sell a lot of pork to them, and they're based in Quebec, where the Liberals have their home base. Maybe they're doing it to try and put pressure on conservative politicians. But their tariffs are in response to our 100% tariffs on their EVs, and I believe we put 25% tariffs on their aluminum and steel at the request of the Biden administration. So they're retaliating on us. We'll have to wait and see what governments decide to do. But look, we all should have been boycotting China and not doing as much business with China for a long time. They and Mexico are the reasons that the United States is so upset with the way trade has worked, and we're collateral damage as they look around and they say, well, things used to be great and now they're not. And it's because of our free trade agreements. If it had stayed just Canada and the US, we wouldn't be in this mess.
Well, I can't speak for everybody else here, but personally, the only thing I've gotten from China in the last several years is a virus.
Yeah, it's I try not to buy Chinese goods, but on some things it's hard to find a replacement. And I was even in Canadian Tire the other day looking for a quick kitchen gadget thing, and every single type, including Canadian Tire's own home brand, was made in China.
Can I ask Brian a question? First of all, Brian, big fan, follow you on X. I have a quick question. I don't see this often. Why is no one talking about the fact that Mark Carney was head of transition investment for ecology when he left the Bank of England to BlackRock? And there is a kind of a crossover between when he was advising Trudeau while at BlackRock.
So Brookfield, you mean?
No, he went to BlackRock. You could see it. He actually even there's people from BlackRock and Vanguard that have investments in Brookfield. So,
okay,
so I'm just wondering, why is nobody talking about this guy in terms of, I know that you have been, all of you, about his globalist elitism and everything, but it's kind of significant that there are conflicting interests at play with this one leader that we're not seeing with the others. I mean, as far as I'm concerned, the other two are irrelevant. Isn't he the godfather of Chrystia Freeland's? Well, yeah, I count two. But let's say it's, so I'm wondering, like, is this a fake thing? Like, we're going to be choosing him. I mean, you have Melanie Jolie Barbie doll that's already briefing him on like things that he shouldn't be briefed on, apparently.
Yeah.
I don't understand it. Why is no one covering like his conflicts of interest beyond like Canada, that he's actually in bed with a lot of global investors? It would be in his best interest to become prime minister.
Well, so in addition to writing for the Toronto Sun and being on YouTube and podcasts like this, I'm everywhere. I was hosting for News Talk 1010, top radio station here in Toronto, on Friday, and reached out to Pierre's team when I found out he was around the corner. He came on and we talked all about this. The investments that Carney has and the fact that they're not being disclosed. When Justin Trudeau was running for leader, MPs, he was already an elected MP, and all MPs have to do a certain amount of disclosure. But Trudeau went above and beyond. So I'm going to give him credit on that. He's running for leader. He's not leader yet. He knows people are going to ask questions about this. They went to a journalist, Glenn McGregor, who was then with the Ottawa Citizen, and they said, here's all the financials. Here's the fees for every speech he's ever given. Here's where his investments are. Here's the property he owns. Do you have any questions? And McGregor laid it all out in a big piece and then published the background data, and everyone could go through it. Carney will not tell anyone anything. And he hasn't been asked about it much, but when he has been, because he doesn't talk to Canadian media, the best way to find out, get an answer out of Mark Carney is to invite him on an American show, just like Chrystia Freeland going on Bill Maher and Anderson Cooper. They're trying to win
Doug Ford and CNN.
Well, I mean, didn't he go on one of the?
Right? We're trying to convince Americans on that point. On the Liberal leadership, they're trying to win the Liberal leadership by going on American media. Doug Ford and Danielle Smith going on Fox and CNN is about trying to convince Americans, hey, tariffs are bad. And both of them still talk to Canadian media, because I've interviewed both of them recently. These guys won't talk to Canadian media, but then go on American media. So this is a guy who's about to be coronated that I've never seen someone be elected with so little vetting. It's unbelievable.
I mean, he did go on the Stephen Colbert show, and they kissed his rear end like from here to high heaven, basically the whole time.
That seems scripted, didn't it? When he was on with Jon Stewart, didn't that just seem scripted?
It did. It did.
Yeah.
You're completely right, though. What are they doing in the States? Why aren't they here with Sun Media? Why aren't they here with all these other people getting interviewed? Is it because they know that you guys are going to ask him about his investments? Is that the big canary in the coal mine for them?
Well, they get to control the entire conversation when they go on U.S. stuff, because those people don't follow Canada as closely, and they're going to miss some obvious pitfalls. It's basically him. It's him playing it on easy mode.
It's a very easy interview for them. Look, even CBC and David Cochrane, the host of Power and Politics, falling ratings, failing network, but they still have an audience. And for the last several years, they have dutifully repeated every PMO talking point that's handed to them, and they are handed to them. And even that guy couldn't get an interview with Mark Carney and was complaining about it on air and saying, we'll give you 30 minutes, would not go on. So,
Sean, sorry, are you watching, Sean? It looks like they got an auditor going on stage with an envelope or something on the other.
Sounds good. Brian, we're going to let you out of here because I promised you 10 minutes, and then we'll hopefully see you after election
hopefully
results.
We can connect as soon as I'm hopefully done writing by then, and then we'll connect.
Sounds good, Brian. Appreciate you
giving us. Still going to be
time.
open. It's the same link. You can just hop on.
Yep, sounds good.
Check.
Thanks, Brian.
All right, should we go live?
Yeah, we can. And I'm going to bring in Grant Abraham as well. Leighton, Grant, thanks for hopping in. You're into the middle of the fray.
Vote.
Clapping seals.
Yeah, that lady looks official. I saw her walking out with an envelope or something. I thought she's this is the Academy Awards portion right here.
With
Oh, wait, here.
11,134 votes, resulting in 2,729 allocated points, representing 8% of the vote. In first place, the next Prime Minister of Canada, Mark Carney, with 131,674 votes, resulting in 29,457 allocated points, representing 85.9%.
I love how his wife's wearing all red.
I love how his wife's wearing that.
That's insane. I can't believe he won it in the first
like
round. That's
really
crazy.
ugly and old.
Look at how she's clapping, dude. Carpal tunnel, carpal tunnel.
What is that music?
Well, it's a coronation. We were right. It was a coronation. There's nothing. That the numbers don't even sound right. Like what? He got 85% of the vote.
Yeah, I think there's another bossa no behind him.
Insane.
No, that's not a bossa no.
Well, while we wait for him to get up on stage, we got Grant and Leighton. They've been patiently waiting. Boys, thanks for hopping in. Leighton, just quickly, any thoughts on Carney becoming the next prime minister? We'll probably hop back to him once he gets on stage. He's shaking hands right now. But Leighton, your thoughts, and then we'll switch over to Grant as well.
Well, if you had lived through the French Revolution, you probably thought that when Robespierre lost his head, that the reign of terror was over. We're rid of Justin Trudeau, hopefully, but the reign of terror is going to go on, and it's going to get worse. Things are going to get much, much worse in Canada under this guy. I think the reality of what's going on in Canada that people are missing because they're so caught up in, Pierre Poilievre this, Max Bernier that, Chrystia Freeland talking about putting European nukes on Canadian soil and having the Canadian missile crisis. The real truth of what's going on here, and the coronation, if we can call it that, of Mark Carney, is it is verifiable proof of what people like me have been saying for a couple of years now. Canada is a CCP client state. We are controlled by people outside of Canada. There's no way that in the Canada that I grew up in, that someone like Mark Carney could ever become Prime Minister of Canada, having never run for anything, being someone that we know almost nothing about. He does not represent the views, the values, the ethics, the policies of the vast majority of Canadians. He's completely distanced from certainly the middle class. The guy is an extremely wealthy man, a globalist banker, and really his becoming our prime minister with a whimper of protest from Canadians is proof positive of the reality that we're living in Canada, is that we're being governed by people who are not representing Canadians. They don't work for us. Canada is caught up in the midst of a global Cold War between the United States and China. The United States' sudden interest in us, I predicted last year, as you know, Sean, I was on your show and I talked about this. I said that if Donald Trump became president, that we would see a new era in which the United States would take an unprecedented interest in domestic Canadian politics. That's what's happening right now. That's what these tariffs are about. But it really has nothing to do with tariffs. It has to do with the fact that Canada is in the midst of a geopolitical storm between the United States and China. And Mark Carney is a CCP globalist shill. He is a placeholder. He is a microphone for a message. That's what Justin Trudeau was. Mark Carney is the next phase. He's somebody who actually has a brain, but he's much more dangerous. He's much more evil. He cares even less about Canadians, if that's possible, than Justin Trudeau did. So we're in for some very dark days, especially when you consider that the only realistic alternative people have in this country is Pierre Poilievre, who in the United States would either be a Democrat or a rhino. If you look at the 5 points of his policy, it's very hard to distinguish. This is liberal light, and it shows why the CPC are the worst. If I was that guy on the comic book guy on The Simpsons, my T-shirt would say "worst opposition ever." These people lost three elections in 6 years. They are going to lose again if they don't change course. His policies are retaliate dollar for dollar to U.S. tariffs, a disastrous policy for Canadians. We're seeing how this is playing out. Help affected workers and businesses with tariff revenue. What that is just massive COVID-like spending, flooding the economy, driving up inflation. And then he's talking about a tax cut, which contradicts his other policy. Scrapping the liberal anti-energy law C-69. By the way, the court's already struck that down, so that's a nothing burger. Remove interprovincial trade barriers, which he has no constitutional authority to do, and rebuild our military, take back control of our borders. Well, how is he going to rebuild our military when we're in a tariff war with the United States and he's cutting taxes? And what's left out of there? Well, he's not talking about taking a strong interest in mass immigration, which is the one that nobody talks about, but is the source of the problem. He's not talking about cutting the size of the federal public service, which is what we need. He's not talking about reducing public spending. He's not talking about getting us out of this ridiculous proxy war meat grinder over in Ukraine. All of these things that Canadians want to see and that people like Trump are doing. But living in Canada today, to quote the late, great Robin Williams, is like living in a loft apartment over a great party. Most Canadians are looking at the United States and saying, man, I wish I could get me some of that. And Mark Carney is going to get us the exact opposite.
Before we get any thoughts on that, Grant, I want your thoughts as well. You, sir, have I don't know. Mark Carney was the Bank of England guy for what, 2013 to 2020. You were in that neighborhood. Maybe you know a little bit more on this. While Carney's walking up to the stage, you got 10 seconds, 15 seconds, and then we'll switch over and we'll get your thoughts after. My apologies.
Well, let me just start by saying I lived in the UK. I've done postgraduate work in post-nationalism. I watched the first battle of globalism versus the people in the UK. The British people left.
My apologies. We're gonna pause you right there. Twos, you want to bring up the video? Carney's talking right now. We might as well hear what he's saying.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
Do we even want to?
Well, I mean, it is the literally the Prime Minister of Canada now, right? I mean,
and without your love, I wouldn't have the strength that I need for what lies ahead.
And Grey Poupon in every fridge, and a Rolls Royce in every driveway.
Monsieur Chrétien, vous énergiez encore les troupes et les partisans des militants libéraux comme personne ne peut le faire.
That's embarrassing. That's worse than my French.
Vous avez marqué
better than my French.
This guy's the charisma of a wet rat. I mean, seriously, how does a guy...
Le Canada.
So for those of you who don't speak English or speak French, basically what he's saying right now is that he understands how difficult it is for middle-class Canadians right now. Myself, I actually had to hold off on purchasing the moon
my family
until next quarter because of how difficult
including my father, to run as a Liberal candidate in Alberta in the 1980s.
And Marty's right. They just keep going back.
Elections are tougher than others.
Nothing now.
How is Alberta keep producing people like her and Chrystia Freeland? That's what I want to know.
Over the years,
they spit them out of Alberta. That's
now to have an opportunity to continue your tradition of fiscal responsibility, social justice, and international leadership.
Did he just say that?
Yes,
Did he just say fiscal responsibility?
Good,
Wow.
good. Let him say that.
First of all, there's no such thing as social justice.
I know, but that's why I'm so glad that idiots like him are saying this.
Wait.
Doesn't permit me to recognize all of your accomplishments. So I'll speak at a higher level.
Ad scam.
You have combined strength and compassion every day as a fighter for Canada.
They lap this shit up, man. They lap it up.
How many of them are paid, though?
Through some of the
Justin
hardest
doesn't look very happy.
Has ever faced. Et en même temps, vous avez transformé le Canada, bien transformé notre pays, en sortant de centaines de milliers d'enfants de la pauvreté.
Equalization forever.
Wait, just said he raised, you transformed our country by raising 100,000 children out of poverty, is what he just said.
Et en défendant la liberté et la démocratie toujours ici et ailleurs.
Democracy.
Did he just say
Monsieur,
I speak
Monsieur le
better
Premier
French
ministre,
than
je
this
parle
fucking guy.
pour tout le monde. En vous remerciant.
We're going to go
pour votre
all over the
travail
world with your
acharné,
permission.
comme Ella Grace l'a mentionné. Votre travail acharné.
John Turner 2.0. Mark my words.
Votre service.
His French is only slightly better than John Turner's, but
to me, this is going to be a
French is
John
only
Turner
slightly better than Emmanuel Macron. Or
Je tiens à vous
Fidel Castro.
I'm sorry, I meant to say Javier Milei.
Accordé le plus grand
I screwed up
honneur
the landing
soit
like a female pilot.
Celui de servir comme votre nouveau chef.
well, I mean, first of all, he's alienating most of the country by he's starting off by speaking in French.
Political
This
speeches
tells
in this country should be limited to 8% French. That's it.
Pour votre dévouement à rebâtir notre parti et à redonner l'espoir au Canada.
We have to rebuild our party. He's acknowledging it.
I pledge to you and to all Canadians that I will follow their example. I will work day and night with one purpose, which is to build a stronger Canada for everyone.
Hey, he's not mentioning Trump yet.
Oh, this is great.
But-
I mean, I want a prime minister who speaks shitty French.
I will need help.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a great
I
language.
will need a lot of help. And so
yeah.
I'd like to thank Chrétien, Frank, and Karina for your energy and ideas and leadership that you have brought to this campaign.
Oh my God, poor Randy Boissonneau. He put his he bet on Chrystia Freeland. I bet you he's
Also to
devastated.
thank those ministers who remained in their posts to serve Canada directly during this time of great peril.
So we're not rid of Chrystia Freeland. Clearly.
And to the incredible group of Liberal MPs that we have, you are the voices.
How crazy
for
is
your
this? An
communities,
unelected
and you are the
guy
conscience
is going to
of
choose the
our
ministers. That's going to drive the rest
Thank
of the
you.
party nuts.
I think this is great. This is the best
Now,
possible outcome, guys.
This is so helpful. This is so
To
helpful.
give a sense of that service, I'm going to quote from a message that I and Chrystia and Karina and Frank,
Probably
three
from
of
a
us,
4-year-old kid.
four of us, received from someone called Bob Zettel. Now, Bob, full disclosure, I know the leader of the opposition's into full disclosure.
He's
so I'm-
finally
full
into
disclosure.
full
Full disclosure. Just want to get this on
Yeah.
the table.
Yeah, you're Mr. Full
Bob
Disclosure.
goes to my church.
That's not really
Actually,
a joke that works with Polyev.
I go to Bob's church because he goes there a lot more frequently than I do. Anyways, point is, Bob wrote to the 4 candidates, and he said, I quote, "Right now, everyone sees the main threat as the Trump tariffs. But the far greater
You called it,
challenge
Vesper.
will be, as it always has been, to foster unity and a sense of the common good. There are those who will seek power by dividing us."
Wow.
To that later on.
This is the exact same
And
script that
we-
Justin Trudeau
we
reads from.
need
It's
you.
just he's just another microphone. It's the same message.
To continue
I
in
love it.
positions
It's
of
the
leadership.
same the
promote
same rubbish.
Gaslighting. His
Yeah.
opening speech is gaslighting.
a commitment
If we voted out
You-
Justin, why would we want
Common
another
good.
Justin?
and the respect and the rule of law throughout the world. See, I
Rule
quote
of law.
Bob because right
You
now
can't have the rule of law and social justice.
You're going
sir.
to talk
in their
about
own
rule
way.
of
can't-
law?
Like, where
You
do
can't have
people who
both.
applaud him live?
up
Like, where do the
14
people there live? Like, where have they been for the
They
last
don't
4
live.
years?
They don't live intellectually.
Let me
that's
ask
for sure.
who's ready? Pierre,
Oh, this is great. Oh, he hasn't actually talked about
Who's
that.
ready
Enough
to
of this,
stand
Sean.
up
This
for
is
Canada with
nauseating,
me?
man. Enough of
By the way,
this.
did you see Chrystia? She was clapping like
Okay.
extraordinarily. Did you see
I know-
Chrystia? She was
I'm not going to be able to eat
Yeah.
for 3 days, guys. That was just
Grant, I know we only
Yeah,
got you
because
for
of
like
the price of groceries in this damn country.
I know we only got
Okay.
Grant for about 10 more minutes. So Grant,
Great.
you were talking and then I cut you off. Finish your thought. I know we got you to the top of the hour, so I want to make sure that you get a few thoughts in on the conversation.
Well, someone asked a rhetorical question there. Why do we need another Justin Trudeau? I can assure you, from what I've seen of Mark Carney, he is infinitely more dangerous. The British refer to him as the Dark Lord of globalism. He is at the pinnacle of that leadership. I probably would make the distinction a little bit with what my friend Leighton has said in relation to the Chinese. I agree there is a Chinese interest in Canada. It's at play. More importantly, from my own interface with U.S. intelligence, I would say that the Americans are acutely concerned about that much more than we are. And whether you believe that that's true or not, they do. And I think there's a big conversation there for this discussion now, because if you look at what President Trump is actually saying, he's actually saying you will be Americans before you become a post-national border on our north.
right.
And I think that this is something that whatever is going on in that la la land there in liberal world, we really need to focus on here. We're in Alberta anyways, watching now. We've had the comfort blanket of Danielle Smith pulled off of Western Canada this week with her alignment with Trudeau. in relation to the tariffs. I agree with Leighton. The tariffs are a ridiculous globalist response to something that Trump is asking for us to fix, that we should all want fixed as Canadians, which is the complete destruction of human trafficking and the death cult we have in our country that is housed in organized crime and the fentanyl labs. We're not doing that. We're getting into a fist fight with an 80,000-pound gorilla. Why are we doing that? The actual only answer for that is because we have organized crime embedded into the subculture of our governmental system, and because there's a narrative and a promise to make Canada a first post-nation state, which is basically means that we will not be a sovereign people. We will simply be serfs on this land, and we're at war. This is a war. This is why the British left the EU. And unless we start having these kinds of serious conversations, we're really not on the right ever going to really react until this country's actually lost, and then it'll be too late. In my discussion, I'll go a little further here in the time that I have and just say, in my discussion with the Americans, their response is, and because I ran in the Conservative leadership race in 2022, I had the really providential favor in terms of being drawn into the ability to make comments into their intelligence gathering in relation to where Canada is actually at, and their perspective on this is that all options are on the table. This tariff thing that Trump's doing is not about tariffs at all. It's about first and foremost the concern about migrants of military age being armed. If you talk to any veteran across this country and you ask them about, and our army, by the way, is now defanged, and the real Canadian Army is outside of the Canadian uniform. They're watching this very closely. And if you ask them what's the biggest threat to this country, they'll say two things. One, it's the arming of the military age migrants that have come in through the US or directly to Canada in whatever way they've come in. And or that plus them making a pathway for the mobilization of the Chinese to destabilize Canada and create an access point for the northern border. And so we can talk about house prices, we can talk about groceries, we can talk about all these things, we can talk about axing the tax, we can talk about the lunacy of the climate argument, we can talk about CO2, we can talk about all this stuff, but this is the number one conversation in our nation, in my view. It's the discussion about post-nationalism, it's the discussion of what we are as a people and preserving our culture, values, and traditions. And we better wake up and recognize that unless we can actually see that the Conservative Party, I agree with you, Leighton, the Conservative Party is the same agenda. It's taking us over the country, over the cliff's edge, just slightly slower than the Liberals are. Any of their performance in the last 5 years, you cited it again, Leighton. We've had 3 elections. We've had 3 leadership races. When have you ever heard the Conservative Party bring up the discussion about foreign interference? When have you ever heard them bring up the discussion about post-nationalism? Maybe I'm preaching to the choir here with you boys, and you know that.
It needs to be said, though. It needs to be said. Absolutely.
Hold on.
Let me just finish. The tariff thing here is...
No, Grant, hold on a second, dude. You're skipping some big things here and making these wild things. It's not because I'm defending the CPC. SNC Lavalin was foreign interference.
Sure.
The Conservatives have been fighting. There are 3 bills between 2021 to 2024 on foreign interference from the Conservative Party. I will agree with you that Aaron O'Toole, the tool, did jack all. Once Pierre, for example, just on things on COVID, for example, like bills that you cannot have us inject things into our bodies that were being defeated by NDP liberal coalitions, they brought up, even with Chong, that he's been saying this for years about foreign interference from the Conservatives. So I'm sorry, man. Okay. I think that you're making sweeping things about the Conservatives, not because they're messiahs, because they're not. But let's call the facts what they are. They've been for the last 5 years talking about this.
It's my first time on here, so let's agree to be friendly and disagree on this. But if you
I'm being friendly. I'm just saying you got to be straight.
Me too. So let me respond to that. So if you look at the foreign interference, you have an NSICOP report that came out in 2019. There are members of the Conservative Party that sit on that report. What did it come out and say? You had David McGuinty come out on YouTube and say there's ample evidence of severe and sustained foreign interference. And we have had a Conservative Party that has never brought that to the public in relation to a discussion. I have spoken with some of those committees off camera, or in camera, if you will, myself. I've asked them why they're not rolling around naked in front of Parliament to actually bring that out to the Canadian people, because that would be the first and foremost thing that you would do. It's the lowest hanging fruit in our country in relation to what should be being told to the Canadian people, and we're still not really talking about that. So that's a really big question. Why isn't that the case? It's come out. I'll grant you, it's come out in the last 6 or 9 months, but we've had 6 years of ample evidence of foreign interference, and we haven't had any Conservative MPs. When I asked them about it myself, just let me finish, and then I'll let you tell me. But when I asked them myself about why they haven't advanced that argument in terms of making it the lowest hanging fruit for toppling the Liberal government, they said it's just not in their interest right now to do that. So if you accept what I'm saying about this post-national agenda, and maybe you don't, being the forefront issue in our country, which I think it is, because our sovereignty is being betrayed, one has to ask why the Conservative Party has not been championing that. They haven't been.
So I'm going to agree with you. With Aaron O'Toole, like, this is why he got kicked out of the party. He's a complete imbecile as far as I'm concerned. I don't care where his stand is on the CAF and all that stuff. But 2023, people that go to my Twitter or X, they'll see the dates. It's from 2023 and 2024, especially after the Winnipeg Lab thing. Sam Cooper did a big number on this. James Michel Katsuya has been talking about this. So you're not wrong. This has been happening for decades, but we have to call it for what it is. A lot of people just toted the line, and at least Maxime Bernier and the Conservatives are calling this out. Who's been downplaying this has been the NDP and the Liberals, especially in the last 2 years.
Yeah,
so I agree with you. For a long time, they didn't do nothing. This is what Katsuya said, that basically the last 3 governments knew about all this interference and basically did nothing for political advantage. You're right on that. But we don't have a glass ball, and I don't play ex nihilo. I don't know what's going to happen when this new government comes in and the measures that they're going to enact. So we're all entitled to our points of views. I respect that that's what you think. I think at the end of the day, I want to see what they're going to do when they come in. Like Marty said, they don't do what they say. I'm completely black-pilled. I'm politically homeless at that point.
Yeah, and that's fair enough. And I think everyone has a spectrum of coming into alignment with the evidence that's been out in the country for a long time. And what I'm saying is there is an incremental increase in the absence of a response since 2019, maybe before. I think a lot of people in Canada didn't even understand what post-nationalism was. The last time I sat in front of Maxime Bernier, which was November 2023, I asked him what it was, and he didn't even know what it was. So I don't really think that that's a thought leadership, in fairness. And I think that if I had been the leader of the Conservative Party of Canada, as a government in waiting, that would have been the lowest hanging fruit to create the storming of the Liberal Party in terms of betrayal of the country. And one has to ask about why that omission has happened for so long. And it's still a fringe argument in terms of what post-nationalism means coupled with foreign interference. And at some point, one connects the dots and says, hey, there's a bigger discussion here about what they're not doing. Just a view. But
just a question. I just want to ask you a question. You definitely read the Hogue report, right?
Yeah.
Can you explain to me, and maybe all of us, I read it, it was damning. Why is it that it was so downplayed then? If this is such a hot topic, why is it now, like you said, bottom of the conversation?
If my view of the Hogue report was that it actually was dismissive of Conservative participation in foreign interference, and that's why it simply fell off the radar screen.
But Pierre was in the House of Commons saying, name them. Name the people that are in my party that are doing this.
Okay, and he's also saying, why won't Poilievre get his security clearance so he can actually read the full NSICOP reports?
Because he would be gagged, and that's also on my ex.
Okay, so let's talk.
Said that he would be gagged.
Yeah, I get you. And this is the conversation I hear all across the country the last 2 years when I talk about this with people. But from a legal perspective, there is a discussion about laws that can be broken. And then anybody here who's actually engaged in a deeper thought about those legal defenses, there are other higher forms of law like necessity and defense of the nation that actually take you outside of those lower level laws that say, hey, you know what, you might be breaking a national secret, so Pierre Poilievre can't say it because he'll go to jail for 14 years. But if we had Chinese troops coming over the hills in wherever in Canada, and yes, it's illegal to shoot them unless they're betraying the nation or invading the country. And so when I look as a parallel here, and you're citing this law that he'd be breaking and why he can't actually tell us what's in the report, even though he's the loyal opposition. If he actually looked to any lawyer, then the lawyer would say, hey, you have an actual defense here of necessity because you're preserving the country by breaking that law.
Well, let's get a legal opinion on that real quick.
Well, wait. Before we go any further, Marty, you got to hop off. I got to let you out. I got two guys sitting in the background. This is fascinating. So Marty, quickly, thanks for hopping on. Any thoughts before I let you out of here?
Yeah, I'm just sad that Freeland didn't win. She was my candidate, but no. In all fairness, I think this is the best outcome. I hope whoever mentioned it earlier, I hope there is a snap election because I think Carney cannot it won't be able to stand up to Poilievre as a participant in the House of Commons sitting in the gallery. So, I'm happy with the outcome. And then I hope that we go to the polls as quickly as possible. But yeah, appreciate everybody's time. Appreciate having
everybody follow Marty on X.
Yes.
Yeah,
Thanks,
everybody
Marty.
already is.
Thanks, Marty, for hopping on.
Thanks, guys. Cheers.
Graham,
by the way, if you need me to go at any point, just let me know.
Well, actually, I got 3 people and a 4th coming in. We're gonna clear out a whole chunk of the roster. Vesper, you've been in for a chunk, but Grant, just to finish off the point, did you want to? I know you had till top of the hour. We just hit top of the hour. I want to make sure that I don't overstay welcome.
Well, thank you. Thank you for coming on. Thank you for the conversation. I am a lawyer, so I do have a view. I'm interested. I see Leighton bobbing his head, and I'd like to actually really hear Leighton's response because he's a thought leader here in this legal world in Alberta. And I think it would really help your listeners to hear what he has to say based on what I'm suggesting is the case in relation to why Poilievre isn't actually getting the security clearance, which hopefully for my friend there, Vesper Digital, I don't know your first name, he adds it into the mix in terms of assessing if there's actually a compromise and why things aren't being talked about. And that's the respectful question for you, sir. It's just to say you start getting so many of these things that add up and you get to the place where it's hard not to see intent.
After Leighton says what he has to say, I'll give you my point and I'm going to hop off.
Sure. Appreciate it, Leighton. And then to Chris, David, Ken, and Dust sitting in the background. We'll have you in here shortly. Leighton, fire away.
Well, I think from my earlier comments, it's pretty obvious that I agree with Grant's frightening but fascinating analysis of what's going on. On the issue of necessity, as somebody who's practiced criminal law for a long time, I would use this example. Imagine a woman with a baby in the back of her car is parked in front of a bank. The bank robber has gone in and shot up all the tellers and has a bag of money, jumps in the car, points his gun at the woman and says, drive. On a strict criminal law analysis, she is a party to the bank robbery and the murder. However, because she is being forced to drive that car away, because she's being forced into the position of the getaway car driver, she has a legal defense of necessity. She's acting in a way to preserve her life, her liberty, and the safety of her baby. In this metaphor, that baby is the Canadian public. And so I agree with Grant's analysis that really Pierre Poilievre has a dead bang defense which is necessity. And it's a very fascinating analysis. And it's a point that I agree with Grant. I don't want to say, I think the other gentleman is correct that in some ways the CPC has been active in terms of trying to point things out, point out corruption. But I think a lot of that to my mind, has the color of trying to score political points. It isn't vested in a place where it needs to be. And that is being in the position of someone who is the leader of the loyal opposition, loyal to the country, loyal to Canadians, trying to preserve our safety, our sovereignty, our freedom, our prosperity. I don't, in my respectful view, I am not persuaded that Mr. Poilievre, that's where his mind is. His mind and his heart is leading a party that wants to have the same power that the Liberal Party has right now, but to exercise it differently. And what I need to see, and what I think the country needs, is to rethink the entire structure of political power and the way it's exercised in this country. And I'm very concerned that our newly minted prime minister, because he's promised to do it, is going to declare an emergency based upon this phony tariff war with the United States, and that we're not going to get a free and fair election. We haven't had a free and fair election in this country, arguably, since at least 2015. We know that 2019 and 2021 elections were compromised by foreign interference. But are we going to get a free and fair election? Are the Liberals actually going to resist the temptation to cheat, having cheated in every possible way over the past 10 years? So these are concerns that I have. And I'm not throwing rocks at Mr. Poilievre. He's a very talented person in many ways. He has my respect and admiration. He's one of the best orators in Canadian Parliament that we've seen in a very long time. But I'm not convinced that he has the stuff of leadership, the kind of leadership that Canadians really need right now.
Vesper, you've been patiently waiting for your chance to respond, and then we'll let the three of you out. Appreciate you guys giving us some time today.
Yeah. So, Grant, my name's Elijah, by the way.
Hi, Elijah.
So you don't
Pleasure to meet you. Pleasure to meet you, sir.
Likewise. Listen, there's a lot of arguments from silence happening here, and you guys are basing it off of patterns, which I understand. I work in crisis management, marketing, and PR. Okay, I've marketed and helped companies across the US and Europe. I understand. I don't have to be a lawyer to understand what technique and strategy is in terms of public relations and messaging. Mm-hmm. If the person is firing and calling out, you can't have this and this. If I'm hiding something and then in the House of Commons saying, name the people that are in my party, I have no problem. Let's not forget the prime minister knows the names, and the prime minister could say all the names, and he's chosen not to say any of the names. So there's a reason why we want Pierre Poilievre to get that security clearance. And you're right. He could get it and probably find a way to legally fight it. And all that is a throttle. If I'm playing a game of chess with somebody that's going to throttle my rook, my knight, my whatever, my job is to cut past all his bullshit and find the easiest path to victory. And we had the discussion last time with Tuz and Sean about this. This is about winning. I'm sorry. All I'm hearing is ideology here, idealism, like what we want, what is right, what it should be. The whole point is winning for me. My job is to win. When I win and I get an office in a position of power, I can then do things that, if had I said before, could have been literally mitigated and weaponized against me. So let's just put it on the table. On an ethical standpoint, both of you are correct. But if you were going to win this, this is not how you win this. It's not because I don't believe in ethics. I've said before I'm a Christian, but if you're going to wage war, information war, political war, any of this stuff, the last thing you need is to put more hurdles in front of you.
If you want to play this the way to win it, there's one way that Poilievre could have played that to win it, and it's to get the security clearance and then say, okay, thank you for all this paperwork. Thank you for all this paperwork. I just need to board here real quick. Press conference. It's this guy. It's this guy. It's this fucking guy. It's this guy.
I'm sorry.
I
disagree with you.
I dare you.
I disagree with you. That's idealism, because this is not tactical. You are fighting
that
a
is
landscape.
Absolutely tactical.
Wait, hold on. Let me tell you why.
What is everybody fed up with politicians?
Well, let me tell you why I disagree with you at least. See, if this was like, if we were talking Trump, right? We have a mini Trump here. It's called Maxime Bernier, where he takes radical opposition views on the way things are right now. The landscape of the United States is mostly conservative. Okay. It's just that they're lazy and they haven't really stepped up. And the last election, I think they throttled it. Okay. And they gave it to Biden, but that's not the point here. We are a socialized, liberal minded nation that the entire apparatus of media is controlled basically by liberal thought process. And I would even say extreme liberal thought process at this point, funded by the government. I mean, even Elon Trump, you didn't forget this, Steve, when he called them 69% government funded. Okay. There's a whole lot of enemies against you. And the last thing you want to do is fall into any of these traps. So I'm sorry. You're saying do this, like as if it's a 1-2 punch. No, it's not. You're playing with snakes.
But you've got to see, the thing we're missing in Canada is we don't talk about the truth. And what you just say about Canada being essentially liberal, that's exactly why we're having a conversation in the West about separating and stopping paying all the bills for Central Canada. And you know what? This is exactly the conversation that we need to have across the country, because what you don't see when you have this conversation, maybe you just put it into that little pocket of political pragmatism, is the entire electoral system is imbalanced towards Ontario and Quebec, and the West is paying for it. So there's going to be a burst.
I agree. I completely agree.
And why aren't we?
And I'm from Quebec, in case you don't know that, Grant.
Well, that's okay. I mean,
apology accepted.
I'd like to see our country. I'd like to see our country stay together. But until we actually start talking about the truthful issues about what's going on here, and we get away from that kind of political pragmatism, we're shipwrecking. And the choice is post-nationalism or Americans, because that logic is what has led us to this binary choice. And the only question for Canadians is, when are we going? Where are we going to capitulate?
You know, boys, I appreciate this conversation, and if we want to do it again, and we want to have it, I'm all for it. I'm all for it.
Can I just get my final thoughts out before I bounce?
You got a minute, and then I appreciate it, Grant. Appreciate it.
Sean Newman, the timekeeper.
Well, it's one of the things that when you put on a live stream, and Vesper, I'm going to let you bounce here. But one of the things about sitting here is I'm looking at all these wonderful people. That's why we bring you on, because this is what I want. I'm sitting here, I'm going like, Vesper, the last time you came on, we sat for an extra hour. Tooz knows it, because I was like, we should.
It was the best part of the live stream.
We should.
Was after when we said, "Are there any final thoughts?" And then it went for another hour afterwards. And
that's right. So Vesper, you got a minute, and then I'm going to let you exit. But we appreciate having you on, Vesper, as we do, Leighton.
Yeah, and I want to say this to Leighton, dude. I'm not contrarian, right? My whole thing is I enjoy game theory, and I understand the nuances of legal challenges and so on, and blah blah blah. I do favor the CPC, but not for the reasons people think. I'm voting for a lesser of two evils. Let's put it this way. It's not that there is no problems. Okay. There are problems. For example, I don't care what you do in terms of laws for Canada. What parliamentary reforms will you be doing? That's what I'm looking for. Right.
I like the sound of that.
Does that make sense? But we don't really know the climate of what will happen. We're just basing it off of history on what we're going to expect. I don't work that way, because trends, especially these days, I'm sure all of us would agree, change sometimes on an hour's notice. Things can just flip right away. My message to Canadians is that you're right. The Conservatives have failed multiple times, especially on foreign interference for the past, God knows how long, maybe back to Pierre Trudeau. But for Pierre Poilievre to stand up in the House of Commons, call out all the things that everyone is dissenting about, there's a dissonance here between, well, if he's calling them out and he's not accepting, for example, this thing, there's maybe a possibility that he's playing some kind of a game with these people. And in order to win against a weaponized system that has media, that has the government, that has the NDP, maybe you need to keep some of those cards to your chest instead of going like Tooz calls it, Frank Castle style, and just blasting your way out of things like the Punisher. I think they need to be more methodical, because they are dealing with very bad actors. And I think you're right. Maybe he could be a little bit more transparent on things. But I think even then, the population, Sean, is just maybe not ready for that kind of truth. Once I get into power, watch me make the changes that I need to make with a super majority, even a majority, things can pass really quick. That's it. That's my statement.
Vesper,
thanks for having me on.
Thank you for coming in from Quebec. I always appreciate the Quebec thought process. And as always, you've been a welcome guest here multiple times. So thanks, Vesper, for hopping
Au revoir.
Okay, Leighton, this has been, I invite you on for a certain time, and then it's just been a full meal deal. I got 4 people sitting in the back. I'll give you 30 seconds if you have any final thoughts, and then we'll bring everybody else in.
Well, I think I just leave people with this. With all due respect to the other opinions that have been here, I think what I urge your viewers and listeners to do is to reconsider the concept of Canada. You have to sort of understand where we're living, the country we're living in now, and not think of it in terms of getting back to some sort of halcyon days. As Graham was saying, we have to move forward. We have to rethink Canada. If there is a way forward for Alberta, especially, and for Alberta within Canada, we've got to think really seriously about what that's going to look like. And it certainly is not the vision that Mark Carney has. And frankly, even the vision that Pierre Poilievre has is not very attractive to Alberta. So I would just encourage people, be courageous, think outside the box. We've got to rethink this if we're going to redesign our country and make it prosperous and free, like it says in our national anthem.
Well, Leighton, appreciate you hopping on. We're going to let you out as well, and we're going to go to a whole new cast of characters. Thanks for doing this and giving us some time tonight.
It's a privilege. Thank you.
Thanks, Leighton.
Now, if you're new to this thing and you're like, what did I just enter into? Maybe you missed it. Carney is now the Liberal leader. He is now the Prime Minister of Canada. I mean, he's getting sworn in here, whatever. Doesn't matter. We got a whole cast of characters. First, David Knight-Lag, thanks for hopping in from the UK. You've been waiting patiently. I appreciate that. We got Chris Sims from the Canadian Taxpayers Federation. We got my brother, Dustin Newman, coming in from Lloydminster, business owner, and Ken Rutherford coming in from Saskatchewan as well. So we got a whole new cast of characters. You guys have been sitting in the background listening to this.
Thank you for that, guys. I appreciate the patience.
Now,
Ken, turn your phone sideways.
Yeah, if you can turn it sideways, Ken, we'd appreciate. There you go.
Perfect.
I guess I'm gonna start with Chris Sims, and then I'm gonna go to David, and then I'll get to everybody else. Not to do it in that order, just that's how I had it laid out on the old timesheet. Chris, Carney is the next Liberal leader, or he is the Liberal leader, which means he is the next Prime Minister of Canada. What are your thoughts? And then we'll go over to David.
Well, there's a lot going on in my head right now. I just finished watching him climb off the stage and get a huge bear hug from outgoing Prime Minister Justin Trudeau and the former Liberal Prime Minister Jean Chrétien. They're all on the ground there in Ottawa. I'm curious to know how many people are there. I didn't see a full wide backed off shot, so it's hard to compare to his earlier rallies. But a few things. One, procedurally, like you pointed out, he has to be sworn in by the Governor General. So what has to happen now is that Prime Minister Justin Trudeau needs to take a little walk. I don't know if there's snow on the ground in Ottawa, to the Governor General and say, I'm resigning. And then the Governor General needs to pretend she doesn't know and say, do you have any recommendations for your successor? And then he's going to say, yeah, there's this guy, Mark Carney, who just won my party leadership. And then she will swear him in on behalf of King Charles III. Bingo. He is now then Prime Minister. Going forward, I had my kind of politician universal translator on in my head when I was listening to his acceptance speech. And he said, we need to build things that we have never built before in order to strengthen our economy.
Like pipelines.
One would think, right, Tews? But we've built pipelines before. We haven't built mega windmill farms or something crazy off the shore of our coastlines, or I don't know, solar panels that cover all the prairie. Like, I don't know what he means by that. Hopefully he means pipelines and to some extent nuclear reactors, because then we'll actually have power. But if you read his book, which I strongly recommend every single Canadian picks up and reads, because he lays out exactly what he thinks. He thinks more than 80% of our oil and gas needs to stay in the ground. Like, he says this directly. He wants the carbon tax. He said he's going to get rid of the divisive consumer carbon tax. What he didn't say, again, translating, is he's just going to hide it in the industrial carbon tax and then crank the hell out of it. He also didn't mention his carbon tax tariffs that he's going to nail all of our imports with coming into Canada. He campaigned on this. So we're in for some hurt, economically speaking.
Can you explain the carbon tax tariffs a little bit better?
For sure. So Carney, again, all through his book, like, carbon taxes are like a keystone to his worldview. Okay. Mm-hmm. He was born in the Northwest Territories. He moved to Edmonton when he was 6. He got his undergrad at Harvard in economics. He got his PhD in economics from Oxford. Okay. He was the governor of the Bank of England and the governor of the Bank of Canada, reverse order. Okay. So he's a very globalist type person. He sees everything in a global nature. To your point, when he sees other countries that don't have carbon taxes the way Canada virtuously does, he gets upset. And so he wants to punish those other countries with an import tax, also known as a tariff, a carbon import tax, so that say their widgets like oranges from Florida are coming into Canada, he will then hit them with a carbon tax tariff, making them even more expensive. And he said this apart and above what's happening between us and US President Trump. He sees this as part of his long-term plan for Canada. So economically speaking, I'm really worried for Canadians because 50% of them are broke right now. They can't afford anything. And so I'm very worried about him, especially from the carbon tax perspective.
David Knightleg, you've been patiently waiting. Your thoughts on Carney being coronated tonight and anything that stuck out to you. Thanks for joining us from the UK.
Yeah, look, the first thing that struck me was that Chrystia Freeland only pulled 11,000 votes. I mean, that is extraordinary.
Wow.
And I'm glad there's an indictment of that, because I think that she's been a wrecking ball in the public fisc and on a lot of issues. And I've written a bit about that, but particularly on the issue of terror, the lack of enforcement of our terror financing laws against the IRGC and others, and then the utilization of those laws illegally and unconstitutionally against the Freedom Convoy and people that donated to it. And, she has created one of the biggest black eyes on Canadian civil rights history outside of Canada that our press seems uniformly uninterested in exploring. Our judges and our courts aren't exactly known for being conservative proceduralists, and they found it immediately unconstitutional. So it was good. I feel like there's a vindication in the fact that she did so poorly. I think that Mark Carney has a problem coming up because I think he's been protected by a press that's desperately worried that if Pierre Poilievre wins, they're going to be defunded. We're going to move away from the state-owned media, Banana Republic structure that we're currently under. And when you're no longer required to kiss up to the people that give you your paycheck every week, you'll be more engaged in discovering whether or not Mark Carney told the truth about how and why he moved his office to his Brookfield office from Toronto down to New York. You'll be more engaged on his work at GFANZ, the UN, what exactly he got up to with the net zero rules and his involvement with ESG. I met him actually when I was working on getting the ESG rules that were screening against the application of finance into the oil sands at HSBC and
Royal Bank.
Yeah, we had 5 or 6 of the banks and a few of the insurers and some of the reinsurers, and I was doing that work back and forth in London. The NDP didn't like that, tried to make a scandal out of it. But I think what we ran into, we went and saw Mark Carney in his last day at Bank of England. And one of the issues that I raised with him at the time, which I think is going to be a problem for him because of his response, was I said to him, you've got these finance rules that are punitive against free market, shareholder-led, democracy-based companies that develop and produce our fuels, oil, gas, mining. Those rules do not apply in any way to all the state-owned enterprises, which sit on top of about 80% of the global supply of oil and gas. And I said, so what's happening is we have this compliance problem. You're imposing all these rules, which you think will be good for the planet. It's tying the hands of the 20% of the global supply that are managed by the United States and Canada, principally a few Western European countries. And it's doing nothing to curtail the production or enforce any kind of environmental requirements on the despotic states. Russia, Iran are the 2 largest gas suppliers. And he said, David, I'm not the politician. And I was floored by that because I thought we were going to engage in a good faith conversation about the fact that these rules were one-dimensional and they were being imposed against and screening against only the production of shareholder-like capacity. So every one of the rules that we ran into in Alberta that were misunderstood in Europe, particularly around ESG, were backed by this UN World Economic Forum consensus that they were doing the right thing for the planet because they were imposing these rules on a domestic emissions basis. And this farcical view that it's called global warming, not domestic warming, right? You can't do anything with the current Liberal Party fixation on reducing our domestic emissions. But this has been the pattern and the blueprint of Mark Carney's approach to climate from the beginning. And he wants to disown it when it gets hot in the kitchen. And this is why I'm relatively bullish on the election, that I think something is going to happen relatively quickly, because the Liberals know that Mark Carney, unless he's protected by the press and can run a very quick campaign, is going to be in a lot of trouble when he starts to get interrogated by someone that's done enough retail politics as Pierre Poilievre, and someone who's had to fight against the tide of the Liberal attempt to create a consensus and wrap a Canadian flag around Liberal left ideology and pretend that that's a Canadian Canada First position. Pierre is going to start to rumble that, I think. And Sean, podcasts like yours are going to be key to it, because people are tired of and do not trust mainstream media. And I wrote a note on the effect of the podcast with some data wrapped around it on what happened with the Trump campaign and their need to end the coronation of Kamala Harris when it moved from being a Democratic Party event to a national election, and just how important the podcasts were at shifting that opinion, particularly in key demographics. So I think number one, I'm thrilled to see Chrystia Freeland. I hope that it ends her career. I think she's been terrible for Canada. I hope she goes off in the sunset. I think Mark Carney is going to answer for his climate and his fiscal mismanagement, and his attempt to sort of shield himself by being in the background as an advisor won't work. And I'm hopeful that Pierre and the Conservative team have a very strong tactical game that includes podcasts and just getting Canadians to talk about these issues openly without a politically correct mainstream government-funded press.
Yeah. David, I think you hit the nail on the head on a lot of it. I want to push back slightly. I know we got Ken and Dust to get to, so just real quick.
Sure.
I think you're proceeding under the presumption that the reasons why Chrystia Freeland wasn't voted for by the mass of the Liberal voters is the same set of reasons that you would not vote for her. And I would argue that, and I mentioned this before just briefly, but she broke the cardinal rule of being in a cult. Rule number one is you never question the leader. You never question the leader's message. You never push back on the leader. The leader is infallible. And the only thing that you can never be forgiven for in a cult is to go against that. And that's what she did when she didn't let herself be fired, when she quit first, said she wasn't going to put forth the budget. She said that she wasn't going to stand with the cult leader anymore. And I would argue that that's why she did so poorly in this election.
I'll give you that. I think that's a really insightful thing. I think she is sort of the Lady Macbeth of the play. You know, she did his bidding until it no longer suited her. And I think she was scared senseless of having to stand up and say it's shot up to 62 billion. I think her career was actually over one way or another, right? And I think what she hoped was that she could create enough drama around being seen to be publicly walking away from a deeply popular prime minister. By the way, I just saw have you guys seen this latest global poll that came out? Trudeau is negative. His negative ranking is 61. He's minus 31 on the negative positives as a leader. Trump is plus 4 now, and he's beating
in Canada.
Pardon me.
In Canada.
No, Americans like Trump a plus 4.
Okay.
Canadians like Justin Trudeau minus 31. He's over 60% negative.
Okay.
I just think that we've got I'll be very interested to see how Mark Carney starts to present when he's not being given the talking points and being allowed to get away with the reconstruction of his personality. But I'm very bullish, having watched him a couple times, leaning up against the bar, getting the semiconductor stuff completely wrong. You know, I think he's been a bureaucrat for too long. I think he's forgotten what it meant to be a banker, and I think he's going to get called on it by Pierre.
Ken, I know you got to be out of here, I thought, by 5:30, and I've waited till 5:27 to get you in. And Dust, I appreciate you hanging on here. Ken, quick thoughts, and if you got to jump, just jump.
Nope.
We won't hold it against you.
Oh, that's fine, Sean. My quick thoughts. I'm just learning, actually, from all the great people you have on here, Sean. And for myself personally, as a Westerner, I'm kind of, I look at this as more of a game. This isn't real. You know, where we have aren't Carney and Freeland lifelong friends, both involved with the World Economic Forum? You know, to say that they're opposed to each other, hate each other, sunk each other, or at war against each other. I just don't buy it. You know, I look. You can't get any more globalist than a Carney. right? Like I did some research, Sean, for this. It's worse than I thought, right? I mean, we got Bank of Canada governor, Bank of England governor, Bilderberg Group, you name it, and then maybe for Chris Sims to jump in because she seems to know a lot about everything. Actually, is there actually a link?
Fair.
Yeah, a link from Frank McKenna, the former Liberal premier for New Brunswick. I want to say he's the current chair of TD Bank and of Brookfield Management, where Carney comes out of. And the TD Bank, where they not just fined over $3 billion for money laundering, and I start to put all those things together. And Chris, am I right in that? Chris Sims?
That TD Bank was recently gone after. Yeah, that's been in mainstream media for sure. And I don't know if those two gentlemen know each other or work together. I can find out. But yeah, TD Bank has been in the news for that.
Well, I believe Frank McKenna is. This is maybe something to test. I'm not too wrapped up in this. I'm kind of a Western focused person, but I believe Frank McKenna is the current chairman of the TD Bank and of Brookfield.
I'd have to see how much they work together. Generally speaking, these folks have known each other usually at least a decade.
Yeah, there's all these linkages. And I guess for me, Sean, a lot of your discussions, Sean, recently have been on either Western independence or Alberta independence or relations with the United States. And as a good friend of ours, Sean, often says, is no place comes from a change of comfort. And when I look at the current state of Canada with what are we up to? 2,500 guns removed on a gun grab since 2020. Taxes, I've lost count of how many taxes. Poverty in Canadian households. What is it? 60% of mortgages are to be opened up in 2025 or 2026 into a highest interest rate environment. I think Canadians are about to be squeezed extremely. And last week, what do we have? We had the legal case for the prorogation of Parliament, which Sean, a common friend to us, was one of the lawyers on that case. That was lost, and the class action lawsuit against the truckers was given the green light to go ahead. So when I look at all of this, I just see rough road ahead, and I used to be maybe fearful actually of that. I don't think I am anymore, because the only way that we're going to get change is when people get squeezed, and I think we're about to get squeezed. That's my thoughts. Anybody else can slice and dice on that, but that's my quick thoughts.
Well, Dust, I've been holding off on you now for a full half an hour, maybe even longer than that. Call that brotherly love, folks. Dust, your thoughts?
I just look at it as with Carney, what's he going to do next year? My thoughts are, once he gets in, is he has to call an election. I know that you and I have had discussions about that in the last couple of months, Sean, and if he pushes off the election at all, I think that he'll suffer because of that, and the Canadian public will scream out, especially because he's not elected in a formal federal race. But if he calls an election, which I expect, that's the real turning point in Canada, one way or another. Because if he gets in, there's nothing good coming out of Carney when it comes to taxes, developing our country, increasing exports, having a smart policy to deal with China and the U.S., who've both announced tariffs against us. I just don't see it going good any which way. And the risk of Western separation, I think, increases exponentially.
Opportunity of Western separation. Yep, that's correct.
Yeah. And then versus if Poilievre gets in, I think obviously everything quiets down on that front to a certain extent. Not that I'm certain he can lead us through these rough waters. I'm really not certain of that, because there's a lot of strain and pressure when it comes to this country. But I think he's at least better positioned to have a positive effect, whereas I don't think Carney will have any. So I'm not totally sold on Poilievre. I don't know how good of a job he'll do, or whether he'll be able to solve a bunch of the issues, but I think at least he'll have a shot at it. So
Chris, David, Ken, feel free. I don't know how long I have all of you, because I at one point in time said, we're going to have you from this time, and I've absolutely butchered that. Welcome to a live stream, I guess. But feel free to hop in. We got Carney as going to be the next Prime Minister of Canada is a foregone conclusion. I think a lot of us have been saying that for multiple weeks, and it's basically here.
Yeah, I have a quick thought, Sean, which is, I think, look, no matter how the election goes, one way or another, he's either going to be the prime minister or he's going to be the leader of the opposition, right? I mean, it's going to be one of those two, I think.
Assuming he wins his
You
seat.
think he's going to stick around if he wins his seat, David?
I don't know, but I'll make I'll draw us to the conclusion from that point, and then we'll see if because Chris, you would know better than me, perhaps, right? But I do think that we're in a very unusual moment right now where people that I was just talking to some people in Ontario and a couple people in Quebec, because I'm quite keen to see if we can use this moment to convene some people to get some pipelines agreed politically, because there's enough antagonism towards the United States. Some of it I think is misguided, but it's irrelevant what I think. What I know that I can work on is seeing if we can channel that towards a political consensus that would mean that we can lock down a couple critical opportunities. And one of them I think would be an industrial corridor, shortening the regulatory requirements for pipelines. There's enough kind of public consensus. The poll numbers are strong enough where somebody like Mark Carney will be scared to cross. If we can get him on if we can use this moment to get people that otherwise have been, sort of oppositional or hand waving around the stuff to really lock in and commit to it, as part of using all this sort of anger and frustration about the current situation with states to go coast to coast. I think it's a great opportunity for Canada to do that. I think it's a great opportunity for us to make a commitment to a reformed NATO. I mean, watching somebody like Chrystia Freeland say, just watch me fund NATO in 2 years, tells me that the most extreme and least reliable part of the Liberal Party has shifted so far. They don't make those statements without doing the internal polling. I think that there's an opportunity on security, an opportunity on energy, an opportunity to shortcut some things and get some commitments that could really be beneficial to our energy security, our relationship to the states, and our coast to coast infrastructure. And I think right now is a good moment to sort of look past the theater of the election and get, whether you're conservative or liberal, lock in some strong voices on making these commitments now so that we get outcomes that we need, because I don't know that we're going to have as good an opportunity to get that commitment locked in at another time than what we have right now.
So if I can, to jump in on exactly on your point, if you were to do that, I would argue you would need Parliament to sit for a bit, because you would need to get the laws passed.
Very much so.
Because if we go to a writ drop right away, and this isn't up to us, this is up to Prime Minister designate Mark Carney now, the incoming dude. Okay. If he decides to drop the writ right away, we won't have any question periods or tabling of motions or any of that stuff. We're going straight to an election. And that also means, because it's, as it's called in the business, the silly season, certain things can take over the narrative of mainstream media, especially during a federal election. And we can't guarantee whether or not an energy corridor will be one of them. And who's to say that even if they make the promise to do so on the election campaign, that they'll keep that promise? Very likely not. Politicians break their promise all the time, especially ones that are made in the heat of an election. So to your point, if we wanted to take advantage of a problem right now in order to get some important stuff done, like an energy corridor, Parliament would have to sit, and they would have to hammer that out and pass the legislation now. And that's a pretty uphill battle, because you got to get that thing through the Senate. And the Senate is completely stacked with Trudeau's driftwood now. Like, he has completely dominated the Senate appointments, and they're pretty ideological. So I don't know. I want that to be true. Trust me. I want an east-west energy corridor. I want that to be true. But in order to make it true, you would at least have to have Parliament sit, and you'd have to find a way to get it all the way through Parliament quickly. And I don't know if the Trump fever, if I can call it that, will last that long. Because his big date for all of his secretaries, what we would call cabinet ministers in Canada, but for all of his secretaries to report back to him on international trade issues and relations, on their trade relationships for tariffs, is April 1st for the whole world. So this thing could go hard and fast for the next 3 weeks.
So when it comes to actually getting something like an energy corridor, and this is why I talk about Canada actually staying together, is like energy corridors are absolutely needed for the long-term health and growth of the country. But when I look at someone like Carney, he has no interest whatsoever, you talk about his book, Chris, like he has no interest in developing the resources of Canada and getting it to market. So then it comes down to, well, does Poilievre support something like that? And I think he probably does.
Yeah.
And that would actually hold Canada together and actually develop synergies between the provinces and grow the provinces together. But if the Liberals win the next election, or if the election gets pushed off because Carney wants some time as Prime Minister first, Western separation is absolutely on the table because there's no future in the country when there's no development. And so, you go, well, we could maybe get some commitments ahead of the election or from the candidates during the election, but I just don't see the Liberals or the NDP supporting anything like that whatsoever. So it really is a key moment in this country to decide which way we're going to head, whether it's towards separating the country up into different parts or whether we're actually going to build something together.
Have any of you guys, sorry to just spitball this, Sean, have any of you guys heard whether or not they're considering not going as far as Quebec? I don't even know if that's geographically possible given how deep the seaport needs to be for refineries. Like, is there any possible way of just doing this out the St. Lawrence Seaway and not going all the way to Quebec? I doubt it. I'm imagining you probably need bigger tankers coming in there. They need to have a deep sea port. They need to be at least get to New Brunswick. They need to get to St. John. Is that the case?
I don't know that answer.
Okay. I think it would have been brought up as an opportunity if that were possible. The St. Lawrence Seaway is quite shallow and much more narrow, obviously, than what is available in the province of New Brunswick. But wouldn't that be nice where you could it's just south of Ottawa. It's like an hour south of Ottawa, right where the terminal there is in the St. Lawrence Seaway. And you wouldn't need to deal with Quebec at all, either.
I'm gonna bring in one more if we can.
Okay. Hope is a geographer.
Well, actually, he's military.
All right.
Jim, welcome to the show. Oh, you got to unmute yourself, Jim, because he's texting me as we go, and maybe Jim can. There you are. Yeah, fire away, Jim. You're texting me. You might as well address Chris directly.
Well, thanks for letting me on here with all these great guests that know way more than me. But I have sailed a sailboat through the Great Lakes, and you got to go through the Wellington Canal. There's a series of locks to get down there, and they're as old like. They were made for bringing in wheat ships for hauling wheat that Paul Martin, I think, would have owned, but nowhere near the size for a tanker, like an oil tanker, to be filled. But you can lay you could lay the line on the lake floors and then bypass the canals and carry it right to Newfoundland if you wanted. Like I'm sure there's ways of doing that.
I'm glad I asked that then. And I like your t-shirt. Is that recce? Like to go do a recce in a place?
Recon.
Okay. Nice. Love it. I was raised military. So
well, for the listener, I think I see a bunch saying, welcome Jim and everything else, but Jim's been on the show a lot. It's 34 years in the Canadian military. You come highly decorated, Jim, with your background, and you just you say I'm not, I'm learning and everything else. I look at this cast and I'm like, there's a reason why we invited you all. It's because you all have something to offer to the conversation. Now, that being said, we're closing in on the 6 o'clock hour here. We're roughly 20 minutes away. David, I have no idea what time that is for you. How much time do you have left? Because once upon a time we had a certain window. The same goes for Ken. The same goes if nobody's stopping me. I'm going to keep this going till the top of the hour. But if you have to hop out, now's the time to say something so I can let you out of here and get a final word in.
No, look, jet lag is great that way. The hour is sort of slightly irrelevant. Be back in Calgary in a couple of days. It's 20 to midnight here.
There you go. Well, okay. Well, nobody's saying I'm getting off. So, Twos help me out here. Like now, I'm like, I don't know even where to go. I look at all this. I'm like, we're all acting like, okay, Carney's in. And, like the conversation we had with Vesper and the lawyers going on was that Pierre's playing a long game. No, Twos wants to hop in. Fire away.
Well, you just told me to hop in.
I did tell you to hop in. Yeah. Hop in, Twos.
Okay. All right. So this is me hopping in. I feel like, with all due respect to everybody, you guys are looking at it in a vacuum, and that's not where things happen. The pieces are moving all around on every side. And, we were talking earlier about how the NDP has bet the farm, not a literal farm because they're the NDP and they haven't got their hands dirty in 70 years, but they bet a figurative farm on this attack ad which hinges on things happening very quickly in terms of an election. And the other thing is that the Liberals aren't going to want to give Parliament a chance to vote no confidence. So they're going to jump right out of the gate and say they're going to dissolve Parliament before they can lose a no confidence vote, which is going to make them look even worse. And so in an effort to save face and be like, oh, you can't fire me, I quit, they're going to do the you can't fire me, I quit, and that election is going to happen the first chance they have. They're not going to. They've got an uphill battle as it is, and they really have to get that election in during Carney's honeymoon period, where he's up on, oh, it's the new face, it's the new name, it's the new Liberals, despite the fact that he said there was nothing new about them other than just him. And then also, they need to have that election before everybody realizes how much of an elitist douchebag he is. And as dumb as they are in a lot of things, they've got to be smart enough to realize that. So we're going to have an election very quickly. And so, considerations about corridors and things like that, they're not really going to come into play. There might be some election promises, but
well, let me just say, like, I don't think the point is to become policy nerds about a corridor. What I'm saying is, if you've got specific issues that are in our favor that are polling at 60-70%, like pipelines, east-west trade, interprovincial trade barriers coming down, security, full NATO funding in 2 years. The great thing about the fact that I haven't liked, and I think a lot of the antagonism that's being created is being ginned up by a failing Liberal Party trying hard to run against Donald Trump instead of their record, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
But in the middle of that, what's come out of that is a national consensus we've never seen before around things that I never thought we'd ever see, like over 60% support for pipelines like Energy East or Northern Gateway, huge support for a KXL in the background down in the States, right? We've got support for East-West, dropping of interprovincial barriers, NATO funding. I think NORAD funding would be on there. I think we could integrate that into AUKUS. So what I'm saying is not that we should get on the policy side of that, but that Pierre is now able to credibly attack the Liberal record on climate, the Liberal record on security, the Liberal record on a bunch of things, with the knowledge he's got a 60% backing from Canadians. Say 60% of Canadians want this. Where do you guys stand? And I think that plays, if we have an immediate election, then what I'm hopeful of is that some of the things that are natural, are natural files to own now have a lot more popularity than they've ever had as long as I've been looking at the polling, particularly on things like pipelines, energy security, energy infrastructure. So to see Pierre's team hammer that. And the other thing that I like about it is Carney is particularly weak on this. I mean, I know his record, I know his statements. Chris has pointed out his book. I've been trying not to read it. I'm going to read it now that Chris told me to. But I think there's an opening. So to us, I agree with you in general, but I think tactically what I'd like to see us do is put these things on the record and just put them on the record in a much more aggressive, confident way. One of the things I worry about sometimes seeing even some of our own team in the Conservative Party in the East is they've adopted this default setting to be responsive to the West, but they know we're already locked in. And so they tend to try and play this middling messaging game to win over the winnable seats in the East. And I get it. But the problem with that is, the reason the Tories lost this election in the UK was not because, Keir Starmer had a worse performance than the previous Labour Party leader. They lost the election because the base stayed away. They weren't excited by the concept of the Tories being in again. And I think if we've got an excited base, and these messages, I do think, rile up our base, they're also messages that in this moment will appeal to a middle that is shifted towards a nationalist kind of perspective on energy and security.
If I can jump in there quickly, David, to pick up where you're at, I think what you might be trying to say is that this could be a big election issue. We can make this a big election issue and get them on the record. Yeah. The good news is, as we poll on this sort of energy stuff quite often at the Canadian Taxpayers Federation, these numbers aren't surprising. That the majority of people want East-West corridor energy. They want pipelines. They want interprovincial trade barriers gone. This is usually the case. It's usually in the 60s and 70s. The issue is that the Parliamentary Press Gallery doesn't know about it or doesn't care about it or
Yeah.
doesn't ask about it. But now, to your point, we can put them forward. And just procedurally speaking, Carney, when he goes to get sworn in by the Governor General, can request at the same time, can I have an election, please? Like that can happen on the same afternoon. So
Wow.
I think it is going to happen pretty quick.
I got some crazy points. I don't know if you guys have covered them yet.
All ears, buddy.
Well, I missed the beginning part of this. My apologies. I got my kids, but like, has anybody been talking about the importance of the Northwest Passage? Has anybody been talking about maybe it's in the best interest for the United States if the Liberals did win the next election, because then they've got an opportunity to like take foothold of the West. And it sounds like the West is willing to give away everything they've got under their feet for cheaper taxes and the ability to go to Vegas without a passport, which is just totally insane to me. Like there's so much that is from Manitoba to BC to all the Arctic, with the very few people that live there, roughly 14 million people, that we could be the richest nation on the planet, and people would be buying gold cards to have passports to come to our country, the brightest and smartest people. So I just didn't know if you guys have been talking about that, but the Americans are famous for overthrowing countries that are older than ours. We're only 150 some years old, and we're so fractured. We really got to figure out what our future is and pray to God that we can keep this country together. And there's some changes in our laws and of course the energy corridors. But that Northwest Passage, it can't be lost to the Americans or the Chinese or anybody else. That's the future for our country is control of that.
Jim, do you think that we could achieve that if we joined AUKUS Pillar 2 and agreed to make half of our new NATO spend sort of interoperable submarine warfare division, same as the Brits and the Australians?
So, what was that acronym you just mentioned?
So it's Australia, UK, US. It's called AUKUS, and there's a debate in the British defense side right now on including Canada in it in order to get the Americans to be able to control for the Arctic perimeter, because right now the Russian subs and Chinese and Russian icebreakers just go through our territorial waters with impunity and park there. And I think the problem for us is we just don't have the capacity to actually put together a submarine warfare tactical division that's required. Jim, I defer to you on all that, but it's
I wouldn't start with that, because right now, like, we can barely throw 4 people together to go and stand on the border to check trucks going across, right? So my biggest thing would be icebreakers, getting the Coast Guard involved, working with our Indigenous friends in the north, and like aggressively, working at the port they want to make up there and getting that established, because then that's a visual foothold. The subs and such underneath there, that's a big commitment from the country to get those boats and be able to operate safely underneath the polar ice cap. Those are questions that that there's really smart people that are in the Navy that could fix. But I was in the airborne regiment. Our job was a sovereignty of the North, and it was as simple as jumping into the Arctic and patrolling islands, and then we'd be picked up and removed from the area. But you got to have feet on the ground to claim, like, right to the very north where who knows what's up underneath there, if they can't even get subs up underneath there. But you got to be right to where the North Pole is, and you're not getting there without Arctic icebreakers and having people on there to go and put our flag literally on these islands. And that was back in the 80s. I think we were trying to get nuclear subs to patrol underneath our ice pack, and the Yanks wouldn't let us underneath there because it was this big game of cat and mouse, and the chances of collision were horrific. So Canada backed off on it. Maybe we shouldn't have, but that's in the past. I would focus on our port up there. I'd focus on getting icebreakers built, and that would like get people working in our country because we can build them right in the Maritimes. And Quebec has a port that builds ships. I think their shipping is still able to build that stuff and get our people engaged into what it's going to take to keep this country together.
Jim, does that what do you think of, if I can ask Sean, if you don't mind me asking?
Yeah, fire
Jim,
away.
what do you think about Pierre Poilievre's plan to have a base up north? And it's good to hear you're airborne. All of my uncles were airborne regiment. So, and I grew up next to the white mucklucks where they were dropped into the Arctic and had to live that way. So, what do you think about Pierre Poilievre's plan to have an actual Canadian Forces base up there?
I think that base has been on the books for a while. I think Poilievre is revising it. I think it's something that maybe Hillier brought in 20 years ago. Like that was it's been around it's been talked about it for a while. So yeah, no, that's a great start. And like there's all kinds of scientists who want to research the Arctic and stuff like that. You get all those people aboard and you get them up there and start developing, if it's a roadway or railway to the Arctic, to bring up cheaper goods and get our Arctic involved in our country. Like they're so important to us and they've been neglected for so long. It's a very important part of our country to like, this is our time to wrap it around and pull it in tight, right? So
I actually got a question for Jim as well, is how do you balance looking back the history of our country and what we've done collectively as a group and balancing that with the way our country is currently set up, or it's always been set up, where the East controls and runs everything, at times to the detriment to the West, and the future of our country? Like obviously there's a lot of history and a lot of good things Canada has accomplished as a country, but looking forward, especially if Mark Carney got in as a prime minister in election, the future looks pretty bleak for future growth and prosperity for the country. How do you balance that? Meanwhile, you've got foreign powers that are meddling with us, whether it be China or the US, that are trying to take their piece of the pie out of us, essentially.
Yeah, that's a deep question. Like there's like India, China are so rooted into every level of government in the country. They're paying for people's election campaigns and such, and they're whispering in their ears for whoever gets elected of what they want done. What nation in the world invites the Chinese army into our nation to go on winter exercise with the army and patrol the north? That's when General Eyre at the time, he went bananas over that, and no wonder the Americans don't trust us as a nation when we're bringing in foreign adversaries to train right on their northern borders. That's similar. That's almost as bad as when Cuba was going to put nuclear missiles in Cuba. So like, no wonder the Americans are trying to make us step up our game and be more of a nation that's got like boundaries when what our involvements are with foreign adversaries and making sure we're not friendly with them. And we really got to have a way of being able to have transparency within the government. And Trudeau says that he is, but everything that he's done, he fills out a piece of paper with black lines on it. And nobody has any idea of what's going on behind the scenes. He's just got a lead shield in front of us. We can't find anything out, and we can't hold him accountable. Like there is people in our midst that are like, they are going against the nature of Canada, and they're being paid money by China and India to do it. Like there's not a like right now our transport trucks that go from coast to coast at a whim, if we pissed off India bad enough, they could all stop rolling today. And then what are we going to do to get our goods to the stores? And like they control the trucking industry. Like that kind of stuff's got to stop, and we got to get control of it back to be a sovereign nation. And there's going to be lots of there's got to be lots of people way smarter than myself that dig into this and come up with rules of how many trucks a foreign nation can own in our country here, or where the money's coming from. Like when you can secretly fund people without the general public knowing where they're getting their money to support themselves through their campaigns. That's just giving away your country in my mind.
As we close in on the 6 o'clock hour, Ken, I'm going to start with you because I'm going to let some people slowly go out. Any final thoughts? I know you're on your way to a family supper, and
Oh no, that's fine.
Appreciate you giving us some time tonight.
No, I'm just looking at things far simpler. I don't see any energy corridors coming. I don't see any positive development for the West. I would, my prediction, I don't think Carney will call an election. I think that Jagmeet and Carney are going to make a partnership behind the scenes. I think Carney's going to turn on the printing machines, and Canadian households are going to be squeezed significantly in 2025, 2026. And Sean, you and I just finished reading an essay by C.S. Lewis called Willing Slaves of the Welfare State. I think the average voter is very uninformed, and they're going to vote for whoever gives the free money. And so I see Carney coming out to say we have stimmy checks or COVID. We're in crisis. We're in financial crisis. Everybody here's a free check, and everybody's going to want to keep that money train rolling. And they talk about being in a preaching to the saved or being in your own little subgroup. And do you agree with me? Yeah, you agree with me. Sean, you and I agree on 90% of everything. I think when we go to the average Canadian, they'll take free money over Polyev or conservative-like values. So I used to think this is bad. I think to force some difficult conversations between the West, specifically Alberta at this point in time, I think this is a good thing. And those are my closing thoughts. Maybe I'm overly pessimistic. People could tell me you're wrong, but I think we're a long ways away from energy corridors in Canada. But feel free to disagree.
Ken, appreciate you hopping on. We're going to push you to the back, and we'll get some other final thoughts. But appreciate you staying late, because I told them 5 to 5:30, folks, and then we didn't even get them started at 5:30. So appreciate you hopping on and doing this. If anyone wants to hop in on that, I'm going to slowly exit a few of you out, but I appreciate you guys coming on.
Very much so, and apologies to all the Rutherfords that we've inconvenienced tonight.
That too.
I want to thank Ken for including C.S. Lewis, and anyone that can quote C.S. Lewis in the middle of a Canadian election conversation deserves my total respect. So, I think we're going to be in. I guess if we're kind of taking odds, I do think the Liberals are going to go quickly into an election. I don't think that they can handle the pressure of a leadership piece right now, but we'll see how that's going to play out. But I do think we have an opening on the. I agree, it's unlikely that we get something as important as energy corridors actually done, but I think we could potentially win an election off the back of popular support for those things and the anticipation that this country needs to start to build a sovereign economy instead of becoming an economic vassal state. And that's my hope.
Ken, David, thanks for giving us some time. Go get some sleep, David. I mean, it's got to be close to 1 a.m. there. David Nightlag, Ken Rutherford, thanks again for hopping in here.
Sean, can you leave me in the background so I can listen on my way to my family supper?
Yeah,
I don't want to miss this.
Absolutely.
Awesome.
Certainly we can. If he's gonna, if he's sitting there eating supper, I can just see you having it popped up and just sitting in the background the rest of the night.
Jen will make me pull it off eventually, but on my ride there, I'm going to listen.
Sounds good. Thanks, Ken. Dust. Any final thoughts? And thanks again for being patient with us tonight.
Oh, I think this is going to be the next 6 months. I think there will be an election, and it'll be the most consequential election probably of my lifetime, would be my guess. Carney getting in would be the absolute destruction of Canada, and I don't see Canada holding together if he gets in. Polyev getting in will slow that process down. Yeah, I don't know if he can fix all the problems, but I would hope that he could push through. Like, someone needs the will to push through energy corridors. When you look at the states and tariffs, the easiest way to fight back against some of that stuff is actually taking our products and our resources and shipping them overseas, opening up our markets, our products to more markets. They talk about oil and shutting it in, but if we ever got it to the West Coast and can sell it to China, Korea, Japan, all these other countries, that would be our biggest the biggest way to stand up against Trump would be to build those pipelines to the West Coast. Forget about the East Coast for a second. Just getting them to the West Coast where we could sell our resources to other countries, because the U.S. absolutely needs our heavy oil. They produce lots of light oil, but they need our heavy oil when it comes to roads and plastic and bunker C fuel and all the refineries, like all of it. They need our heavy oil. So if we start selling it overseas, that is our best way to deal with the United States. It's not putting tariffs on products coming our way, because they will not care. It is the one thing they need from us, and us shutting it in and not selling it to them and killing the West, that would be the most ridiculous idea ever. But getting those pipelines to the West Coast is the key to it all in my mind. So,
Coast as well.
What's that, sorry?
It's got to get to the East Coast. We got to sell to Europe and to the East Coast.
Yes. Well, like the East Coast does matter. The West Coast is way closer, and it's way quicker and cheaper to get it there to the West Coast, so we can ship it to the Pacific. So,
plus the East Coast has made it fairly clear that they're not interested in our dirty oil.
Well, they will be when the money tap gets shut off.
What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna add Kirk Lubimoff. He was supposed to be in at the 6 o'clock hour. Kirk, thanks for hanging out in the background and waiting
Kirk.
patiently.
Hey, Ben.
Appreciate you hopping on here tonight. Before I get to you, does anybody have to hop off? Chris, I've had you on for about an hour and 15. If you want to stick around for a few minutes, you're more than welcome to. Anyone else is, for that matter. I just assume I'm overstaying my welcome on everyone except for Twos. Twos is here to the bitter end.
That ship has sailed and sank. He's basically a Canadian sub at this point.
Yeah, he
$5
sprung this on me.
billion.
He's here for the long run, folks.
All right, you guys have fun. Have a good night. Actually, just real quick, I wanted to touch on the conversation that was being had before about how there's so many different issues that have this broad-based support, and how the expectation is there that if 60 or 70% of the country supports this, then it's going to be an election plank. But the thing about that is that doesn't pair well with the Liberal strategy, especially in the last few elections. Tyler Meredith has talked multiple times on Twitter about how they have done an increasingly better job of getting to be the party in power with a steadily decreasing share of the popular vote. It's making that vote go further. And so it's not whether the majority of Canadians support something, it's whether the Canadians in swing ridings support something. It's the battlegrounds. And the big battleground for them right now is fucking Quebec. And pipelines do not play well in fucking Quebec unless they're sending money.
Kirk Lubinoff, you're new to the program. Welcome into the fray. Your thoughts on Carney, pipelines, anything he just said, the fact that any politician can run on whatever they want to at this point. Me and Chris have had lots of discussions behind scenes about this. It doesn't matter once they're elected. Then you have to hold their feet to the fire, and maybe then they wait 5 years to even get to around to talking about it. Kirk, your thoughts on Carney, and then wherever you want to head after that.
Well, I think we can judge Carney by his first couple moves. So one of them is said as soon as he's elected, he's going to cancel the carbon tax. So let's see if that happens, right?
The carbon tax or the increase?
No, he said the carbon tax will be gone as soon as he gets elected. That's what he campaigned on, right? Yeah. So we have that soundbite. So we know if he's not going to act on it, then we know, there's your lie right there. Then, and essentially that will dictate the rest of his actions. It's an interesting situation, right? Because he doesn't have a mandate from Canadians. 140,000 people voted for him in a country of 40-some million. There's about 38 million citizens that can vote. And so he has zero mandate to do anything for the country or for Canadians except call an election. So if he's not calling an election, he's essentially doing what he wants to do, and which is not a democracy at this point. So there's he did run, at least campaigned on starting to build infrastructure, getting rid of, some red tape, cutting taxes. The platform sounded very close to the same as conservatives. I have no doubt that Carney is going to try in some places to bring it closer to the center. The issue is we don't have anyone lining up to give us money for projects. That's the issue Canada is in. So it doesn't really matter what we do right now until we install a lot of confidence and showcase a lot of confidence in the country that we can actually change things forever, not just for a soundbite, not just for a getting an elected, that we can actually change policy to become attractive to investment. So, because right now it doesn't matter even if we get rid of some of the liberal no pipeline bills, this and that, we have nobody giving us money. So that's the issue that we have to jump over the hurdle. And I think that's something that both sides should consider, because yelling rah, 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 we're going to cut red tape, that still doesn't mean that anyone is going to come to invest here. And that's the issue that we have to solve.
Yeah, Chris. Yeah, far away.
Just wanted to hop in there. Nice to see you, Kirk. I think we follow each other on X. On the issue of the carbon tax, Carney, of course, has said that he's going to get rid of the consumer carbon tax, which means the one that we can see. He's going to change it, to use his language that he used to that crowd in Kelowna. And so what we're expecting him to do, first off, is to announce, because they don't need to sit in Parliament to do this. Okay, this can all be changed through an order in council. He can get rid of the consumer carbon tax, his own, through cabinet. And then he's probably going to just shove it over to the industrial carbon tax. The issue there, of course, is all of us peasants are still going to be paying for the thing. The other thing is exactly to your point, Kirk, is that this is just going to make it harder for industry to do business up here, because the industrial carbon tax is going to go up. And so if you just, it's so asinine. Just picture it. Picture Trump in the Oval Office, in the White House. He's wheeling and dealing. He's got guys on the phone. He's talking to fertilizer plants. He's talking to steel manufacturers, all those things, make the Rust Belt chrome again. Come here, do business. Come to Ohio. Come to Michigan. Then he sees that our industrial carbon tax is jacked up by this new Liberal prime minister that was just announced. Like, it's like ringing a dinner bell over the heads of these industries and getting them all to move south to the States. And so, exactly to what was being said earlier, if we can make these issues of carbon taxes, affordability, resources, oil and gas, all tip of the tongue election issues from the mainstream media being yelled at that dude every day, then I think we have a chance of seeing some serious help for taxpayers and for Canadians. And if I can plead with your listeners, now is the time. The moment that the writ drops, phone your local mainstream media station. I'm not kidding. Tell them your 3 top issues. Affordability, carbon tax, resources, those would be mine. But whatever yours are, phone them, because this is how this works. During the election, these networks don't necessarily send their bureau chief out on the campaign trail. They send question suggestions to the local reporters. And then the local reporters decide if they're going to ask that question when Carney is there or when Poilievre is there, whoever's campaigning through town. So you guys phone your newsrooms right now. You tell them your top 3 issues. Keep calling them. Call them every week. It's kind of like a letter to the editor. And it is possible to shove their judgment over a little bit on the questions they ask, which changes the churn and changes the narrative.
So on the investment into Canada to build those pipelines, there actually would be a large desire to actually build some of those pipelines for a couple of reasons. If you can strip away all the regulatory and environmental hurdles for building them right off the bat. Most of those companies left because the regulatory process became so asinine and impossible that there was no path forward for these companies. And the reason why there's actually would be demand to put in those pipelines, if you got rid of the regulatory hurdles and of course the carbon tax, which takes away viability of it, is that right now, especially I'm just talking oil right now, is the differential means that, we sell our product at a steep discount into the States. Now you add on a tariff that the States is also applying to that. That means there's a large buffer of profit that can be made off pipelines to the West Coast, because you'll make more money shipping it over to places like China and Japan and other places like that. So if you actually stripped away all the regulatory hurdles and the environmental hurdles and the carbon tax would also be a part of that, there's actually a huge business case for private companies to put those projects in the ground if the government gets the hell out of the way.
So, okay, can I just add something to it? So the thing is with the bills, nobody's going to just strip anything. They're going to replace it with a new bill. They're going to replace it with new rules. And that's the problem we're stuck in. It's essentially a limbo, because those things take forever, right? It can be, even if we have an election, in 8 days, like there's some rumors, and we have a new government at the end of April, it'll still take a number of months for them to put in a bill, to pass things, go through this, the typical Canadian, hurdles to get actually things done. So even if we have an election, like I said, at the end of April, we're not going to get probably a new clarified bill till, to New Year, till into 2026. So nobody's going to run into Canada to do business right away until there's clarity to what's actually happening here.
Not overnight.
Not overnight, no. And it's a long time, right? So we have a year, and a year that's already projected to be into a recession. So we're in a serious situation here, because the whole situation with tariffs for Canada and to US is, it's not that the US doesn't need our oil. It definitely needs our oil. It needs our aluminum. It needs our potash. It needs a lot of our stuff. But the question is, who can pivot faster, right? Can Canadians find a new market faster, or can the US replace some of Canadian businesses faster? And I think once the US moves, especially under Donald Trump, they'll pivot much faster than even if Canada has a conservative government. And this is essentially the risk we're stuck in here.
Well, I'm going to give Dust. I got Brian Lilly sitting in the back. Do we want Twos? Do you want me to bring him in, or do you want me to exit some people?
Of course, I want you to bring.
All right,
Brian
we're going to
Lilly
bring
in.
Brian Lilly in. We got him for like 10 minutes.
It's Brian
and we got to let him go.
Lilly.
Okay, Brian, you're coming back in. Brian, welcome back to the show.
Hey, how are you guys? I was just doing the math on the spot price of Western Canadian Select versus West Texas Intermediate. It's up to 23% discount right now before the tariff kicks in. And so, I mean, Dustin, you were saying that makes it a very lucrative thing for people to actually come in. But would, to Kirk's point, would anyone actually say, well, yeah, let's spend the money now. There's a new government. If Mark Carney's in charge?
Not a chance.
No, it's not going to happen. I was in and out of Carney's speech. After I left you guys, I was watching that, I was making dinner. I was trying to eat, trying to figure out what I'm going to write for my column that's still not written for tomorrow morning's paper. And I'm sitting there and going, okay, has he mentioned oil or pipelines or natural gas? Because Jean Chrétien did. Mm-hmm. If you guys caught that, Jean Chrétien endorsed an Alberta to Quebec pipeline for natural gas and said it would keep the steel workers on the job. And I went, all right, Chrétien's writing Liberal Party policy on the fly from the stage. I just wish they'd listen to him. I don't think they will. So, we can talk about, as Kirk said, like unleashing things, but unless there's somebody new in charge that isn't known as Mr. Net Zero, that investment is not going to move north of the border.
And when we talk speed, Canada versus the U.S., is that even in a conversation?
No.
We're me in the water. I'm a tugboat going against the speedboat, right? Like, I mean, honestly, folks, I don't even think that's even in the conversation. Like that's two different ships running a different race.
Since Trump's inauguration and his speech to the World Economic Forum, I've been saying tariffs are a small part of our problem. We have to be worried about them, especially if they're at 25% versus 10%, which would be workable. We could figure out a way around that. But at 25%, tariffs are huge. But all of Trump's changes to the American economy are going to be massive. And if we don't have a way to counter that, we're screwed. As far as I forget who was talking about the, Trump trying to bring the, it might have been Chris, trying to bring the manufacturing back. When I was down in Washington recently, was speaking to a bunch of American politicians, and I know Senator Kevin Cramer from North Dakota, who is very tight with Trump, but is also a friend and ally of Canada in many ways. I was at an event with him, and he was talking about the fact that we don't have the workers to fill all these jobs. So if we sucked every auto job out of Ontario down into Michigan and Ohio, we would basically have to clear all the Ontario auto workers to drive across the border and work at those plants every day because we don't have the manpower. So they're trying to do some things that we can't. We got to get somebody serious in charge in Ottawa. I think Carney's got a great resume. I don't think it's him. Is it Pierre? We'll see. But we're in a tight spot right now because Trump does want those auto jobs. He will come after our beef producers and our pork producers on country of origin labeling. He basically wants all production stateside, and he doesn't want this integrated economy. Unless, if you believe his rhetoric about us becoming the 51st state, but he clearly wants all the jobs moved south, and he wants jobs there, exports for America, fewer imports for America. And, the guy that just won, my read of his economic policy, not good.
Brian, what do you think about? So I was listening to Joel Pollak the other day, and as you know, he's friends with Steve Bannon. And he was saying that, to your point of Trump wanting those jobs, what if it's not physical boots on the ground in the States necessarily, but he wants a new deal? He loves making deals. What if this is part of his kind of air war in order to hammer out a new North American deal with some of the tariffs being dropped down? So he gets upset about, certain tariffs that we already have in place
The
here in
dairy
Canada.
cartel.
Yeah. So what happens then? Like, what do you think about that, Brian? Like that perception of this is his let's make a deal move. He's being super noisy right now. And he pointed out he doesn't like Trudeau personally, and he wants him gone. So after that has changed, maybe things will ease up a little bit. I thought Pollak had some interesting points there.
So I had Joel, and Joel is the editor-in-chief of Breitbart. And Chris and I worked with him years ago when we were both at Sun News Network. And Joel's a smart guy. Look, the Americans don't actually want to get rid of all supply management. If I can deal with that issue, I heard someone shout out dairy cartel.
That was
They don't want to get rid of all supply management. They just want to be able to sell us some stuff, and they thought they negotiated that with us in the last renegotiation that brought about Kuzma or USMCA, whatever you want to call it. And then immediately we blocked them, and they took us to a panel, and we lost. And then we made a couple of changes, minor changes, and they took us to another panel, and we won, quote unquote. But I'm talking to people in other industries who are furious with the dairy cartel, saying these SOBs could end up costing us the entire trade arrangement. So that's one thing. Is this part of Trump trying to get a better deal and renegotiate? I think that's what Doug Ford believes.
Yeah.
Ford has been calling for a while, like, let's get back to the table. Let's renegotiate. And I'll say, as much as people are, grinding Ford's gears over the electricity and taking the booze off the shelves, those are the only two responses from Canada that have resonated with conservative and Republican American media. The only two, because I know these guys, I follow these guys, I hear from them, and then suddenly he's like, why is Buddy saying he's going to turn off the lights? And that's the only thing that's resonated. So maybe that was the right move. Hopefully we don't get there, but it was something that made them sit up and take notice at least. Nothing Justin Trudeau or anyone in his government is saying is resonating. I mean, it was so bad that Howard Lutnick called up and tried yelling at Ford, and in return ended up getting an earful from Ontario's premier. And it didn't end well for Lutnick. So, there's a lot of back and forth going on. Bottom line is, all of this schlemazel that we're in goes back to Justin Trudeau. Why don't we have a functioning government? Because he wouldn't leave when he should have.
Yeah.
Wouldn't trigger an election. Instead, we get a liberal leadership race. And now Mark Carney, good chance he calls an election next Sunday or the Sunday after that. And then we have a voting day in April, swearing in sometime in May, functional government by June. And Donald Trump is
time for summer,
beating the crap out of us because he can. He's taking advantage of us being weak.
As we close in on the 6:30 hour, I'm Dust. I'm gonna start with you.
Talk to Brian first.
All right, Jim, fire away. How can I turn down the military? Fire away, Jim. Let's hear it.
Okay, so Brian, if Doug Ford turned the power off to the United States, isn't that like an act of war? And secondly, the second part of this question is Line 5 that goes through the United States and then comes back up into Ontario. Wouldn't they just turn the tap off coming into Ontario and get rid of all the fuel going that Ontario needs?
Yeah,
Like,
potentially all of that could happen. But he hasn't turned off the power yet. He's threatening to do it, got people to go.
but wouldn't that
sure,
give
that'd
the
be bad.
United States justification to seize the power grid? Like, I don't think you can actually turn power off to citizens of the United States.
There are ways to do it, both legally and technically, that the government has looked into if it gets to that point. But the fact that they've got the Commerce Secretary calling Ontario's premier to say, hey, buddy, back off. Like, you're going a bit too far.
Now, is the state saying they would turn the oil off coming into Ontario?
They haven't said that as far to any of my knowledge, but yeah, of course that could happen. And Danielle Smith has been right on this. And I've defended Danielle Smith on saying you can't threaten to shut off the oil, because if you do, you shut off the oil to Ontario and Quebec. And I've done videos and columns and tried to explain that to people. The electricity grid is different, where we would be able to do that. Could that result in Michigan saying, you cut off our energy, we're going to stop Line 5 in Michigan? Sure. But everyone keeps saying Trump's using this as a negotiation tactic. What do you think Doug Ford's doing, saying, all right, you want to do that? I'll cut off your power. It's a negotiation tactic. Bring people to the table to talk. Doing nothing, I think, and I've heard from plenty of Canadians on the right who say we should do nothing. We shouldn't respond. No. But I come from a rough city. My parents come from a rougher city. I was taught somebody's bullying you, you punch them in the nose, because that's the only way they're going to respect you. And
Yeah, no, I just didn't know the legal, like if that would give Trump the ability to actually take over our power grid if we did.
you couldn't legally you could not take over our power grid, but you've got to stand up and do something.
Yeah.
If we did exactly matching tariffs, which thankfully the Trudeau guys aren't doing, they're following Pierre's lead and saying, okay, well, we're not going to tariff like fresh vegetables in the middle of winter because we got to get shipments from Bakersfield, California, because there's nothing growing where any of us live right now. So they're being smart about it, and they're tariffing certain things higher, nothing on other things. Look, that's all good. But bottom line, we've got to unleash our economy. And that's what I was talking to Pierre about. I had him on radio. I was filling in on News Talk 1010 on Friday in Toronto. And I was like, what are we, like, tariffs are short term and retaliatory tariffs are short term. What are we doing to respond to what Trump is going to do to unleash the American economy? That's the only thing I care about right now. That's the long-term vision, which goes back to what Dustin and Kirk and Chris were all talking about before in growing the economy, and whether that's with the United States, and I think we're too reliant on them. They're never not going to be our biggest trading partner. But I pulled a stat, 1896, height of the British Empire, right? And we're part of the British Empire. Only 66% of our exports go to the UK. We're another part of the British Empire. Today, 76% of our exports go to the United States. We're more reliant on the United States now than we were when we were part of the British Empire. Mm-hmm. And that's because we haven't done the hard work of building up our industries, building up export markets. Stephen Harper signed more trade deals than I could list off right now. We haven't taken advantage of them. We're not doing our defense. We have become a vassal state, and we've got to stop being a vassal state. We got to stop being the kid that, mom and dad has to kick out of bed in the morning and say, go get a real job. You finish school, go get a job.
Totally agree.
Okay. It is closing in on the 6:30 hour. So I got to find a clever way of doing this with so many people to slowly move up. Brian, I'm going to start with you because I told you 10 minutes and I get you out of here and on to your evening. Any final thoughts on Carney?
Yeah. By the way, appreciate all the extra time.
Yeah, appreciate you coming back on. Any final thoughts on Carney and being coronated tonight?
He gave an okay speech. It wasn't a great one. He was better than I expected in his speech. He's still not ready to go toe-to-toe with Pierre Poilievre and Yves-François Blanchet. I don't even know if he's ready to go toe-to-toe with Jagmeet Singh in terms of being a politician and being able to debate people. The media in this country have to get serious and demand that he actually answer the questions. I'll grant them some slack in that he has refused to do interviews with most of them. He has refused to do scrums. He has refused to answer any questions. You can't be PM and go through an election campaign without that. And if he tries, they have to call him on it like they would if it was Pierre Poilievre, Aaron O'Toole, Andrew Scheer, Stephen Harper, insert conservative leader here. It's beyond frustrating that this guy's probably answered 30 questions over the last 2 months in his attempt to become Liberal leader. And he's the least vetted person ever to seize power. And that's what's happened here. He seized power. And because people looked at a Wikipedia page or his resume and said, "Ooh, banker, must be good."
Brian Lilly, thanks for giving us some time again tonight, and
Thank you.
appreciate your insights. Thanks for hopping on the show.
Thanks, Brian.
Thank you.
Bye, Brian.
All right, Dust, I've been flirting around this gym. Stop interrupting me. Dustin, final thoughts before I let you out of here.
I knew you were trying to kick me off for a while, somehow I stuck around though. I think when it comes to Carney, I agree entirely with Brian Lilly. And I think just watching some of the interactions between him and Poilievre, when Poilievre was grilling him on supporting pipelines in other countries, I think that Canadians are going to see through the facade of what Carney says what he is. I don't think he's a likable character at all. And I see him parachuting into Canada to try and become PM, and I just don't think it's going to be successful. At least I hope it's not. And I hope an election gets called soon because it needs to. So
I'm just trying to save your voice. I know you're part of an Alberta roundtable tomorrow, so I appreciate you hopping on tonight. Everyone, Dustin, thanks for jumping on with us tonight.
Always good
Thanks,
seeing you,
guys.
buddy.
Yeah, good seeing all of you.
Chris, I'm going to go to you next because, I mean, I started out with 5 o'clock, then we held you out for a while. As always, she goes to me, folks. She goes, "Thanks for inviting me." And me and Tuz looked at each other. We're like, when we do these things, the first person we think of is Chris Sims because we want to hear from the Canadian Taxpayers Federation.
Absolutely.
So your thoughts on your final thoughts, I guess I should say, on the Carney coronation and what you've thought, moving forward or wherever you want to go.
Well, it does mean a lot to us. It means a lot to me personally. Sean, how I feel about you. I discovered your show years ago when I was driving out to Hope to help my mom because my brother had died suddenly. So I really, have a connection to the show. So I really appreciate it as a person. As a Taxpayers Federation and a fighter against taxes, we're in for a doozy here. And this is where I would really appeal to your listeners. I know that you have trust issues when it comes. Oh, thank you, Angela. I know you have trust issues when it comes to the mainstream media. I do too. I worked in those newsrooms though for decades. Okay. I do still know how some of the sausage is being made in there. And so I would just plead with you during the election campaign, pick up the phone, be firm but respectful, and say, these are my top 3 issues. I know that so-and-so is coming to town on the leadership campaign. Can your reporter ask this? Be quick and to the point. And if you keep on doing that, we have a chance to shift the narrative away from whatever silly topic they're talking about. How much do you hate Trump? I hate him more. No. Get them to talk about things like affordability, the fact that people can't afford rent, they're wincing opening their power bills, they don't want to pay the carbon tax. All this stuff is so important. I would plead with folks to make sure they keep that on the front burner as much as humanly possible. And also going forward, just to stay engaged. Sean, you've done an excellent job of rallying people to the arena. To say, don't stay on the sidelines, get out there and door knock. And now's the time, folks. I do think it's going to happen. If the Liberal Party has their druthers, and I think they know, I think they're going to call an election right away. And if that happens and the writ drops, you have to stay engaged in the game. Talk to all your friends and family, get them out there to vote. Don't just rely on yourself.
Chris, you always come on and you just nail it. We appreciate you hopping on and then giving us extra time because you've given us a lot tonight. Thanks for hopping on.
I have to go. I bought these end tables from a thrift shop, and I have to go pretend they've been in the house for like 10 years before my husband gets home. So this is
Chris,
wish me luck.
Thanks
Good
again
luck.
for hopping on.
Bye.
Jim, you're up next, and then we're gonna get you out of here too. What do you got? What's Jim Sinclair? I mean, I'm gonna leave you in the background because I know that's where you want to be. And if you fall asleep on this live stream, me and
We're
Tooz,
totally gonna put it on.
we're gonna totally put it on. Okay,
Just
that's what the audience wants.
Just don't be so boring. Be more like Chris. Anyways, guys, she totally nailed it. Like the government wants us to have this big enemy, which is Trump, and that's their narrative. That's what they're going to be. They're going to try and follow Doug Ford's re-election campaign and make this about Trump. And it's really got to be the election's got to be based on how Canada gets out of this mess. And I totally agree with what she's saying. And we got to change the narrative, or it's going to give traction to the Liberals. So, and hopefully there's people out west that are out east watching this, and they're listening to her, because the more that we can get this light upon how terrible the leaders of the Liberals have led us down this path of doom, the better chances we are for getting some votes out east. So that's critical.
Jim, we appreciate you coming on and giving us some time tonight. As
Hey,
always,
I gotta ask real quick. That whitey behind you, what did it score? It looks like it's probably about 190 typical.
180 and 3/8, and it scored over 200 with all its stickers and extra horns and such.
Okay, but all right, fair enough. Okay, that's good. That's good. That's nice.
You come for the election coverage, but you actually stay for how many points? I get it.
Well, I mean, you look at it, and
you've been wondering it the entire time, too, haven't you?
Oh, absolutely.
Yes.
That's a beauty, dear.
Jim, thanks for hopping on.
It just snuck into the Boone and Crockett too.
It just got in there. Yep.
Thanks again, Jim.
Have a good day, guys.
Kirk, you get the final say on before we let you out. What final thoughts do you have? Appreciate you hopping on and doing this with us tonight.
Yeah, my pleasure. So a couple points. One, we got to remember that there is a lot more to Canada and what needs to be developed than just oil and gas. So the conversation has been heavily, into pipelines, into essentially where can we ship our oil and gas out of, which is awesome, right? Even if we double our oil and gas industry, our part of the GDP over the next 4 or 5 years, it's still not as much as how much opportunity we have in other industries. The issue that we have in Canada is that we don't compete in a whole bunch of different industries at all, right? We barely have any quantum computing going on here on a serious level. We don't have, we don't shoot rockets into space. We don't do a lot of things. We don't build robots to the same extent as anyone else. And as much as Mark Carney thinks we're the world leader in semiconductors, we don't build semiconductors either. So we have to have a much broader conversation on how we develop the rest of the country and future technologies, because the issue is in the last 5 years or so, we essentially mass immigrated people based on very, not necessarily for skill, but just because they were able to scam their way into the country, or they were able to just immigrate here for low skill labor jobs, like your Tim Hortons, fast food, cooks, and all that stuff. So we have a lot of stuff to turn over from that side. Even if we double our oil and gas industry in the next 5 years, we're still in trouble. So I think that's an issue that we have to remember when we look at our economy overall. The other aspect of it, I'm just going to throw a wrench into this tariff thing. As Brian Lilly brought up some historical points, I'm going to go back into history as well. So last time, the United States has always double down essentially on tariffs throughout their history to try and develop their economy.
Mm-hmm.
The last time they did that and tried to, let's just look at the market timing. So we're coming off, the United States is from a $13 trillion printout stimulus, right? That's how much money they printed in the last 5 years or so. So the last time the U.S. came out of a stimulus environment, which was essentially World War I, and tried to tariff people, it failed miserably for them, and it led to the Great Depression. And one of the things that led to it is actually when Canada turned around and stopped doing trades with the US, and they turned around to Europe and the British Empire at the time. So we have an interesting position here. The big difference is we have just red taped and shot our economy down so much in the last 10 years that we're in a tough position to pivot to other countries. But we can still do it. So it's a question of what the US will do as well. And what the how much money they will actually be able to attract from their trade deficits. The U.S. trade deficit is about $1 trillion, but the Canadian side is essentially, I think last year was $168 billion, and but if you remove the oil and gas trade, where they essentially have a surplus trade with us. So it's an interesting position that we're in. But it's also interesting to see how Europe is going to react and how China is going to react. So all those things added onto the US, and the US, if they don't print any more money, they can lead to their own recession right now. So, and if, as we know, if the US sneezes, we catch a cold. So we have a double whammy here on our side as well. But we're also not in the weakest position possible yet.
Kirk, I appreciate you coming on. And
I like how you were pointing out the fact that nothing's happening on its own, and there's a whole lot of different pieces.
Well, the problem is there's just
people, right?
this is the problem. We got Carney in, and you go, well, what does that lead to? And then you go a lot of hypotheticals, and you're like, folks, they've screwed us for like 10 years, and they're about to screw us a bit harder here in the next little bit if they can. So undoing that is very, very uncomplicated, but complicated because of red tape and a whole bunch of other things.
It's uncomplicated practically, but it's complicated politically, and it's the political people who make the decisions. That's it.
Kirk, appreciate you hopping on tonight, and look forward to the next time you hop on the show.
Yeah, my pleasure. Thanks, guys.
Thanks.
Now, Twos, when you started this bloody idea at 11:30 this morning, you're like, hey, and I should say Mrs. Twos started this idea. So shout out to Mrs. Twos.
I just said, would this be a good idea? And you were like, God damn it, yes.
You know what we never factored in, and I've been thinking about this. You know, I watched part of the Oilers game last night. I know we got a big Calgary Flames guy coming on, and I know we got a Calgary Flames guy here across from me. Is a little segment they do called After Hours. So everybody's like, oh, thanks for the coverage tonight. I'm like, well, we might as well do a little After Hours, shouldn't we? I mean, like, by now it's foregone conclusion. You know, Carney's the new prime minister. We might as well have a little After Hours segment. Don't you think, Twos?
Yeah. What do we got lined up?
All right. Well, we got the CEO. Okay. Brett Olin. Here you go. Here you go.
How's it
Silver
going?
Gobo. All right. And Faisal kicking in there. Faisal, I can't see you.
What's the score there,
I don't know
How many Pilsners are you in here?
Oh, I barely cracked my third one. I'm
okay.
Going
good shape.
Nice. Just
nice and easy.
Chill. Yeah, just enough to take the edge off so I don't flip over the table.
Faisal, I can't see you. Are you there?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. I just can't see you.
Yeah,
you're all fuzzy.
My camera is acting up weird on me. It'll kick in at some point.
Well, we hope so. So, gentlemen, when we were putting this whole song and dance together, we thought, this should be fun at the end of the evening to bring on some different thoughts. We got Ontario and then obviously a couple of Albertans. Your thoughts. Carney is coronated tonight. Wherever you guys want to begin, I'm just curious, you know, and Bodrovics might be joining us as well. I should text him as you guys start. He did say he was going to come on, and I'm not sure if he's joining us tonight or not. But regardless, thanks for coming on.
Texting, I'll
direct
everything.
Twos is going to quarterback. Hey, wait a second before we do that. Here, I want to put this up. We're like not even 300 shy of 10,000 watching this sucker. So how would
that's
you
just
like?
how many people are currently watching? That's
so how would you like? You share, you wave the rooster flag, you tweet this sucker out. We hit 10 grand here while I sit and text. Thanks for tuning in, everybody, tonight. Now, Twos, if you want a quarterback, fire away. It'd be the first time this week that you've had to do such a thing.
I think this is a rare opportunity where we got a couple people well versed in finance, and we've got a new prime minister with a banking background. What are your thoughts on him? What did you guys know about him before he got into the limelight recently? And how do you think this is going to shape his vision going forward?
Brent?
Oh, me? Okay. Yeah, no, me being the banker, I've definitely got some choice words for this. It's my wife actually has told me that I'm not allowed to pound on Mike Carney anymore. It's too easy. But I think he's a pretty scary individual, and there's a couple of reasons why. Number one, in 2019, he brought up the idea of a central bank digital currency. More recently, and I think it was in May of 2024, he was on a Senate hearing committee for S-243, which was a bill that's related to B-15, which is the Climate Risk Management Act. And S-243 is basically talking about regulations for financial institutions, OSFI regulated financial institutions. So that's your major banks in Canada, who 83%.
Big Five.
Yeah, Big Five. 83% of Canadians are with the Big Five. Specifically, of course, we know he's targeting carbon emissions, but this bill is incorporating of just about every industry across Canada. And highlighting a point on this bill is the fact that S-243 puts an additional capital requirement for financial institutions to lend to oil and gas companies. So just a little banking 101, capital is very precious to financial institutions. So basically, the higher your capital needs, the more we require in interest on a loan to make it sustainable, to make it profitable. So S-243 increases the capital requirement on oil and gas companies by 1,250%. So effectively, what it does is makes any loan that's out there currently at 7, 8, 9% unsustainable. And you'd have to start charging 35, 40, 45% to give a loan to an oil and gas company. And that's not really the extent that I'm terribly concerned about it, because oil and gas companies will just go private and they'll get money from private financing. But there's also residential housing that's on this S-243 bill. So effectively, if you don't have the right insulation in your house, if you don't have the right solar panels on your house, if you have the wrong windows, they could basically say, you know what, we have to increase the capital requirement for this loan because it's too capital intensive. And then rather than dealing with your 4, 5, 6% mortgage, you're going to be starting to deal with your 15, 20, 25% mortgage based on S-243. And so Mark Carney spoke very much in favor of S-243, which is currently in the Senate. I'm sort of watching with a keen eye on what's going to be happening specifically with S-243 going forward.
Now, if I understand that correctly, that would also affect builders' ability to access capital as well.
Yeah, absolutely. If you're not building your LEED
private,
houses or your greenhouses, that type of thing, you would be able to get financing.
They'd go private, but then they'd pay a premium for it.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. And so at the end of the day, it depends how nuclear you think Carney is, but he could take this country in a seriously very bad direction with just something like that, and basically making it unaffordable for anybody to lend.
I mean, it's easy to do when you have $40 million in your checking account.
Yeah, absolutely. If there's a bunch of cash type thing, but
well, no, but I mean, for a guy like Mark Carney that has made $1 bajillion in his career, let's make it impossible for everybody to access capital now that I have as much as I'll ever need.
Well, and it depends what kind of rabbit hole you want to take this down.
Yes.
Is Mark Carney one of the four horsemen here, basically taking
isn't he
down?
I mean,
it sure hasn't led me to any other conclusion other than that at this point. could be very damaging. Maybe he's, I hate using this term, but end game. Maybe this is part of the end game for Canada is Mark Carney.
Nick, what do you think? You know, I don't want to pull it down some conspiracy, but like when I look at him and I look at all the ties, I'm like, I don't know, right? We could sit here and go, oh, election's coming in a couple weeks and everything's going to be fine and Pierre's going to get in. And Carney just ran because, you know, he just wanted to put it on his resume. This guy just wanted to be prime minister for Canada with all the dark ties he's got. He just wanted it on his resume.
And how cool is it to be the guy who gets to look Justin Trudeau in the eyes and say, you're fucking fired? I wish I could have ran.
Yeah, that's fair play. Well, I don't even know where you start with this. It is just a complete mess. Like, you know, I've talked about this before. We have this really neat ecosystem in our office, open conversation. I didn't think he'd run. Like, I figured, why would this guy run right now? He'd be, you know, it's kind of not the analogy of, you know, taking over for the famous coach or the famous player or the famous quarterback. And no, in fact, you're inheriting an epic shit show. Why would you want to do that? Leave it to somebody else to stuff it up and then come in and clean up, you know, in 4 years. But he really, really wants this. And that scares the shit out of me, matter of factly. What do I think of him? He's scary. He, like, when I talk about the current iteration of the Liberal government of Canada, I don't think about Justin Trudeau. I'm more worried about Gerald Butts and Katie Telford. I'm worried about the people behind the scenes that have been there from day one, that have very clearly been pulling strings since the beginning. And you know, Trudeau's he just dances because he doesn't have an original thought. He doesn't have anything to him other than great hair. So that scares me, though. This combination of this person who, you know, don't kid yourself. Like, all of us live in a bit of an echo chamber. It's easy for us to say, oh, we know who Carney is, whether it's, you know, the specifics like Brett on banking and proposed legislation, things like that, or hopeful legislation, because he's never been a friggin' sitting member of parliament. Or, you know, it's more of the broad strokes. Like, I'm just worried that the average person out there does not know anything about him. Like you said, Sean, he's got a good wiki page. You know, he's head of the Bank of Canada, head of the Bank of England. And they think, you know what? The adults are back in the room. That same sort of thing that we heard after the first season of the Trump show when Biden took over and it all went to pot. So I find it really troubling. I'm particularly, I think I'm not necessarily thinking about one group or another, WEFs or this or that. I just am worried that so much of his interest seems to lie in Europe. So much of his vision and what he's in cahoots with seems to come from Europe. And Europe is spiraling out of control at the moment. They, for crying out loud, they want to rearm and go to war. So, you know, as a Canadian, I think it's a scary combination of a person who is, you know, dangerously smart, sinister potentially, and may be able to, in the short term, pull the wool over our population's eyes. So not great, clearly.
Fair enough.
We also got Tom Bodrovics just snuck in there from Palisades Gold Radio. Tom or Faisal, feel free to hop in. We're talking about whether the possibility of Carney being the end game for Canada as all of his tides lead to dark and nefarious places. I'm sorry if I'm simplifying that. People can correct me too. Fire away.
I just real quick. You know, we had who was it a couple hours ago that said that he was called the Dark Lord in England, and we didn't get a chance to expand on that.
Grant
Yes,
Abraham. Yeah, Grant
Yes.
Abraham
And-
had ran in. He's a lawyer who ran in the 2019 election in Britain, and so he'd called him. His nickname in Britain was the Dark Lord.
And so, you know, what do you guys know, being further into this industry than either Sean or myself? What do you guys know about his track record, what he did? Like, we could talk about the things he said publicly, you know, big fan of net zero, his book and things like that. But in terms of what he's done, what do you guys know about it?
Tom, go for it.
All right.
You know, when Sean texted me earlier about this, I thought, you know, I don't have much to add to this conversation because I don't. Canadian politics frustrates me to the point that I can't pay attention to it. And
that's fair.
You know, that road has just we've just gone further and further down that road. But, you know, to Nick's point earlier, we see this exactly as you said, too, is the Dark Lord. And this idea that we're going to a better place, or that they can somehow prop up this idea that that he's somehow a better leader or more suited to the task. I think it also shows the desperation of whoever you want to say is behind him, whether that's globalist, whatever placeholder you want to use for that. But I think taking a step back to understand what this 50,000 foot view is, and to try to figure out, okay, these people tell you exactly what they want. You know, Klaus Schwab in his book said exactly what he wants. Carney says exactly what he wants. So overall, like, Canada is in a really, really terrible position here. And the fact that they are so strategic should scare people. And the point that I keep coming back to over the last, especially 5 years, I've kind of come to call this the age of unaccountability. As Canadians, I think we really need to, if we are given the chance, if we're granted the chance, we need to be able to reclaim some form of having some accountability on these leaders, because, you know, we are being, in a way, we're a rudderless ship that is being controlled by the people that want to control us. And you know, just to kind of wrap up on the idea that Poilievre is going to be our savior, I absolutely don't think that he's going to be able to right the ship that is in such a terrible place at this point. And the fact that, just by comparison, if he says the exact opposite of what Trudeau says, you know, that makes him popular. That doesn't necessarily actually make him a good leader.
Faisal, you haven't. Do you want to hop in?
Sure. So I'm with Tom. You know, Canadian politics has
Did anybody
always
else
frustrated
lose Sean,
me.
or is that?
Sorry, can you hear me?
I could hear you.
Yeah. Canadian politics has always frustrated me, because I find it, you know, my biggest problem with Canada, and I was born and raised here. So we're talking like half a century of Canadian experience here. Is Canada has no vision for itself. And you know, I've been listening to this session for probably an hour and a half, and some of the previous guests, you know, they're zooming in at the 10,000 foot level or whatever, and talking about energy corridors and the St. Lawrence and this and that and the other. But, you know, the overarching question for me, regardless of whether it's Poilievre or Carney, or, you know, thank God Trudeau's gone because he wasn't the answer, is what's the vision for this country? What do we want to be? Where did we come from? Can we do anything with that? Why have we run it as a lifestyle business, so to speak, for the last God knows how many decades, 5 decades? And what do we want to become? And unless and until somebody can answer that question in a convincing fashion, I will continue to be disinterested in Canadian politics. Now, how do I live in Canada, being uninterested, disinterested in Canadian politics? Well, I knew we were coming into, you know, a challenging situation in this decade. Like, I mean, when I say I knew, I mean, I had a very strong sense, and lo and behold, it's played out the way I feared it would. And, you know, as I've spoken with Nick and Tom in the past, like, how much are we going to stress over this? Because we've done as much as we can, or that we're willing to do, to prepare ourselves, and we kind of just need to go through this crisis period, because without the crisis, I don't think Canadians on a whole are going to get their heads out of their butts and understand that, you know, having a country, or keeping a country is actually a serious business. You got to do something with the place, otherwise the vultures around you, and that's just the way life works. The vultures around you are going to come and feast on your carcass, and maybe we become the 51st state as a result of that.
Kind of the thought, Faisal, then, of nobody moves from a place of comfort is basically what you're saying.
Yeah, nobody moves from a place of comfort. The biggest problem we've got as a nation is we're so blessed with an abundance of resources. Somebody earlier, I can't remember which individual, said it very correctly. Canada could be the absolute richest nation on the planet.
That was a
But
great
we've done nothing with it, and we've been very happy to borrow. If I might borrow a phrase from Matthew Ehret, who you guys all know, I think. We've been very happy to be hewers of wood and drawers of water, and we'll sell it for $1, and we'll happily buy back the tables and the chairs and the iPhones or whatever for $10, $100, $1,000. And we can keep doing that for a very long time just because we have such an abundance of resources. You know, I look at Canada and I see a very strong parallel with my own personal story. So my personal story is I had a business that I acquired off of my dad's estate. When I first entered that business while he was still alive, I was absolutely, devastated to learn how poorly run that business was. I'd grown up all my life imagining that, my dad was doing these amazing things with his technology and his business, and I was going to come in and take it over and, take what he took from level 1 to level 10 and take it from level 10 to a level 100, But he had all his time that he was running the business and I was going through school and growing up. He had just simply run it as a lifestyle business. And that's really the story of Canada. We've run this country like it's a lifestyle business. It pays for our vacations. It pays for 2 cars in the driveway. It pays off our mortgage. And Canadians in general, on whole, have set a very, very low bar, low definition of success for themselves as individuals, as families.
Completely
And
agree with that.
yeah, and so here we are today, and it wasn't always this way, mind you. Canada coming out of World War II and all the magnificent things that we accomplished, and the very wise immigration policies we had, we were one heck of a country and one heck of a force to contend with. I drone on about it, but if anyone who is listening and who hasn't wrap their heads around the story of the Avro Arrow, I highly encourage Canadians to do that, because it's such a tragic story. I mean, we had the most advanced aerospace technology in the world. We were whooping the butts of the Americans, and because of some bad negotiating, some blackmailing, some fear tactics, whatever the heck it was, we chose to give all of that up and voluntarily became subservient and played second fiddle to the U.S. here in North America. And I think that's really that episode in 1958-59 is really what broke the backbone of the Canadian spirit. Can we recover that spirit? I think it's possible, but I don't know if we have the time to do it, quite frankly. The US is moving quickly and they have the ability to move quickly. And if we say, no, we're not going to be some part of some union with the US, we're not going to become the 51st state, elbows up and all that nonsense. What are we going to do? Like, what choice do we have but to ally ourselves yet more deeply with the US? There's no time.
Well, and maybe that circles back to the idea of the end game that Brett had mentioned briefly. Do you want to expand on that a little bit?
Yeah. So, when you hear the phrase the end game, I mean, it conjures up all sorts of dark imagery in your mind. The question is, what might we mean by the phrase the end game? It had been sort of a notion in my head for the longest time that Canada was going to become, let's call it, the 51st state. That's sort of the trademark that Trump's come up with to market his idea and to promote his idea. I don't think it necessarily means we're going to become, United States of America with the, the great state of Canada. I think it'll be a little bit more intricate and more involved of a process of joining the two countries together. But I don't see the end game, quote unquote, end game, as being some dark era for Canada that we disappear as a nation and everybody leaves and all that's left is pine trees and raccoons and deer or whatever, right? I think the idea of Canada as we were confederated, I think that will invariably come to an end just because we've wasted our potential.
Potentially, it doesn't have to though. Like
but there's no time, Nick.
But that's not necessarily true. I mean, yes, we are. I mean, the whole world is looking like it's going to walk the desert here, proverbially, be it because of just kicking the can down the road for too long, too much cheap money in the system, having created too many crap policies, which have just led us to where we are. But I mean, ultimately, you're talking about a country where there's no quick pivot. I mean, if we decided right now we wanted a pivot and we got true and meaningful buy-in from the population,
yeah,
you could turn this thing around. We have resources, we have collateral, we have space, we have all the ingredients that you need to be able to fix this. The problem is there's no will. And I think that's where we're butting into a time frame issue where at what point do the fissures that exist within the country and the wedges that have been formed within the country fissure to the point where they just break? And that's kind of the thing. Like, I mean, we talk about immigration. One of the weirdest things about it, being the child of two immigrants, so I'm very sympathetic to it, is there was always tons of demand for qualified, reasonably well-heeled, skilled individuals to want to come to the country. I see it firsthand. I see it in owning a business where we have people that we've been trying to get into the country. They were working overseas, whether they were in technology or they're just individuals that moved here for a short time, got a job, and have been trying to stay. And these are the people you want. They don't have any interest in not working. They have no interest in not, providing for their families and starting a better life. And yet, for some reason, we seem to have thrown a dragnet out in the world and just said, come one, come all. But for some reason, there's some sort of reverse filter and it just punts out all the people that you would ultimately want. Like, it just doesn't make any sense. I think it could happen. I'm not saying it will happen and things will get better, but I just would push back on the notion that there isn't enough time. I think the issue with time is really down to will. Is the will of the people there? I will just say quickly, it's hard to judge Carney on his Canadian term. Just to say, I mean, he inherited Canada in 2008. Everything was a disaster. But I do really look to his time in the UK, 2013 to 2020. And I look at where the UK is right now. And I mean, he was never a sitting member of parliament, but I mean, he pulled a lot of the purse strings, even though they had Labour governments, then they had conservative governments back to Labour. The UK is an abstract disaster. They are a mess. They're a mess financially. They're a mess economically. Again, like, his fingerprints are all over that. And his term ended at the beginning of COVID, or sometime just in 2020. So I find that to be just anecdotally quite scary, especially having lived in the UK for a number of years and having seen it then and seeing it now. And it's just, it's a shadow of what it was. It truly is the one place that I think, you want to talk about there's no time? The UK is not fixing itself. It will never happen. Germany could. Canada could. Lots of places could. They won't. They can't. And a lot of those ruinous policies came at the time that he was in charge of the purse strings.
Coming back to your idea that Canada could, and really what it takes is a significant shift in the will of the nation. I would say, yeah, you got to have a shift in the will of the nation, but you have to have a total change in the system of governance as well. because you're not doing this under a democratic process in a hurry. There's just no way.
Oh,
This
we're
was
gonna go dictatorship.
Well, if you want to do it in a hurry, you kind of have to, right?
And that's
Well,
that's where things maybe need to completely break before we even consider fixing them again. And just back to this notion that Mark Carney at the Bank of England there, that's particularly what's scary about him. He understands how the central bank works, and he knows that they should stand up and get in the way of the government, but he knows how to work a central bank. So it's that one check and balance with the money is now gone within Canada because he knows how the central bank works.
Was it ever? Like, do you think that the central bank was an honest check and balance in the last decade?
No, but the thing is, at least they put up the farce of that it's a bit of a check and balance, but it's.
Don't you think this? Sorry, to like chime in here, but like, don't you think this is why this conversation around Alberta independence or Alberta whatever, that this thing, because you look at all the rules and you go like, guys, like the reason time's against us is because even if you get the right government in place, you look at the Senate, you look at everything, and you go like, how do we get through all the red tape and all the hoops that have been put in place and all the pitfalls and on 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 and on, and you look at it and you go like, I just don't know if it can happen. Now,
right,
the way you can renegotiate that is by having a province or provinces, because I mean Quebec is actively got a party that's running on that platform as well, where you
Could
go.
you imagine how hilarious it would be if they separated and then they're like, well, what do you mean we don't get egalisation? Oh, I would just,
Sure, but I mean, like that would force everybody to the table, and whether or not you separate or you go independence or you 51st state and all these different ideas rolling around, that would fundamentally jump through a whole bunch of the hoops that you just bypass them, wouldn't you? Or am I wrong on that?
I agree.
So if we just,
it goes back to the question of will again, where the people that I've talked to and around Alberta, there's no will to even go down that road.
There's no will until Carney's in. If we think Carney is the end game, then I think once Carney is in, the talks around Alberta and its place in Confederation go supersonic. Like, I
talks
think
around rural Alberta and the smaller cities, absolutely.
Yeah.
Well, this is something I was thinking a lot about earlier because I had tuned in quite a while ago this afternoon, and Canada really lacks a sense of nationalism. And, kind of what spurred this idea was somebody was talking about how CBC was funded, and now Carney's going to have, if Poilievre gets in, they're going to have this complete shift in the nationally funded media. So, you have, I don't even want to say half the country. It's more than half of the voting majority gets one set of information that is completely orthogonal to what everybody else gets. Mm-hmm. And I was thinking about very much about taking action. Like, how do we actually wake people up to the reality that Canada is completely screwed, that look, most of you can't afford groceries. The system has worked for a number of people, but at the end of the day, you're worse off than you were 20 years ago, 10 years ago, 5 years ago. So, actually trying to be pragmatic about rebuilding a sense of national identity. Maybe this is a pivot point once things, to Faisal and Brett's points, maybe things get so terrible, we get to such a pain point that this helps another segment of the population to wake up and to understand that, CBC was not giving you an accurate picture of where the country is.
Yeah, 100%. I'm the notion again. I try to at least posit the opportunity for a pivot. I mean, my heart tells me I don't think we will pivot because, unfortunately, I'm trying to be generous enough to the population, but there just people don't seem to care about anything. Nobody seems to give a shit. And it really irks me. Like, as an example, we've been hearing forever. I use this example all the time. Oh, there's 40% of the population is $200 in increased bills away from not being able to pay said bills or to pay their mortgage or whatever. And meanwhile, we've seen this, explosive rise in inflation. We've seen here in Canada stagflationary
household debt.
Sorry?
Household debt as well.
Oh yeah, household debt, credit card debt, everything's gone parabolic. Somehow everybody's just hanging on. And you do say to yourself,
hanging on but refusing to accept the reality of the situation that we're in.
I don't want to cheer on anarchy. I don't in any way, shape, or form. Like I
could do that.
I have 2 kids. You could?
Well, I mean, this is the system they're presenting us. And you know what? If you're going to tell us this is the only governmental way forward, all right, well, I don't want a governmental way forward then.
No, 100%. And honestly, this comes back full circle to Tom's point about.
But we're not talking to you.
We need accountability, but the only way that you're going to get it is probably after a hard rain. Like, unfortunately, and this will touch everybody. There is no notion that, I have this particular hard asset, or I have my finances in a row over here, or my family lives in a little bubble enclave, and so we won't. No, everybody's going to feel it. It's going to be terrible. That's the awful thing about it, is that it's so manifestly self-evident that we are on the precipice of just awful, and yet people seem to be so friggin' reluctant to realize it. Sometimes you do think to yourself, maybe the hard rain is the only thing that will happen, and you can't discount the fact that, if you're looking to like the Balkans or Eastern Europe, places like that, there's some living memory of hardship. Even, there is still lingering memories in Germany's and places like that, even though their actions right now would contradict what I'm saying. But here there's no hardship in anybody's, recent past, at least en masse. Everybody's been comfortable forever, and everybody's just under the impression that, come hell or high water, the government will do something no matter what happens to smooth things over. So, it does point in the direction of, if you want accountability and you want action, we probably need pain to wake us up from this malaise.
Wayne Peters from What's Up Canada, guest of the podcast, friend of the show. He says, we live in an instant gratification, what's in it for me society, used to accepting only having the choice of the lesser of the evils.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's right. And I think, just circling back to Nicholas's point, there's a significant part of the population that has been completely insulated from everything. And that portion of the population grows, and it doesn't stop growing. We've got something like 30% of our working population works for the government.
Yeah.
Oh, I mean,
right?
Directly and indirectly.
How many of their jobs do you think are going to be affected by tariffs? Right? I'm going to say none. They didn't lose their jobs during COVID. They didn't experience slowdowns in their respective economies that resulted in reductions of their annual bonuses. They have been completely unscathed from all real-world consequences of the policies put in place by the people they overwhelmingly vote for.
And two, as we read this week, don't forget that they'd been ordered back to work from working,
and they
at
don't
home.
give a fuck. They're not even.
And
doing
only
that.
60. They're not even doing that. It was like 60% of them have gone back.
Do?
The other
Fire
40%
them?
are like, yeah.
Oh,
They've
it's
got
worse than that,
unionized
though.
protection.
It's worse than that. Next election, we go downtown, like into, mucky muck neighborhoods where, it's all middle management. It's, salaries over 150, 200,000, household probably over 300, 350,000. And you just look at the signs. And I mean, honestly, when you live in a neighborhood long enough, you kind of know what people, a good chunk of them, what they do for a living. And it's like, people actively vote against their interests. Like, I'm sorry, but if you live in downtown Calgary and you're in oil and gas and you've got an orange sign on your yard, I don't even know. Like, this is Darwin Awards type stuff. Like, doesn't make any sense whatsoever. And yet here we are. Like, people will vote for a person that wants to shut down oil and gas when their paycheck comes from oil and gas. like ladies and gentlemen, I rest my case. There's nothing more to be said about the matter.
Yeah. Well, it certainly underscores the thesis, or whatever you want to call it, presented by Yuri Bezmenov back in the 80s.
Yeah.
How
That
do
guy
you-
is undefeated.
He's undefeated on it. And, Canada's a poster child for what he was talking about. They did it. They did it successfully in Canada. And it's not recoverable, in my opinion, because if you'll remember back, or not recoverable in a short period of time at all. Because if you remember back to what Yuri was talking about, you're a minimum 20 years away from fixing your problem, because you got to get in, you got to retake your education system. You've got to reteach the next generation the right values, the right morals, the right principles, the meaning of life, et cetera, et cetera. And all of that has been gutted and drained from Canada. It didn't really happen in my generation. So I'm a Gen X, born in 1974. But I definitely saw it in my younger sister's generation. She was born 10 years after me in 84. And I see it in the way she thinks today. And then that makes her a millennial, and whatever comes after the millennials, you kind of see it in them as well. And unless and until we can, our foundation is rotten. Our foundation is absolutely rotten. So, we're minimum 20 years away, probably more like 30 to 40 years away from turning this country around. And where is the US going
foundation
to
is
be?
rotten, and what we need is a new cornerstone.
There you go. Exactly. We need to lay a new cornerstone and rebuild it. But
you're throwing a plug for May 10th too? I like it. Everybody on this call is going to be there.
Yeah.
Are we possibly going to have the time to do any of that, given the pace that we're seeing out of the US, given the shifts that we're seeing in the world order as being pushed and pulled by the likes of Russia and China? And I think our best bet is to come to terms with the fact that if we want to maintain our lifestyles, if we want to actually end up doing something with this gift that we were given called this landmass of Canada, I think we're going to have to come to terms with the fact that we're going to need to integrate a little bit more deeply and more fairly, let's say, with the US. I don't think we have a choice.
Gentlemen, we are closing in on 7:30 on this end. I know for Faisal it'd be 9:30, and we got 10 minutes left. I'm going to cut after hours off. I can see Two's going, really? We went this far? We're not going to go till 10 o'clock tonight? No, we are not. We're going to go till 7:30 with the after hours portion.
What other words would you like to put in my mouth, Sean? You're going to ask me what my closing thoughts are. Why don't you just tell me what they are?
I'm sure Twos is going to say thanks for everybody hopping on. No, I don't want, like every time I do this, we'll go for an extra 40 minutes. We started, like, I've been thinking of the pace we've been running at with this show. Twos calls me at 11:30 and I go, are you nuts? Like, what time are we going to start at? 5? No, 3.
To be clear, I did not suggest this. I asked if we should be doing it. I didn't say, let's do this.
I would say this has been a great conversation. I
completely
we got
agree.
10 minutes left. What would you like to bring up, Twos, or Tom, Brett, Faisal, Nick, anyone whichever way you want to steer the last 10 minutes, I'm good with it.
You know what? I've been very happy with this conversation, very happy with this group. Wherever you want to go with it, the answer is yes, except Sean.
I got an idea.
Go for it.
What do we think, let's say once Poilievre gets in, what do we think are prioritizing to take back this country to, rebuild as Nick thinks we can, if Faisal thinks we don't? What are the first steps? Like, what are the big dominoes that we need to hit first?
I would say probably the lowest hanging fruit, and somebody can correct me because I'm not too educated on the matter, is probably the interprovincial trade would be one that was, internally negotiated, and probably something we could accomplish fairly quickly, get the cash flowing between the provinces more fluidly and more abundantly.
I think that is a very lofty goal, but the problem is that, well, from what I understand, a lot of it's just hidden. Like, for example, there's something in the material commonly used in in car seats that are manufactured in Quebec that's illegal for them to be put in car seats in Ontario. And so anybody who manufactures car seats in Quebec has to do this other thing to get in. And there's a whole lot of stupid stuff like that. Like in BC, you can only, I can't remember which way this is, but in BC, you can only transport alcohol at night. And in Alberta, you can only transport it during the day.
Oh my God. Really? Wow.
And so you've got a whole lot of really stupid rules in place, and you don't have anybody willing. And it just baffles me why there isn't, because the obvious thing is you say, look, if you guys want to have a rule on the books, give me a good reason why it's there. You know, we've got in Alberta, we've got the red tape reduction minister, but even what he's done has been just startlingly obvious things, and not a giant number of them. You think for the amount of time that person's been in place, Dave Nally, that there would just be like a pamphlet left, and it'd be like, yeah, these are the only rules we have left. But that's not the case at all. I would argue that there's probably even more than when he started, and it just seems like such a no-brainer. And if you talked about it publicly, I mean, look at everything Doge is doing, and that's just with money. They haven't even got to the red tape yet.
Mm-hmm.
No, it's true. Man, that's a loaded question. I believe, most governments in the last number of federal administrations in the last number of years have talked about trying to fix interprovincial trade and never really done the square root of bugger all on it. It would make a lot of sense. I mean, certainly you would think if this is a crisis, and I think some of us would characterize it as such, and some of us would say it isn't. But if this is a crisis, this is an opportunity for the provinces to come together and put their longstanding issues at bay. If you have the will, there's a way. The problem here is that a lot of people in Canada like to think of Canada as this harmonious country where it's one country, number of provinces, territories, et cetera, and we all come together and we work together and we're we hug
when it's convenient. But when it's convenient as a slogan.
But in reality, when you look at it and you look at the internecine sort of problems in therein, sometimes we function more like the EU which is entirely just an economic union where all they do is fight with each other on the most mundane stuff. Well, you can't call that feta. We own feta. You can't call that cassis is ours, et cetera, et cetera. Like that.
See, that's all Greek to me.
Well, yeah, I mean, to all of us. But ultimately, I think it's a really solid place to start, Faisal. I think that would be it, because at least once you've got things humming along, it's not just pipelines, it's everything. It's BC wine flowing east, it's whatever, it's all of it.
Yeah, it's all about cash flow,
those foundations in place, at least you've sturdied yourself and you've insulated yourself so that you can get all of your collective products across provincial barriers to Tidewater and out, so that you don't just rely on one partner. That would be a great place to start.
Yeah, if you can get the internal velocity of money to increase, you can just multiply your GDP accordingly. I mean, that helps with jobs and job security, and it helps with an optimism for what we might be able to do next. Anyways, that would be the first domino that I'd nominate.
Brett's in banking. Like, he's the one that we should be listening to, not us.
Yeah. Yeah. Tell us how we can get a little itty bitty whack.
Well, there's a couple of different angles that we can take with this, and love him or hate him, Trump in the U.S. is really jolting the world into a fourth turning, and I think he's trying to avoid a major war while he's doing it. So he's trying to get us elevated to the next level. And as Canadians, we can sort of take a couple of different approaches to it. I don't think it should be the approach of Team Canada versus the world. I think attaching ourselves to Europe is a big mistake.
Big mistake.
Huge mistake.
Huge. We could again go with a nuclear option with something that I was just thinking about on Friday. If we really wanted to stick it to Trump, and I'm not proposing that we do this, we could price our oil in gold. And that would rattle some cages like you would not believe.
We're not smart enough to do that. Are you kidding me, man?
You
But they don't need to be smart. They just need to
We've
look
got
at what
zero
Russia
gold. What are we don't even know that gold exists.
If we
I
did
would
something
think brass
like that, that would basically flip the entire financial world on its head overnight.
Yeah.
And it would really jolt Canada to action, but it would piss the US off to no end, to the point where they have their plan for taking over Canada in 24 hours. Engage. Here we
Yeah.
go.
Yeah.
But the
Talking
thing is,
about endgame.
but the thing is, I find it funny how these politicians really talk tough, but I think it's just all political nonsense at this point until they actually get serious about doing something. So anyway.
Sean, you're muted.
I'm
But that's
muted.
okay. Gentlemen. Okay, fine, sure, whatever, Sean. Go ahead.
Gentlemen, thanks for hopping on tonight. This has been, it's been a lot of fun, and appreciate you hopping on with us for after hours and all the people that have hopped in. But we're gonna let everybody out and on with their Sunday evening. Appreciate you guys doing this. Hopefully, it's not the last time.
Absolutely. Thanks, John, for having us.
Thank you very much, gentlemen.
Thanks.
To be a part of it.
All right, twos. Well, we started with an idea at 11:30, and I know I'm going to talk and throw a bunch of words in your mouth, but we started with an idea at 11:30. Mrs. Twos, once again, shut up. She's like, "Why aren't you guys doing this?" So then my brain is like mush right now because I've been running the phone and running everything, and I got people saying, "Let me hop on." I got a whole bunch of texts coming in. I'm like, if you could see the background of what I'm trying to juggle with all these people coming on, and it has been. I don't know what your thoughts, twos, are. Before we let out, but we got 11,000 people watching.
I think
right
it's
now,
a
which is
raging
pretty cool.
success. We had significantly more people than watched the Ontario election. I couldn't even believe it. Like, because when I was talking to you about it, it wasn't along the lines of should we do this? It was, well, I don't know. Like, some people might think this is a big deal. I don't. I think this is dumb. I think it's great because no matter who they pick to win, they all suck and they're all completely interchangeable. And so, I didn't see it as being something that would resonate with people very much. And it appears to have very much done so.
Yeah, I would agree. And the only thing I would say is we'd probably go longer. If we had set this up properly, where I hadn't been running breakneck speed to bring on people and get it lined up, because I hate to let the cat out of the bag, but we hadn't. I've said this like 6 times now. We started this 11:30 this morning. So we've been going now for 8 straight hours, 8.5 hours of trying to line people up, trying to get the live stream set up, trying. And of course, this is what comes of it. When Twos and me were first hopped on, I'm like, listen, I'm going to be doing a whole bunch of things in the background. You just worry about whether or not the guests come in and everything else. So it's, one of the things to all the people who wanted to hop on is as we get closer to a federal election, one of the things we're going to make sure we do on this side is we're going to make sure
talk about it ahead of time.
Yeah, and let people know that it's coming, right? Like literally we did zero promotion of this. We literally just hopped on. We're like, okay, we're going to do what we always do and cover something and, and see where it goes. And now, we get, like I say, 11,000 plus people tuning in, which is super cool. And we appreciate that. We appreciate everybody's thoughts on the comments and everything
that's
else.
Just how many people are watching right now.
Right now.
Not how many people tuned in. Because, this is over 4.5 hours at this point.
Yeah. And the thing is it'll go, at some point I'll get uploaded onto the podcast and a bunch of other places. Like it's going to go way more than that. But I don't know, too. So we come up with these not silly ideas, but, like one of the things that on this side, is like you want to cover everything. But, at times it's a Sunday. I'm like, who has their next prime minister announced on a Sunday evening?
Like, imagine how big of a deal it is for a bunch of fucking bureaucrats to show up for work on a Sunday.
Yes,
okay.
I agree.
Yeah. Oh, shoot. that was the other thing I thought. The one thing that really stood out for me tonight was when Brian Lilly said that he'd been flipping through the channels, seeing what everybody else was talking about. And he said that all the mainstream was just hitting their parroted talking points of just basically whatever the Liberals told them to say kind of thing. What the Liberals told them was important was what they were talking about. Whereas we went we didn't even talk about it for probably half the show. We were talking about broader ramifications of other things. But the point is that I think this was probably the I don't know. There might have been some other people streaming it or, doing something else like that. But I think we're one of the only people there who were having an honest conversation about what was happening.
Well, one of the things you can expect out of this show is you're going to get a whole wide variety of people. We talk about being an echo chamber, but like when you had Grant and Vesper and anyone for that matter, Vesper doesn't. Vesper,
he doesn't put punches on anybody.
No. He's not being rude. One of the things.
I'm not saying he's rude at all. Let's be very clear. He has an honest conversation.
He's just. I love him. He just is going to confront the ideas, and as that's added in, I think that's it's like, oh man, I don't want to let any of these people out. But at the same time, we can't have a conversation between 15 or 20 people. Or, I was joking with you before.
We should do that for like a half hour or something like that one time, just for shits and giggles. Let's just have like to the point where everybody gets their own pixel. That's how many people are on. And then it's just the Wild West.
Either way, a whole bunch of the guests that were on here tonight are going to be in Calgary May 10th at the event. May 10th is, for people who have no idea, we have an event coming up May 10th in Calgary. And I hope to see people there.
Forum.
Go check out my X. It's literally sitting in the top posted tweet. You can find it there. You can find tickets there. A lot of the people that were either speaking tonight are going to be on stage or are going to be in the audience, which is super cool.
A lot of the people watching alongside you tonight are going to be there.
That's right. So either way, Twos, thanks for doing this. Thanks to Mrs. Twos for pushing on us. And now I got to go give my wife a hug for disappearing on a Sunday when I'm supposed to be at home around the kids. And to all the people across Canada or down south that tuned into this, actually, I should pull up. We had people listening in. Oh, man. Let me find it here. You say a couple thoughts while I find it.
You know what? In the meantime, I just want to point out that I wasn't even sure about this. And Sean immediately was like, yes. And all it would have taken from his side to be like, yeah, I don't know. I don't think anybody really cares about Carney. I don't know. It doesn't really. And I would have been like, okay, cool. So we're not crazy. I'm not crazy. That's it. But as it turned out, I was the crazy one here because people were very happy to see it. And so that's about it.
Here's okay. So we had people vacationing in Dominican Republic, Grand Ventuna, Puerto Plata, Mike and Ingrid. So I waited till the very end to give you a shout out, but we got people streaming it on the beach.
Can I just go ahead and say that if you're tuning in on vacation, don't. There is nothing that either one of us is ever going to say over the course of our entire lives that's going to be interesting enough to merit you tuning in from the fucking beach.
I think it's pretty cool that people are interested in conversation around Canada, because it was the Ontario election. We had people in from Mexico. We had a viewing party from there. I had the picture sent, and that was pretty cool too. So either way, it's been super, super cool on this side. Twos, as always, we're back live Fridays, folks, 10 a.m. Mountain Standard Time.
Yeah, we should now plug our regular show.
Now, which means in Saskatchewan, it's the same time, correct? Like I think time change. We're Saskatchewan folks, don't worry about setting that. Yeah.
The 11,000 of you beautiful people watching right now, if you're new to this show, every Friday at 10 Mountain Standard Time, we cover rapid fire the week's events. And I don't know, but past maybe 20 episodes or so, we've started off with kind of a roundtable similar to what we had tonight. And then we just go boom, 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 boom through everything interesting, funny, or stupid happening in the world.
And there's a lot of stupid. Twos till Friday. Thanks again, folks, for tuning in.
Thanks a lot, everybody.
Welcome to the Mashup. Tell me whether I'm wrong or right. East or west, up or down, side to side. I sit to stand and fall to fly. Of all of my impulsive plans, pop and lock and salsa dances on demand. I follow leading off the map and stop the chatter, scream happily. Welcome to the Mashup. Welcome to the Mashup. Welcome to the Mashup.